Just like that, a few more days passed and the leading players within Hueco Mundo were yet again all gathered in the same room. Aizen allowed his gaze to wander over the troops he had gathered and nodded in satisfaction. By now, every Arrancar had a mostly human form, with the exception of Araniro Urururi, who Aizen assumed would never gain such a form due to the unusual way he had evolved in the first place, by absorbing the abilities of other Hollow. Another little thing Aizen offhandedly noticed was that Zomri Roro, who previously scolded Yuna for being disrespectful towards him, had a completely different attitude. He was very jittery and was constantly looking around like he expected to be ambushed at any moment. Additionally, Aizen noticed how his gaze briefly met Yuna, causing Zomri to flinch and instantly look down like a scolded child. Interesting. I wonder what happened between those two. Did Yuna torture him or something like that? Aizen briefly wondered if he should investigate what had happened but decided against doing so for one simple reason: he didn't give a shit about Zomri. If it were a higher-ranked Espada, he might at least pretend to care, but he saw no point in doing so for Zomri. Quickly losing interest in whatever happened to Zomri, Aizen kicked this little meeting into gear. Well, I'm happy to see that all of you have successfully evolved and reached the status of a true Arrancar. Unfortunately, it's still too early to attack Seirede, as we still need to make a few preparations. As you all should know my plans, I decided to send a few probes to the world of the living to get a feeling for how fast Seirede can deploy their troops and how strong they are. Obviously, Aizen wouldn't blurt out his plan to attack Karakura town in front of Yuna and Hinata, who he currently had the least trust in, so he had to speak in a roundabout way, unaware that Yuna already knew of his plans. As for those probes he planned to send, they were just a bunch of half-assed Arrancar that failed to evolve properly. So, even if they died, there would be no losses. Obviously, he plans to send in a few of his Espada at one point in time as well, but that would need to wait for now, as they still had to get used to their new powers. Seeing everyone simply nodding to his words, a light smile appeared on Aizen's face as he rose from his seat. Very well, that is all I have to say for now. Continue training so you can get used to your new power, accelerating our plan to fight against Seirede as far as possible. Hearing Aizen dismissing them, everyone else rose from their seat and left the room, leaving Yuna, who had Hinata sitting on her lap behind. Seems like things are finally starting to heat up, huh? Instead of answering Yuna, Hinata simply hummed in agreement, almost causing her to purr like a cat due to Yuna petting her head. Oh well, my preparations are almost done as well, so things are about to get fun. Oh? I'm honestly surprised you are not done yet. Yeah, I'm a little annoyed as well, but it can't be helped. Seirede's open structure made it very easy to get around and plan my next move, but Last Notch's closed-off environment not only makes moving around a pain in the ass but even planning the proper setup is very complicated. Hearing Yuna's explanation, Hinata nodded in understanding as she continued enjoying Yuna's hand combing through her hair. I have to say, I'm not much of a prankster, but I'm looking forward to what will happen after you are done setting up. Hee, a lot of fun things will happen, Tilda. Seeing Yuna's evil smirk, Hinata could only smile wryly while feeling a tinge of pity for the people of Last Notches. Yeah, things will get messy very soon, Tilda. Meanwhile, back in the world of the living, the school had restarted, and Ichigo was currently walking towards it. Chi-gu Tilda. While Ichigo was walking through the school's corridors, he heard someone loudly calling his name. Moments later, Keigo appeared in the distance, diving in for a hug, which Ichigo casually dodged while giving Keigo a clothesline, knocking him to the floor. Yo, Keigo. While Keigo was twitching on the floor, Mizuhiro appeared as well, giving Ichigo a casual greeting which he returned before entering the classroom. Good morning, Ichigo Tilda. Hey. Your hair looks as stupid as always. The moment Ichigo entered the classroom, Orihime gave him an energetic greeting, while Sado gave him a casual one and Yuryu a snarky remark. Ichigo, what's going on here? What's with that combination? Why are these three hanging around together? As Ichigo was approaching the trio who had just welcomed him, Keigo somehow managed to revive himself and started talking up a storm yet again, causing Ichigo to roll his eyes at him. Despite Ichigo rolling his eyes at him, Keigo continued talking without a stop. What is this? The beauty, the beast, and the nerd. No, maybe the princess, the gorilla, and the four eyes. As Keigo continued running wild, Ichigo approached the trio and greeted them casually, almost causing Keigo's eyes to pop out. Geez, calm down, Keigo. Why the hell are you with them as well? What in the world is going on here? What has the world? Good morning, Oraheim Tilda. Hearing the familiar greeting, Oraheim expected her breast to be groped, but to everyone's surprise, none of that happened, resulting in a wave of disappointment rolling over most of the boys present. Surprisingly, the usual event of Chizuru fondling Oraheim's breasts as a greeting didn't occur today, drawing everyone's attention towards Chizuru. When people realized the reason for Chizuru's unusual behavior, their jaws crashed on the floor in surprise. Currently, Chizuru was flanked by two women, each pressing one of Chizuru's arms into their breasts. The people in the classroom quickly realized what was probably going on, instantly causing everyone to whisper to each other. No way. Did that pervert actually do it? How the hell did she trick these two into agreeing? That has to be some kind of act. I bet these two are paid actors. Ignoring the murmuring all around her, Chizuru gave the women holding onto her arms a quick kiss on the lips before telling them that she was looking forward to seeing them in the next break, causing both of them to blush before fleeing the classroom. No way, it's real. Impossible. Those two have to be actors. No way, that pervert someone managed to score 2 girlfriends and I don't even have one. What the hell? Yet again, Chizuru ignored all the talking around her as she scanned the classroom for someone. Seeing that the person she was looking for wasn't here, she decided to approach Naruto instead, who was sitting by the side, watching the drama unfold. I'm sorry, but could you tell me where Yuna-sama is? I'm looking for her. Hearing Chizuru's words and calling Yuna with a respectful "sama," everyone was even more confused than they previously were, with only Naruto realizing what was likely going on. Sorry to disappoint, but Nae-san won't be able to attend school for a while due to personal reasons. Is there anything you want me to tell her for you? Chizuru couldn't help but be disappointed after Naruto claimed that Yuna wouldn't be at school for a while, but she quickly recovered as her gaze grew sharper. Although I want to do this personally, I guess doing it like this is fine for now. I seriously want to thank Yuna-sama for her teachings about how to start an all-female harem. Her teachings have enlightened me, and I couldn't have achieved what I have today without her. Having already expected this kind of answer, Naruto simply nodded his head and gave her a reassuring smile. I see, so it's like that. Don't worry, I'll tell her your words and make sure she understands how grateful you are. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, a happy smile appeared on Chizuru's face as she turned around and sat down in her designated seat, leaving an eerie silence behind. No way. Did I seriously just hear that? Teachings to start an all-girls harem. So she really said that. I thought I was hallucinating. There is no way something like that exists. What do you mean by there is no way something like that exists? Aizen's a successful example right in front of our eyes. Impossible. It's impossible. Are there maybe some other teachings? As soon as these words left someone's mouth, most of the eyes in the room snapped toward Naruto, making him sweat a little due to how much zeal everyone had in their eyes. Nae-san, you are not even here, and you are still causing me trouble. While Naruto wasn't entirely sure how to resolve the current situation, his and Ichigo's substitute badges started constantly yelling the word "hollow," initially making them sweat, but as soon as they realized that normal people couldn't hear it, they both relaxed a little. Ma, sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have any absurd teachings like Nae-san, so how about you ask her for guidance when she returns? Anyway, gotta go do Fido let me Tilda. Before anyone could ask any more questions, Naruto dashed out of the room, leaving a dumbfounded crowd behind. A crowd that didn't even notice that Ichigo had left as well. Around a minute later, Ichigo found his target, a middle-sized hollow that was constantly yelling something about pork and veal, causing Ichigo to shake his head as he casually cut it into 2 pieces vertically. Obviously, after fighting captain-class enemies within Seirei, normal hollow were no longer a threat to him, making them easy prey. Meanwhile, as Ichigo easily killed the hollow, a man stood upside down in midair, drinking a bottle of water while observing Ichigo. He had smooth blonde hair, brown eyes, and a cheeky grin on his face. Ichigo Kurosaki, eh? How interesting. Suddenly, the man felt some pressure on his shoes, and after giving them a brief glance, he noticed that some had landed on the soles of his shoes, resulting in the person standing upright. That is indeed Ichigo Kurosaki, but who might you meet? The bizarre image of two men standing on the soles of each other's shoes aside, the man couldn't help but be startled as someone actually managed to sneak up on him. Worst of all, he couldn't even tell who the other person was due to literally standing on each other. He briefly pondered the situation and then used Flash Step to quickly move away from the other party while riding his body. To his surprise, the moment he came to a halt, the other party yet again appeared out of nowhere, but this time the roles were reversed, with the first man standing upright and the second one being upside down. Well, this is pretty fun. I'm Naruto, by the way, who are you? Despite hearing Naruto's carefree tone, the man had cold sweat flowing down his back. The first time he was approached so easily could still be credited to him being careless, however, that was not the case for the second time. Who is this? An errand car? No, it's too early for the strong errand car to appear. Someone from Soul Society? No way, there is no way they would play around like this. Why haven't I heard anything about this? Did that Urahara bastard not tell me everything? The image of Urahara laughing loudly while fanning himself with his beloved fan briefly flashed through the man's mind, causing him to frown. I'll definitely make him pay if this is really one of his pranks. The man briefly thought about his next step a little longer before simply sighing in defeat. Sayang Shinji Hirako. Am I right to assume that you are on Kasuke's side? Since Naruto was clearly only playing around while showing no aggression towards him, Shinji decided to simply clean up the situation so that no misunderstandings could happen. MHH, Kasuke's ally? Not really. If you insist on me being allied with someone, I guess I'll choose Ichigo simply because I'm dating his childhood friend and I know she would want me to help him out. Although Shinji briefly pondered how that kind of weird position came into being, in the end, he was satisfied with Naruto's answer. After all, in the fight against Aizen, he wouldn't claim to be Seireide's ally either, but his faction was still on the side opposing Aizen. Oh well, good enough for me. Out of curiosity, does Kasuke know about you? Know about me? Well, he does know me, but I don't think he knows the extent of my strength. However, considering all the information available to him, he should at least be able to make an educated guess. Hearing Naruto's answer, Shinji couldn't help but gnash his teeth together as he realized that Kasuke probably knew at least a little about Naruto. So, in other words, he deliberately hid you from me in hopes of seeing a funny scene play out. Yep, that's probably exactly what happened. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, he moved at lightning speed and appeared in front of Shinji, causing him to be on guard. However, to his surprise, the only thing Naruto did was grab something Shinji didn't notice out of the air. Before Shinji could ask what Naruto was doing, Naruto opened his hand, revealing a small insect sitting inside of it. At first, Shinji was confused about what Naruto was implying, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that the insect was actually artificial in nature, causing a tick mark to appear on his forehead. Kasuke Urahara. Without waiting for Naruto to say anything else, Shinji shot off into the distance at high speed, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement. See, I told you keeping a few of Aizen's mechanical spy insects with me could be useful. If someone isn't knowledgeable about this stuff or is simply agitated, it's impossible to differentiate who the real owner of these things is. That shady merchant sure is in for a rude awakening, isn't he? That's what he gets for pulling all this mess with Rukia and even sending us to enemy territory without proper preparations. He claims, as he is still giddy due to how much chaos he managed to chaos within Seirade and how much fun he had there. That's beside the point. Just because I enjoyed the trip and had a lot of fun doesn't mean I'm happy how the whole thing got initiated. He claims, as he is already considering asking Kasuke for a way to invade Hueco Mundo to cause even more chaos there. That is beside the point as well. Additionally, how can I not go there? How can I possibly have Neisan have all the fun by herself? He claims, clearly in denial of his own desires and goals. Could you stop with the narration point of view? He asks, already knowing the answer. Say whatever. Let's get back to class. He says, forfeiting the argument. I still have that Hashirama X Madara technique in my repertoire. Come at me. Let's see who dies of disgust first. Hearing Kurama's words, Naruto could only smile wryly as he made his way back to the classroom. He and Kurama had spent a lot of time together by now, and the longer they stayed together, the better Kurama became at turning Naruto's pranks and wood games around. One might be annoyed at that, but Naruto couldn't help but enjoy the verbal battles he had with Kurama on a regular basis. Not even a minute later, he returned to the classroom, where his teacher announced that a transfer student would be joining them today, but to everyone's confusion, no one was there, confusing the teacher greatly. How weird, he was here not even 5 minutes ago. I wonder what happened. Hearing his teacher's words, Naruto couldn't help but frown as he realized who the new transfer student probably was. Since he seemed to be interested in Ichigo, there is a good chance he will try to join this class. People in this world sure are easygoing when it comes to staying close to their target. Rukia did the exact same and boldly joined Ichigo's class when she needed to stay close to them. Oh well, even if Shinji Hirako joins this class, I honestly couldn't care less. Since he seems to consider himself to be Ichigo's ally, I won't interfere for now. However, I couldn't help but notice the interesting presence he gives off. Yeah, it seems like Aizen wanting to create hollow Shinigami hybrids wasn't the first instance of someone trying to combine the two forces. Yep, but this time it's the other way around. A Shinigami hollow hybrid, huh? Guess Nasan, Hinata, and I count as one of those as well. Considering that, it's rather obvious why Shinji wants to approach Ichigo. I've been feeling Ichigo struggling with his inner hollow for a while now, so I guess Shinji wants to recruit him using the method of controlling it as bait to make Ichigo join him. Considering I have never shown any signs of having an inner hollow, I think it's safe to assume that he doesn't know about me. So just like that, another faction pops up. Ha ha ha, you make it sound like that is a bad thing, Kurama. This is where the fun begins. It was another lazy evening as Ichigo was lying on his bed deep in thought while Kon was pestering him to be allowed to go outside. While Ichigo was ignoring him, the Shinigami Bagdi started making noises, indicating the appearance of another hollow, causing Ichigo to sigh deeply. I'm going out, don't make any trouble, Kon. As soon as Ichigo finished speaking, he pressed the badge against his chest, resulting in his Shinigami form popping out of his body, before roughly grabbing Kon, pulling a small pill out of his mouth, and putting it in the mouth of his physical body. As soon as the pill had vanished in the body's mouth, it reopened its eyes. Fine, fine, I'll stay here. After giving Kon a simple head nod, Ichigo left the room through the window, leaving a grinning Kon behind. Hee, I swear I won't be making any trouble. And so, as soon as Ichigo was gone far enough away, Kon followed him out of the window to make some trouble somewhere else and have some fun. Meanwhile, Ichigo arrived at the correct location and quickly found the hollow he was looking for, instantly killing it with a single sword strike. Well, that wasn't worth my time. Hey, who are you? Why are you running around in Shinigami attire? Suddenly, Ichigo heard someone calling him, and after looking for the source of the voice, he noticed a man with a black afro and huge eyebrows looking at him. Realizing that that was very like the new Shinigami assigned to this district, Ichigo took out his substitute badge and showed it to the man, resulting in Ichigo receiving a confused look. Seeing that the man in front of him had no idea what the badge he was holding was, Ichigo couldn't help but click his tongue in annoyance. What the hell? This thing is useless. However, before the conversation could advance further, Ichigo heard a footstep behind him. After turning around, his eyes widened in shock as a sword was currently slashing down at him, forcing him to hastily move his own sword, barely blocking the attack. He glared at his attacker, but moments later, his eyes widened in shock yet again after seeing who his opponent was. After all, he actually knew the person who attacked. You are the new transfer student, Shinji. What the? Is that a Zanpakudo? Although Shinji Hirako was a little late in introducing himself in class the previous day due to his small meeting with Naruto, in the end, he still appeared and introduced himself to the class. Since it was a person Ichigo had never seen before, and he had other things to think about, Ichigo pretty much didn't pay him any attention. Surprisingly, the person he didn't care about suddenly appeared in front of him, attacking him with a Zanpakudo, giving Ichigo quite a shock. Meanwhile, the man with the afro felt the two people in front of him clashing and decided that he was needed someone else. Yeah, I'm not messing with these two monsters. Geez, someone with your spiritual power shouldn't get agitated so easily, Kurosaki Ichigo. If you lose control, your spiritual power will echo through the world, revealing your position to them. Naturally, Ichigo was a little flustered by Shinji's words, causing a frown to appear on his face. They? Who are you talking about? Sai, do you seriously not understand what I mean? Hearing Shinji's question, Ichigo's frown deepened. Obviously, he had an idea who Shinji might be talking about, as the only true enemy he had made so far was Aizen. However, he couldn't understand why he would come to Karakura town. Who are you, Shinji? Instead of following that line of thought any further, Ichigo decided that he would rather know more about Shinji's identity. Following Ichigo's question, Shinji sighed yet again as his gaze wandered in a certain direction. Seems like they are already here, huh? Oh well, as for who I am, this should answer that question. As soon as Shinji finished speaking, Shinji raised his hand towards his face and pulled it down again, resulting in a black and white mask appearing in his hand, half covering his face. Take a good look. Do you recognize this tilde? Although Shinji talked with a teasing voice, Ichigo couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked from the mask Shinji was still holding down to his Zanpakuto, quickly alternating between the two. Impossible, a Zanpakuto and a hollow mask. How can that be? Hee, you get it now, don't you? I'm a Shinigami that has crossed over the realm of a hollow. How about we become friends? I'm a Vizard, and I'm just like you, Ichigo. Ichigo's eyes bulged in shock when he realized what Shinji meant, briefly remembering the little episode where he was controlled during his fight with Byakuya. Shinji was just about to continue talking when he felt some pressure coming from underneath his shoes. He was briefly confused about what had just happened, but when he looked down to check out the situation, his eyebrows twitched in irritation. He told us since Aizen is going for Hollow Shinigami hybrids, I pretty much expected that there was a faction of Shinigami Hollow hybrids as well. I see, so you call yourself Vizard tilde, good to know. Shinji's eyebrows twitched in irritation, while Ichigo couldn't help but be dumbfounded seeing the scene in front of him. Currently, one blonde person was standing upside down on the souls of another person, creating a bizarre image. While Ichigo was only dumbfounded, Shinji was rather irritated that Naruto yet again managed to sneak up on him. However, simultaneously, he also grew warier and warier of Naruto. By now, he had spoken with Kasuke about Naruto, and considering how he got his Shinigami powers, there was a very high chance that Naruto might turn out to be a Vizard as well. However, Shinji couldn't feel anything for Naruto. Unlike Ichigo, whose spiritual power was constantly radiating off him, he couldn't get a read on Naruto at all. Hell, if Naruto wasn't currently wearing Shinigami clothes, he might even doubt that Naruto was a Shinigami at all. This should be impossible. Ichigo's bad control over his spiritual power is partially due to him having to constantly suppress his hollow, so if Naruto had a hollow inside him as well, there is no way he could reign in his spiritual power so effortlessly. Unless he can already control his hollow powers. No, that should be impossible. It took all of our combined efforts to finally come up with an at least somewhat safe method. Considering Naruto shouldn't have even known about the hollow inside him, it's impossible for him to have already found a control method. In conclusion, he probably does not have a hollow he has to fight with for some reason. Well, at least Shinji's thoughts were somewhat correct. After all, there really was no hollow persona he had to fight. He has already accepted the hollow as being part of him, so there was no longer any point in fighting. Despite all these thoughts wandering through Shinji's head, in the end, he could only sigh due to Naruto's antics. You really like appearing like this, don't you, Naruto? Hee, aren't you the one who started hanging around upside down in midair? I'm just adding a little flavor to it. Hearing Naruto's answer, Shinji sighed deeply yet again before his gaze landed back on Ichigo. Anyway, this jokester aside, you don't belong to the Shinigami site, Ichigo. You should join us, the Vizard. Meanwhile, Kon was running for his life. Or rather, he was running for Ichigo's life, as he wouldn't die from Ichigo's body being destroyed. Kurosaki Ichigo. As he was running, Kon heard a distorted voice saying Ichigo's name, almost causing him to curse. Not only was he currently hunted down by a hollow, but said hollow even had a grudge against Ichigo. Kon could only internally curse again and again while the weird hollow, with half its mask opened, was gaining ground on him. The hollow's hand was just about to touch Kon when a magma-coated fist smashed into it, causing the hollow to reel back while a pained cry left its mouth. Yo, Ichigo, what are you doing losing against such a weak hollow? MHH. You aren't Ichigo, are you? couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw the young woman who had just deflected the hollow's attack. Although he didn't remember her name because he had never really interacted with her, he at least knew that she was one of Ichigo's friends and that she was aware of Ichigo being a Shinigami. I'm Kon, and I might not be Ichigo, but this is his body. Kon, her. I'm Tatsuki. Naruto had previously explained the concept of artificial souls to me, so I more or less know what you are. Oh well, I'll get rid of this thing first. Losing interest in Kon, Tatsuki's gaze landed on the weird hollow with a half-opened mask and popped her knuckles with a grin on her face. You certainly feel different from a normal hollow. Let's see how hard it will be to get rid of you. During the brief conversation between Tatsuki and Kon, the hollow managed to regain its bearing and was now glaring at Tatsuki. Get rid of me. Ha ha ha. Do you really think of me as a normal hollow? I will show you true power. After hearing Tatsuki's words, the hollow got angry due to how easily defeatable she deemed it to be. So, it suddenly started transforming, growing even bigger as more parts of its mask vanished. Seeing that, Kon paled as he couldn't believe the creature in front of him could grow even stronger, while Tatsuki was rather indifferent. Is he a Menos? Ma, bigger isn't always better, if you know what I mean. So what's wrong with me? This isn't all, watch this. As soon as the hollow stopped growing, it reached for its back, revealing a sheathed sword. He slowly drew the blade, revealing it to be a Zanpakuto. What can you do against this giant sword, little girl? I will easily crush your little frame. That is a big sword. Are you compensating for something? Shit, I really spend too much time with Naruto. She was just about to get ready for battle when a calm voice echoed over the battlefield. Ma, could you let me deal with this one? This hollow almost killed my wife a few years ago and almost killed my son a few months ago, so I have a bit of a grudge against it. Tatsuki briefly glanced at the source of the voice, just long enough for her to identify the owner while not letting her guard down against the hollow. However, when she saw a familiar-looking middle-aged man approaching, she couldn't help but take another look. Isshin. Ichigo's father. Ha ha ha, the one and only. It's been a while, Tatsuki told her. Naturally, both Tatsuki and Kon were dumbfounded that, apparently, Ichigo's father was a Shinigami. Additionally, Isshin had a white piece of cloth wrapped around one of his shoulders that looked very suspiciously similar to a coat a captain would wear. Naturally, the hollow was annoyed that yet another person interrupted him. By now, it had grasped that the person he had been hunting probably wasn't the real Ichigo, so it realized that it had to look somewhere else. However, its annoyance with the additional intruder quickly vanished when it realized that the newcomer was Ichigo's father. You are his father, so you should know where Ichigo is. Tell me. Geez, Ichigo is a big boy by now, there is no way I would still control where he is. Not that I would tell you even if I knew. As soon as Isshin finished speaking, he drew his own Zanpakuto, causing the hollow to laugh at him in mockery. Ha ha ha, what can you do with such a tiny sword? The more spiritual power a Shinigami has, the bigger their swords get. You can do nothing with that little twig you are holding. Oh yeah, this guy is definitely compensating for something. As soon as those words left Tatsuki's mouth, she regretted saying them, as a blush appeared on her face while Isshin was looking at her in amusement. Unbothered by Tatsuki's words, the hollow swung its blade at Isshin, who attacked as well, resulting in the hollow's sword and body getting cut in two as easily as if they were made of paper. The more spiritual power a Shinigami has, the bigger their swords get. Although that isn't entirely wrong, it's only common sense to reduce the size of your sword to something manageable. Otherwise, captains would have to swing around swords the size of a building. As soon as Isshin finished his little spur-of-the-moment lesson, he sheathed his sword and looked at Tatsuki and Kon with a sheepish expression on his face. Oh, and could you keep this a secret from Ichigo? There are certain reasons why I don't want him to know about his yet. Tatsuki and Kon briefly glanced at each other before shrugging their shoulders. Sure. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, an uncomfortable silence hung in the atmosphere as Ichigo digested Shinji's words while Naruto wondered why Shinji was even bothering to ask. Since he had contact with Kasuke, he should be aware of Ichigo's disposition, which should make it rather obvious that Ichigo wouldn't join them. Before Ichigo could answer, his head snapped in a certain direction, causing his eyes to widen. Shit, is that a hollow? And what's with that other powerful aura? Seeing that Ichigo only now realized that another hollow was nearby, he could only shake his head. Is this hollow messing with him, or is he simply shit at sensing things? Before he could contemplate the matter any further, Naruto answered Shinji's unasked question. He really is that shit at sensing things. Hey. Before Shinji could comment any further, he noticed Ichigo leaving, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Stop it. Why are you leaving? I still have things to say to you. Hearing Shinji yelling at him while conveniently being just far away from Naruto, not to hear his words, Ichigo briefly turned around and resumed speaking. I've no interest in what you have to say, nor do I care about joining you. I don't know what kind of freak you are, but I'm a Shinigami. I am not one of you guys. Seeing Ichigo leave for good, Shinji couldn't help but sigh. It's not like he wanted to become a wizard, so Ichigo's words annoyed him quite a bit. However, he quickly realized that there was still someone else present. What about you, Naruto? Kisuke told me how you became a Shinigami, and your circumstances were somewhat similar to Ichigo's. There is a high chance that you will have to deal with your inner hollow one day as well. Hearing Shinji's words that seemed to contain genuine concern, Naruto briefly chuckled before disappearing from his upside-down position and reappearing in front of Shinji to face him properly. Well, there is no need to worry. I don't have any trouble with any potential inner hollow. Yet. You don't have any trouble yet. I heard that, unlike Ichigo, you never were pushed to the brink of your abilities while in Seirei, so your hollow might have simply not had a chance to act. That's not what I mean at all. There won't be any problems because all possible problems were already solved. As soon as Naruto stopped speaking, he moved his hand in front of his face, resulting in a fox-like hollow mask appearing, causing Shinji to almost fall out of the sky in shock. Frankly, he would have never revealed this part of his ability so freely before he had visited Seirei, and there were two reasons for that. First, he now had a grasp of how strong the strongest of this world were, and although he didn't think he could defeat all of them, he at least wasn't completely helpless. And, even more important, Peeping Tom Aizen was no longer within Seirei, making it much harder for him to spy on the world of the living. Well, there actually was a third reason why he decided to reveal himself to Shinji. Frankly, it was probably the most important. No, in fact, there was even a fourth one that might be the most important. To put it bluntly, Shinji's facial expression when Naruto revealed that he could already use holification was utterly hilarious, especially considering that Shinji was constantly trying to project the image of a cool-headed guy. His eyes bulged out as his mouth opened far enough to fit a tennis ball inside while a dribble of snot flowed out of his nose, displaying utter dumbfoundedness. As for the last reason why Naruto revealed his holification to Shinji. Splat. While he was distracted due to Naruto's words, he was no longer on guard against Naruto, allowing a pie to slip through his perception, hitting him square in the face, causing Naruto to laugh out loud while he was comically running away with his elbow and knee bent in a 90-degree angle. It took Shinji a while to regain his bearing, and seeing Naruto running away while laughing like a madman, he could only shake his head in bewilderment. Honestly, since he can already use holification, I should genuinely try to get him to join us as well. However, I don't want to guess I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Currently, Neutrogilga was walking through the corridors of Las Noches in a bad mood. Frankly, he was dissatisfied for a plethora of reasons, one of them being that he didn't like a bunch of weaklings being sent to the world of the living. He was pretty sure that all of them would die, so what was even the point of sending them? Although that fact annoyed him, he didn't really care about it in the end. However, what truly annoyed him was that there were Espada above him in Aizen's organizations. That was already bad enough, but his inferiority complex burned as bright as the sun when he thought about that not one, not two, but three people who ranked above him were actually women. In his opinion, men were superior to women, and having one towering above him was unacceptable. So, he decided to challenge Neliel Tuodlschwank, the weakest of the female Espada, to a duel, resulting in a crushing defeat for him. Now that he was turned into a full-fledged Arankara, he challenged her yet again. After tanking yet another crushing loss, he could only grit his teeth and continue honing his strength. Currently, he was Espada number 9, but he was pretty certain that his increase in strength after being turned into an Arankara was more significant than the other Espada, which should allow him to rise in rank. Despite being angered by those three female espada outranking him, there was someone else who irritated him even more, Yuna Uzumaki. Unlike the espada, who at least followed Aizen's command, she was utterly rampant, doing whatever she wanted, and surprisingly, Aizen didn't seem to care about that in the slightest. Noitra could simply not fathom why Aizen would allow her to act so rapidly, not understanding that for Aizen, all of this was merely a game to kill some time until the Hogyoku was fully awakened. As he continued walking, he noticed two young women a few meters ahead of him happily strolling with their arms interlinked while occasionally giggling, instantly annoying Noitra even further. Obviously, those weren't some random women, but one of them was the target of his anger. "Can't you bitches go into heat where no one can see you?" As soon as those words left Noitra's mouth, the two women stopped talking and turned around, almost causing him to take a step back. For a brief moment, the atmosphere became heavy before it lightened instantly as one of the women started speaking. "Oh, it's you, Nutty." Hearing how the first woman called Noitra, the second one chuckled in amusement before correcting the first. "That's wrong, Yuna, he's called Nutora." "Oh? Is that so, Hinata?" "Oh well, whatever Tilda. It's Noitra." Obviously, Noitra got angry after both Yuna and Hinata got his name completely wrong, but as soon as he complained, Yuna shrugged her shoulders. "Ma, whatever. No point in memorizing the name of an insignificant side character like you, after all." As soon as Yuna finished speaking, Noitra snapped and appeared in front of her, punch towards Yuna, who only leisurely shook her head while tilting her body to the side, dodging the blow. So slow. Before Noitra could react, Yuna's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying away. However, as he was flying away, Yuna couldn't help but look at her fist and tilt her head in confusion. "Damn, are you some kind of young master? Your skin is ridiculously thick, just how shameless are you?" Moments later, Noitra dug himself out of the wall he had just crashed into and resumed glaring at Yuna. "That is my hero. Of all the Arrancar, I have the best defense. No matter how much you attack me, you won't be able to deal any damage to me. It's impossible for a mere Shinigami to cut me." As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata vanished from her position and appeared in front of Noitra with the tip of her sword already piercing towards his shoulder. Before he could react to Hinata's action, blood splattered as Hinata's blade easily pierced through Noitra's shoulder, causing blood to splatter, while Hinata tilted her head in confusion. "That wasn't very hard, Tilda." Noitra couldn't help but grit his teeth after Hinata pierced his supposedly unbreakable skin like he was a normal human and quickly retreated a few steps, resulting in Hinata's blade leaving his body. "Shit, what was that? How can she overcome my defenses so easily? Even higher-ranked Espade have a hard time wounding me, so how can she slice through my hero so easily?" Seeing the blood on her blade and the distressed look in Noitra's eyes, Hyanta simply shook her head and sheathed her sword after flicking away Noitra's blood from it. "Yeah, let's end this here. I don't like bullying the weak." "Not only are you bullying the weak, Hyanta, but you are also bullying the mentally disabled as well, Tilda." Hinata briefly wondered what Yuna was talking about, but after paying a little more attention to Noitra, she couldn't help but feel a little guilt. After all, Noitra's hollow hole was actually inside his head, causing quite a large chunk of his brain to be missing. "I see, I apologize for bullying you, but in the future, you shouldn't claim that your skin is impossible to pierce through. That just invited trouble for you." The more Yuna and Hinata spoke, the angrier Noitra grew due to the duo not treating him as a genuine enemy but as a stupid child that boasted too much and got exposed for his lies. He was just about to retaliate when another voice echoed through the corridor they were in. "What is going on here?" Moments later, a mature woman with green hair and grey-brown eyes appeared in between Noitra and Hinata, pointing her sword at Hinata. Obviously, Yuna remembered this woman's name because she had big BR. Cough, because she was one of the stronger Arrancar. It was Neliel Tuodl-Schwank, and she was currently the 4th-ranked Arrancar. "Ma, no need to get angry, Neliel. This guy boasted that it was impossible to pierce his skin, so my wife couldn't help herself but become curious and test it out. Unfortunately, his claims were empty as she managed to pierce through his skin as easily as if he was a normal human, consequently wounding him in the process." Hearing Yuna's explanation, Neliel paused for a moment and took a glance at Noitra, who was glaring at Yuna with pure hatred in his eyes. Initially, this scene looked like Neutra getting bullied by Yuna and Hinata, instantly igniting her sense of justice, but after thinking about what kind of personality Neutra had, she could easily believe Yuna's story. He was simply too prideful for his own good, making enemies left and right while being completely unaware of how weak he was. When Neutra challenged her for the first time, she decided to serve him a crushing defeat to make him realize his place and no longer challenge those superior to him, but despite his crushing defeat, he didn't deviate from his mindset in the slightest. Neliel knew that not everyone was as forgiving as her, so she was also aware that if Neutra were to challenge another Espada that was stronger than him, he might die. As for why he even wanted to protect him, she was someone who wanted to protect the weak, and she considered Neutra to be one of the weak. Although that might be a weird mindset for an Arrancar to have, that was simply who she was. After finishing her contemplations, Neliel simply nodded her head at Yuna's explanation and sheathed her sword. "I see, in that case, I assume you have no interest in continuing this fight." Hearing Neliel's question, both Yuna and Hinata shrugged their shoulders in indifference. Neither deemed Neutra a character worth fighting, and although Yuna briefly considered playing a few pranks on them, in the end, she couldn't care less. While she had some fun messing with Zumriroro due to him being a fanatical follower of Aizen, Neutra was simply an idiot, not really awakening Yuna's desire to mess with him. Seeing Yuna and Hinata leave, Neliel nodded in approval and started walking away as well, completely ignoring Neutra. However, before she could get too far, Neutra spoke to her with a hatred-filled voice. "Why did you interrupt us? What was in for you in this confrontation? What do you want?" Hearing Neutra's angered voice, Neliel could only shake her head as she resumed walking away. "I don't want anything out of this. You are weak, so I decided to protect you. That is all." Neutra's anger increased even further after Neliel called him weak, looking at her departing figure with nothing but hatred. "That damn bitch, I'll teach her that I'm above her. I'm the strongest. No matter what happens, I'll get rid of her. I'll get rid of all of them. I'm the strongest." While everyone was leaving Neutra to dwell in his own illusions, Yuna and Hyanta reached Yuna's room. Although Yuna and Hinata had both been assigned one room each, neither of them thought for even a second of using separate rooms, resulting in them staying in the same room. Currently, Yuna was lazily lying on her belly, with her head resting on her folded arms, while Hinata was sitting on her back, massaging her shoulders. Although the whole scene was rather tame, neither of them had any delusions that this wouldn't end up in a rather steamy situation later on. However, before anything could happen, there was a knock on the door, causing Hinata to frown while a little smirk appeared on Yuna's face. Unlike Hinata, who was only paying attention to Yuna, Yuna still had some awareness of her surroundings, so she knew who was behind the door. "Enter." Hearing Yuna giving permission to enter, the door opened, revealing a busty woman with spiky blonde hair that had half of her face covered by the jacket he was wearing. "Oh, Hannibal. Seems like you decided to take my offer, Tilda." Although it took Hannibal a while to genuinely accept Yuna's offer despite having already agreed to it, in the end, she simply couldn't resist. Yuna promised her a way to significantly improve her strength even further, even after she got the power boost from the Hogyoku. Frankly, she didn't think that there were many Hollow who would reject such an offer, especially under such good conditions. Basically, all she had to do was abandon her current master for a new one if her current one abandoned her first. As soon as Hannibal entered Yuna's room, she couldn't help but have her eyebrows twitch in irritation. Somehow, whenever she saw Yuna, she flirted with Hinata, which somehow irritated her a little. After all, they were currently at war, and despite that, all Yuna seemed to care about was having fun with Hinata, utterly destroying the serious atmosphere. Despite that, she decided not to comment any further on the duo's action. After all, she was the one who wanted something from Yuna, while Yuna made her offer rather casually. If she had to choose between getting angry at Yuna for messing around and getting even stronger, it was rather easy to make a choice for her. "Yes, I decided to take your offer. You will help me to reach a higher level of strength, and in exchange, I'll follow you in case Aizen ever betrays me." "That's right, Tilda, quite the advantageous deal, isn't it, Tilda?" Although Hannibal didn't comment any further, she couldn't help but agree. Frankly, the conditions were outrageously far stacked in her favor, but despite that, she couldn't help but feel like she was the one being taken advantage of, which was the reason she hesitated for a while. "Very well. In that case, let's get started." As soon as those words left her mouth, she motioned Hinata to get up from her back, which she did with a dissatisfied pout on her mouth, causing Yuna to chuckle briefly, increasing Hinata's pout. Well, for now, sit down cross-legged on the bed and close your eyes. Time to create the first proper Hollow Shinigami hybrid tilde. Although Haribel couldn't help but be nervous due to Yuna's words, she couldn't help but be excited as well. She couldn't fathom exactly how much she would power up, but surely it wouldn't be trivial, right? Maybe, after the procedure finished, she would even surpass the #1 Espada, Tayuya. Frankly, she didn't even know why she trusted Yuna so much, but for some reason, her instincts were telling her that there was no need to worry. As a former Hollow that only followed its instincts and a powerful fighter now, she had a lot of trust in her instincts, so despite everything being rather sketchy, she decided not to back down. So, moments later, she sat on Yuna's bed cross-legged while Yuna was sitting behind her, with Hinata hugging her from behind with a pout on her face. Take deep and steady breaths and don't resist the pull you'll be feeling. Everything will be fine. Trust me. Hearing Yuna's smooth and steady words that seemed to reverberate in her mind, Haribel couldn't help but follow Yuna's words instinctively as, for some reason, she decided to trust her unconditionally. She couldn't fathom why, but she felt like she could trust Yuna unconditionally for some reason. As for the reason she felt like that, well, let's just say Yuna had been teaching youngsters for a very, very, very long time, so evoking their trust was rather easy for her. In other words, Yuna was good at coaxing little girls. Moments later, Haribel felt a hand touch her back, and before she could fully understand what was going on, she got the weird feeling that someone was pulling her consciousness away. Initially, she wanted to resist the feeling, as she knew that if she gave into it, she would faint, but she quickly remembered Yuna's words about not resisting. Despite there still being some hesitation in her heart, in the end, she decided to do as Yuna had told her to, resulting in her consciousness fading away. Although she didn't know what was about to happen, and despite her slowly losing her consciousness, she couldn't help but have a good feeling about this. I don't really get it, but I feel like this is the right decision. Meanwhile, Gringer Jagajax, another Espada, who was currently ranked 7th, couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger after hearing that all the Arrancar got wiped out. Frankly, even calling those trash Arrancar was already something he felt to be an insult. Why do we even send this trash out? Aizen should have just sent me, and I would have finished everyone worth mentioning. Why is he stalling like this? What does he want to achieve by doing this? As these thoughts passed his mind, his anger increased even further, causing him to grit his teeth so hard they almost shattered. Shit, this was utterly pointless. Maybe I should go to the world of the living by myself. I have no idea what Aizen is planning exactly, but killing every obstacle in our way should be the easiest way to win this, right? If Aizen were to hear his thoughts, he would probably only shake his head in disbelief, as ending this war against Seirei early was exactly what he didn't want to see happen. Unfortunately, he never really explained his plans to anyone following him, so it couldn't be helped that there would be some misunderstanding. In the end, Grinjo decided to be patient for now and not make any hasty moves yet. However, it was clear to him that if everything continued developing as slowly as it did now, he would undoubtedly do something he was not ordered to do and invade the world of the living. Haribel looked around in confusion as her head swiveled from right to left, trying to find out where she was currently. Everything around her was blue, and frankly, she couldn't even tell what direction was up and which was down due to feeling like she was floating in water. Where am I? Before Haribel could ponder her own question, another voice answered it for her. This is your inner world. Personally, I call it Minscape, but that isn't really important. So, it's something like the insides of my brain, Yuna. I think it is more accurate to say that we are currently in your soul rather than your brain. My soul. Then why are you here as well? Hearing Haribel's question, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle a little while shrugging her shoulders. What a weird question. I'm the one who guided you here, so I'm obviously here as well. As for the method, I briefly connected our mindscapes. Well, connected isn't really the right word, but it's something like that. Hearing Yuna's clearly simplified answer, Haribel briefly considered asking more questions but, in the end, decided not to do so. After all, there were more important things to do first. Before the conversation could continue, an angered roar echoed through Haribel's mindscape, drawing the duo's gazes toward a faraway place that seemed to be blocked by some kind of white mist. A roar? What is going on? Why did that sound so angry? Well, I don't know about you, but I would also be angry when someone allows someone else to use a tool that restricts my movement. Huh? What are you talking about? Your Zanpakuto spirit, obviously. Frankly, I cannot fathom how you can believe the way you handle your Zanpakuto is natural. You use it as a core to seal away your hollow powers, just to re-release them in battle. What's even the point of that? Unlike a Shinigami, whose natural form is with their sword sealed, while Shikai and Bankai cost some spiritual power to maintain, and Arankai's natural form only appears after they unseal their Zanpakuto. So, why even bother sealing your hollow powers within your Zanpakuto? Can't you just maintain your original form? Seeing Haribel being dumbfounded due to Yuna's words, Yuna could only sigh deeply. Seriously, you are doing the same shit Ichigo has going on for himself. One of your sources of power is suppressing another. That's just silly. The only reason why you don't have any trouble with your Shinigami powers is that you had been a hollow for a very long time, while your Shinigami powers only surfaced recently. Well, that and the fact that she only has 2 types of power sources, unlike Ichigo, who seemed to have multiple. I didn't notice any conflict after he regained his Shinigami powers, but after seeing him in Seirei, I can only say that that boy's powers are an utter mess. Oh? Was it really that bad? I wasn't really paying any attention. Yeah, it was a mess. While I felt like one was trying to suppress the other, there was a part of his power that seemed to clash actively with another, as if they didn't want to coexist with each other no matter what. I felt one more, but that one was too weak and barely noticeable. For a deeper analysis, I would need more time and direct contact with him. Sounds messy. Gahaha tilde chaos. Hearing her Zanpakuto spirit comment on Ichib's situation with her own name, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement before continuing the conversation. Well, if he somehow manages to align all of his power to properly work together, I believe he would become incredibly powerful, but knowing Ichigo, he will stubbornly reject everything but his Shinigami power while staying obvious and rejecting anything else, making the situation even worse. After all, Rukia told him, hollow equals bad, so, hallow equals bad. Stubborn people are so annoying tilde. Says the most stubborn person in existence. That might be true, but why wouldn't I be stubborn? After all, why should I change my opinion when I'm always right? So right. Finishing her little conversation, which didn't even take a full second due to it happening mentally, Yuna's gaze landed on the murky white mist in the distance. Pretty sure we should go over there and take a look. The first step to increasing your power is to learn your Zanpakuto spirit's name, which won't be too easy due to it currently being pissed at you. Hearing Yuna's words, Haribel nodded her head in agreement. She hadn't fully understood everything that was going on yet, but she understood that she had wronged her Zanpakuto spirit, which could be considered to be a part of her. Although she didn't even know that she had won up until now, that was no excuse in her mind. So, the duo walked towards the white mist, but while walking, Yuna suddenly stopped and looked into the distance while squinting her eyes. Is something wrong, Yuna? By now, Haribel had somewhat warmed up to Yuna and no longer spoke to her harshly. After all, everything Yuna had told her so far seemed to turn out to be the truth, meaning that she could really become stronger, resulting in her trusting Yuna quite a lot more by now. Hearing Haribel's question, Yuna averted her eyes from whatever she was looking at before simply continuing to walk. Meh, don't worry about it. I felt like someone was copying my style, but whatever. Haribel tilted her head in confusion, not really understanding what Yuna was talking about, but in the end, she simply shrugged her shoulder and continued walking as well. She might have warmed up to Yuna a little, but she wasn't a very talkative person from the start, so she didn't bother continuing the conversation. Moments later, the duo reached their destination and now stood in front of a wall made out of white fog that had the silhouette of a creature swimming within it. It was a little hard to see, but Yuna was pretty sure that creature was something like a big fish, a shark, or something similar. Before either of the duo could say anything, the shark-like silhouette approached the duo and started speaking with an angered voice. Why are you here? Why did you come here after you perverted what I'm supposed to be? Obviously, Haribel's Zanpakuto spirit wasn't happy with her. Haribel's Zanpakuto was supposed to further elevate her power, but instead of that, a tool was used to seal part of her power within it. In the end, she still got stronger due to part of her Shinigami power being released in tandem with her hollow powers, not that they were bound to her Zanpakuto, but in the end, it was far from how it was supposed to be. Haribel had already realized that her Zanpakuto spirit probably wouldn't be happy after realizing it was used for something it wasn't supposed to be used for. Although she still was loyal to Aizen, she couldn't help but be dissatisfied due to how crudely he handled the current situation. Only now, after seeing her Zanpakuto spirit, did she realize that instead of her becoming a proper Hollow Shinigami hybrid, she became a Hollow that could use a little bit of a Shinigami's power. At best, she could be considered a fake Arrancar. Initially, I did not fully understand what exactly the Hogyoku would do, but I won't use that as an excuse for what happened. Additionally, even though I never realized my Zanpakuto would one day have a Zanpakuto spirit, I won't use that excuse either. I can only hope that you can forgive my ignorance and cooperate with me from now on. Frankly, Haribel didn't like apologizing to anyone. She was in a position of power for a very long time and hadn't apologized to anyone for decades. Despite that, she had no trouble apologizing right now due to one thing Yuna made very clear to her: Haribel's Zanpakuto spirit was a part of her, just like her hollow powers were. She had no trouble apologizing to what was essentially a part of herself, even if it was sentient. Feeling the sincerity in Haribel and knowing her character due to being part of her, the shark-like silhouette backed away for a moment before sighing deeply. "Sigh, there is no point in me staying angry, is there? In the end, I only was in this state for a very short period of time, and it's not like I experienced any pain or discomfort. Additionally, in the end, I desire to cooperate with you as well. Very well, I forgive you. However, is it possible to remove this wall of fog? Until it is removed, it would be impossible for me to cooperate with you anyway." As soon as those words left the creature's mouth, Haribel's gaze immediately landed on Yuna. Frankly, Haribel understood most of the things that were going on, but since Yuna seemed to have planned everything out already, it was only obvious to ask her for a solution. Additionally, she might understand what was going on, but that didn't mean she had a solution for the current situation. Although she could grasp that the fog wall in front of her had something to do with the Hogyoku forcefully strengthening her, she had no idea what exactly it was or how it worked. Feeling Haribel's gaze on her, Yuna chuckled in amusement before she resumed talking. "I have a method, but I'll only use it after you promise me that you will tell no one what is about to happen next." Haribel paused a moment when she heard Yuna's offer, but after only thinking about it for a few seconds, she nodded her head in agreement. Although she still considered herself to be loyal to Aizen, there were no doubts that some cracks had started forming after she realized the state of her Zanpakuto spirit. Clearly, the Arrancar's well-being was not Aizen's priority, and he cared much more about experimenting with the Hogyoku than helping those under him get stronger. As soon as Haribel nodded her head in agreement, the atmosphere around Yuna changed as her purple eyes started glowing with power, involuntarily causing Haribel to take a step back. "What in the—" "Very well, in that case, I'll help you. I'll need to get a little rough, but no need to worry, everything will be fine." Before Haribel could comment any further, Yuna stepped in front of the fog barrier with disdain clearly visible on her face. The Hogyoku, created by Kasuke and improved by Aizen, her. It forcefully incorporates the power of a Shinigami into a hollow and vice versa. I'm sure there are other things that things can do, but that is all that is present in this case. A smirk appeared on Yuna's face as her hand moved, seemingly grabbing the fog floating in front of her. In the end, it's just a tool created by a bunch of brats, thinking they are God. Suddenly, without any warning, a domineering aura rippled out of Yuna, washing over Haribel's whole mindscape, almost causing her to collapse. Unlike before, when Haribel couldn't feel Yuna's presence at all, she now felt like an ancient god was standing in front of her. A god so powerful she could erase her with a single glance. In the outside world, there was a limit to how much power Yuna could display simply because her spiritual power was limited. However, inside a mindscape, only two things mattered: the strength of the soul and the strength of the will. Although Yuna's soul strength was still somewhat limited due to being reborn, her willpower was uncontested. So, while Haribel almost fainted due to Yuna exerting her will on her mindscape, while the shark-like Zanpakuto spirit trembled in utter terror, Yuna spoke a single word while moving her hand like she was ripping a poster from a wall. "Shattered." Crack. As soon as that single word left her mouth, cracks appeared in the space covered by the white fog, and seconds later, the sound of glass breaking echoed through Haribel's mindscape as the fog vanished, revealing a 10 meters huge, blue shark wearing a hollow-like mask. Usually, such a gigantic creature would cause people to be awed or even terrified of it, but said shark was currently cowering behind a reef, looking at Yuna like she was the personification of death. Considering the reef only had a height of around 5 meters, it looked rather comical. It took Haribel a while to regain her bearing, and when she did, she couldn't help but look at Yuna with a combination of awe, terror, and surprise. To tell the truth, Haribel wasn't knowledgeable enough about mindscapes to know what exactly Yuna had just done, nor could she fully grasp where the power Yuna had just used was coming from, but there was one thing that firmly manifested itself in her mind after what she had just experienced: never make Yuna your enemy. Seeing Haribel and her Zanpakuto spirit looking at her warily, Yuna chuckled in amusement before shrugging her shoulders. "Ma, no need to look at me like that. That's not something I can use casually." Cough. As if to confirm her words, Yuna coughed out a little blood, which splattered on the floor, causing Haribel and her Zanpakuto spirit to relax a little. What exactly was that? Hearing Haribel's question, Yuna only shrugged her shoulder before answering in a non-committed way. "Sorry, but that's one of my secrets, and we aren't close enough yet for me to tell you about it." Although Haribel was slightly disappointed that Yuna wouldn't tell her about what she had just experienced, she would push the matter, as she could understand that Yuna didn't trust her enough to just casually reveal some of her hidden cards. So, she decided to stop her brief conversation with Yuna and focused her attention on her Zanpakuto spirit, which had decided to get out of its hiding place by now, making it look much more imposing. "It is nice to meet you, I'm Tia Haribel. I hope we'll get along from now on." Hearing Haribel's words, the giant shark swam up and down, which Haribel interpreted as a nod of the head before it started speaking as well. "Very well, we had a bumpy start, but I hope we can work together from now on. My name is #SS and $. Haribel couldn't help but frown when she heard her Zanpakuto spirit introduce itself, because when it said its name, she couldn't understand it all. Realizing that Haribel couldn't hear its name yet, the giant shark couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. After all, this was the first time it talked with its wielder, so it would have been more surprising if she could already hear its name. "Oh well, seems like it's too early for you to hear my name, but I guess it can't be helped. Let's get along from now on." Although Haribel clearly wasn't happy about not being able to hear her sword's name yet, in the end, there was nothing she could do about that. She didn't know too much about how Shinigami and their Zanpakuto worked, but she did know that getting the Zanpakuto's name was a matter of trust. Considering what had happened so far, she was not surprised that there were still some cracks in how much trust there was between her and her Zanpakuto. "Very well, I'll learn your name soon." Seeing the determination in Haribel's eyes, the shark nodded in acknowledgement before its gaze landed on Yuna. "Frankly, I have no idea what kind of being you are, and I can't wait until you finally leave this place, but nonetheless, I'm thankful for removing that barrier and helping my wielder make contact with me. Ma, not need to thank me. After all, there is something in there for me as well, #SS and $. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, the air solidified as both Haribel and the giant shark were looking at Yuna with nothing but disbelief while sharing a thought. Did she just say my Zanpakuto's name or my name? What the hell? Yuna, seemingly oblivious to the duo's utter confusion, nodded her head with a satisfied expression on her face and turned around. Well, since my job here is done, I'll leave the two of you alone to get to know each other better. I'll hope you'll learn your Zanpakuto's name as soon as possible, Haribel." Just like that, Yuna walked away, leaving a dumbfounded Arrancar and the giant shark behind. Initially, there was nothing but silence between the duo, but after maintaining that silence for a few seconds, Haribel finally regained her bearing. "Did she just say your name, despite me not being able to hear it?" That seems to be the case. Yet again, an awkward silence reigned over Haribel's mindscape before she managed to squeeze out her next question. "Is that even possible?" "Pretty sure it isn't, but apparently it is." Haribel really wanted to doubt her Zanpakuto spirit's words, but seeing how it was just as distressing as her, she decided not to comment on this topic any further. "Well, considering what just happened, I think it's safe to assume that Yuna is some kind of incomprehensible monster, so let's stop bothering thinking about this. assuming what we have just experienced when she tore apart that fog barrier, her being able to hear the name of another person's Zanpakuto really isn't a big deal. Hearing Haribal's words, the shark-like Zanpakuto spirit yet again bobbed up and down, signaling that it agreed to Haribal's words. That's right, there clearly is something weird about her, so no need to think about it any further. Although both of them could clearly feel in how much denial they were, neither called out the other, instantly deepening their bond. In the end, it was only a question of time until Haribal heard her Zanpakuto spirit's name. A few days passed since Yuna helped Haribal communicate with her Zanpakuto spirit, and back in the world of the living, Tatsuki was currently jogging through a park with the rest of her karate dojo members. Frankly, practicing karate had lost quite a bit of its thrill after she experienced multiple real battles and even participated in the raid on Seirei, but she still continued practicing. Somehow, those karate matches that had no significant consequences felt rather relaxing to her now, so she wouldn't drop practicing karate anytime soon. However, as she was jogging, a powerful explosion happened not too far away from her, drawing everyone's attention. Unlike everyone else in the vicinity, Tatsuki's eyes widened when she felt two powerful spiritual pressures washing over her. Who the hell is that? One of them still feels manageable, but the other one is insane. Despite realizing that she would probably not be a match against the stronger individual, she still gritted her teeth and approached the source of the two spiritual pressures, finding a white-skinned man with black hair with a quarter of a hollow mask on his head and a huge bald man with brown skin with a hollow mask covering his chin. Both of them carried swords, and after the man with white skin slightly opened his jacket, revealing he had a hole just underneath his throat, Tatsuki confirmed that both of them were Arrancar. Although she had met that weird-looking Arrancar with the half-open mask a few days ago, these two were on a completely different level. They didn't even feel to be the same species as the creature she initially met. I've been in the world of the living a few times, but this truly is a boring place. The spiritual particles are so thin, I can barely breathe. Before Tatsuki could think about the duo in front of her any further, the big one started speaking, resulting in the smaller one shaking his head in aspiration. Stop complaining. I told you I could do this alone, but you are the one who insisted on tagging along, Yami. Hearing the small one's words, Yami simply shrugged his shoulder and looked around him, causing him to frown. Obviously, normal humans couldn't see him, but there was still a lot of people looking toward him due to the crater the duo had created upon landing here. Oh well, guess I'm sorry, Ulquiorra, however, all these people looking at me pisses me off. Hearing Yami's words, Ulquiorra was just about to comment that no one could see them anyway when Yami continued speaking. Oh well, I guess I'll suck out their souls. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a deep breath attempting to do something, but before he could do whatever he was planning to do, a lava-covered fist smashed into his face, sending him flying away. Although Tatsuki had no idea what Yami was planning to do, her instincts were telling her that it would be dangerous to allow him to act as he wanted. Maybe not for her, but undoubtedly for the other people present. Those thoughts were confirmed when as soon as Yami started breathing in, every normal human in the vicinity fainted. Fortunately, at that point in time, Tatsuki was already mid-attack, stopping Yami from doing what he wanted to do. Ulquiorra, who stood next to Yami, did not only see Tatsuki approaching in an attempt to attack Yami, he could have easily prevented it from happening. However, he didn't see why he should bother acting as a babysitter for Yami, who seemed to be completely incapable of perceiving his surroundings with his sense. Seeing the Arrancar, she was significantly more wary of not intercepting her attack. Tatsuki couldn't help but sigh in relief. She had no idea how prideful Arrancar would be nor how their command structure would work. Still, considering Ulquiorra didn't stop her, she assumed that fighting 2 vs 1 either went against their pride or that the superior fighting before the subordinate was defeated was thought of as improper. Good, if that pale guy doesn't intervene, I'll probably be fine. It appears like that big guy does not only have significantly less spiritual power, he isn't very good at fighting and sensing his opponent either. I should be able to do this. As for the pale one, I can only hope someone else comes here before I'm done with the big one. As Tatsuki finished her thoughts, Yami managed to dig himself out of the ditch he was just punched into and glared at Tatsuki. Ulquiorra, can I kill her? Hearing Yami's question, Ulquiorra briefly pondered his next works before shrugging his shoulders. She is not the one we are here for, but you can kill her. This should attract the one we are looking for. Ha ha ha, great. In that case, die. Seeing the colossal body of her opponent charging her like a bull, Tatsuki couldn't help but shake her head. Frankly, she had no doubt that Yami was stronger than her. Hell, he was a colossus with arms bigger than her shoulders were wide, so that wasn't surprising in the least. However, even if an enemy was much stronger than her, there was no way she would be done in by a mindless charge. So, just as Yami punched towards her head, Tatsuki lightly tilted her body and evaded the blow, just for her lava-covered arms to grab Yami's hand, using his momentum to jump up and twist her leg around Yami's neck, pulling him to the ground due to his own power. Moments later, Yami crashed on the ground with Tatsuki sitting on his chest. Before Yami could reorientate himself, lava-covered fists smashed into his face again and again, causing him to roar in anger as pain shot through his body. As Tatsuki continued pummeling Yami, Ulquiorra simply stood by the side and observed what was going on. Quite good for a mere human. Yami utterly outclasses her in spiritual power, but due to his carelessness and her skilled fighting style, she actually manages to gain the upper hand. Enough. While Ulquiorra was thinking about what was currently happening in front of him, Yami snapped, pushing Tatsuki away with a powerful burst of spiritual pressure. Although that was a huge waste of spiritual power, it was still better than getting helplessly pummeled. Seeing that Yami was barely hurt, Tatsuki couldn't help but frown. She had expected her attacks to do more damage than they actually did. Additionally, she noticed that the Arrancar in front of her had ridiculously hard skin. She was pretty sure that if she didn't have the ability to cover her arms in lava, a few of her bones would have been cracked by now. It's not enough. I'm still too weak. Like this, I'll never be able to fight next to Naruto. As those thoughts passed through her mind, determination radiated out of her eyes as the spiritual power inside her body started flooding her body far faster and denser than it ever did before. This isn't enough. I need more. Slowly but surely, pressure started radiating from Tatsuki's body as lava slowly started covering her legs, as her eyes started glowing red due to the spiritual power coursing through her body. Before Yami could react, Tatsuki bent her knees and shot forward far faster than she ever did before, and her fist yet again smashed into Yami's face, sending him crashing to the ground, and as soon as he regained his bearing and stood up, the heel of Tatsuki's right foot smashed into his head, yet again sinking him into the ground. As that was happening, Ulquiorra watched in fascination as Yami was getting the shit kicked out of him. Frankly, he assumed that only someone on the level of a captain could compete with an espada, but here he was, watching a regular human beat up an espada. Although it was the weakest of the 10 espada, it still was quite the feat. Fascinating. She clearly has far less spiritual power than Yami, but she still is beating him due to him just wildly swinging his fist without any technique. Moments later, a red energy beam shot skyward, forcing Tatsuki to temporarily back away from Yami, as she would rather not attempt to block a Zero of an Arrancar with more spiritual power than her. Unfortunately, as soon as Tatsuki came to a halt, Yami appeared in front of her, his fist already punching toward her head, causing her to click her tongue as she crossed her arms in front of her head. A loud boom sounded over the battlefield as Tatsuki was pushed back multiple meters due to the power of Yami's attack. Despite being pushed back, a ferocious smile appeared on Tatsuki's face as she leisurely wiped away the trickle of blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth. Oh yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun, Tilda. The best method for someone to get stronger is for them to fight through life-threatening situations. Although Tatsuki had fought in quite a few real battles by now, not once did she feel like her life was in danger. Either she fought inside a proper arena with an audience where killing was forbidden, fought with Naruto, who displayed killing intent, with Tatsuki knowing he would never kill her, or fought within Seirei, where Naruto was constantly present to protect her. She never fought someone under the condition that she would die if she lost. She loved every second of it. Tatsuki couldn't help but grin as she felt her control over her power increase dramatically every time she clashed with Yami. Her progress had been stagnating for a while now, but now she felt like she improved massively every time Yami overpowered her. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting on a nearby tree, watching the fight unfold. As he was leisurely swinging his legs back and forth, he couldn't help but smirk after seeing Tatsuki's bloodthirsty grin. Damn, that's so hot. Your degeneracy is getting worse by the day. What's so degenerate about enjoying watching your girlfriend beating someone up? Okay, no need you answer that one. I'll take the loss. While he was chatting with Kurama, Naruto briefly glanced at Ulquiorra, who Naruto was pretty sure had already spotted him. Seems like Pale Boy over there doesn't plan to intervene at all. MHH, considering the emotionless face, it's not easy to guess his thoughts, but it seems like he simply doesn't care. Oh well, if he does something, I'll intervene. Tatsuki. Meanwhile, Tatsuki heard a familiar female voice calling her name, almost causing her to curse, and when she briefly glanced at the source of the voice, she wanted to curse even harder. Oraheim and Sado, her. Frankly, I was looking forward to some reinforcement, but these two will only be a liability. Oraheim isn't a fighter, to begin with, and while Sado is someone who can fight, he's more of the brawler type. Clashing with this Yami guy head-on is definitely a bad idea. Ulquiorra, what about these two? Is one of them our target? You really need to work on your perception, Yami. They are both trash. Hearing the duo talk, Sado frowned while Oraheim was intimidated. Sado was aware that the two people in front of him had significantly more spiritual power than him, but he also noticed that Yami's face clearly was wounded with sunburn marks and a broken nose. If Tatsuki can wound him, then I should be able to do the same. However, this is no battlefield Oraheim should be on. Oraheim, you should stay away. Tatsuki and I will handle this. Oraheim couldn't help but be saddened after Sado finished speaking. After all, it was pretty clear that he was implying that she was too weak to fight the two people in front of her. Nevertheless, she decided to take Sado's advice and draw back a little. While Oraheim and Sado had a brief conversation, Yami decided to continue attacking, as the longer the fight took, the angrier he got. Not only did a single human manage to wound him, but now he was even ignored by another two, so how could he not get angry? So, with a loud roar, Yami charged at Tatsuki, who had already prepared herself for the next attack and dodged out of the way yet again, resulting in Yami coming to a halt between Tatsuki and Sado, who immediately took the chance for a pincer attack. Tatsuki, I'll fight him head-on. Use the chance to land a good blow. Don't. He's too. Boom. A loud explosion echoed over the battlefield as Sado and Yami's fists collided, resulting in Sado's whole arm getting broken at multiple places, while Tatsuki could only facepalm. Sai strong. The moment Sado's arm was mangled, Oraheim immediately realized just how big the power gap was, but despite that, she started healing Sado's arm without a moment of hesitation. Seeing Sado's arm literally getting put together like someone was reversing a movie, Ulquiorra's eyebrows rose while a pinch of interest briefly flashed through his eyes. What kind of power is that? It doesn't look like normal healing using Kido. Meanwhile, Tatsuki really wanted to curse as she quickly attacked Yami to pull him away from Sado and Oraheim. However, now that she was the aggressor, she felt a lot of pressure as it was much harder to use Yami's own strength against him when she was putting on pressure. As she continued dodging Yami's attacks, she couldn't help but click her tongue as she deliberately allowed Yami's attack to graze her, allowing her to put some distance between him and her while sighing in relief. Damn, about time someone else arrives. Yo, sorry for the delay, Tatsuki. TSK, about time you arrive, Ichigo. And where in the world is Naruto? Shouldn't he be faster than you? A few meters away, sitting in a tree, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a little when he heard Tatsuki's words. Seems like I'm about to get scolded, Tilda. Not sure why you are so happy about that. Has something weird awakened inside you? Nah, it's just that Tatsuki's angry face is really cute, so I can't help myself but look forward to it, Tilda. Definitely the awakening of some kind of strange fetish. While Naruto and Kurama were bickering, Ichigo activated his Bankai, causing Yami's eyebrows to rise before looking at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra, he said Bankai. Is that the one we are here to kill? Yes, that's the one. Hearing Ulquiorra's words, a smirk appeared on Yami's face as he looked at Ichigo like a predator looking at his prey. So you are finally here. Seeing Yami getting excited while briefly glancing at Sado's mangled arm, Ichigo couldn't help but frown as he raised his sword and pointed it at Yami. Step back, Tatsuki. I'll deal with him. Although Tatsuki couldn't help but raise her eyebrows due to Ichigo suddenly insisting on taking over her fight, in the end, she simply shrugged her shoulders and allowed Ichigo to act freely. She had already gotten a lot out of this fight, so she didn't mind sitting back. In fact, she was pretty certain that she would be able to cover her whole body in lava very soon. A few more fights against Naruto and a bit of meditation should definitely be enough to reach that kind of level. Oh well, since someone reliable appeared, I might as well have him finish this. As those thoughts passed through her mind, she looked at Ichigo's back, causing her to frown. Something feels off. Is Ichigo really as reliable as I assumed him to be? Damn, I planned to stabilize the changes my ability went through, but I somehow got the feeling things won't be that simple. As Tatsuki was deep in thought, Ichigo easily blocked one of Yami's punches before vanishing and reappearing behind Yami, resulting in Yami's hand getting sent flying through the air. Seeing how easily Ichigo severed Yami's hand, Ulquiorra could only shake his head at how inept he was. Yami was fighting against a Shinigami that could use Bankai, but despite that, he still wasn't using his sword, which clearly was a death sentence. Although Kurosaki Ichigo is stronger than I expected, in the end, he is no match for Aizen-sama. The fight continued a little longer, resulting in quite a few gashes appearing on Yami's body, which only made him angrier and angrier. Moments later, he had enough as his hand reached towards his Zanpakuto, finally intending to use it. However, seeing that the hollow in front of him was about to use a Zanpakuto reminded Ichigo of his encounter with Shinji, and before he realized what was going on, he could feel his inner hollow acting up. He fell to his knees, holding his head in pain, causing everyone else to look at him in confusion. Although Yami was about to pull out his blade, seeing Ichigo on the ground, groaning in pain, a wide smile appeared on his face as he appeared in front of Ichigo and kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying through multiple trees before coming to a stop. Ichigo. Seeing Ichigo being sent flying away, Oraheim couldn't help but panic as she started running toward him. Oraheim, don't come closer. Obviously, Ichigo didn't want Oraheim to get involved in this fight, as he was certain she would be easily overpowered, but despite Ichigo's yell, she still approached him, only for Yami to appear next to her. Seeing what was happening, Tatsuki's eyes widened as she saw the back of Yami's hand approaching Oraheim in slow motion. A punch from him destroyed Sato's arm, and although he is just trying to casually backhand Oraheim away, this might actually kill her. Shit, since Ichigo was easily dealing with him, I let my guard down. I need to block that attack. No, I will block that attack. Determination flashed through Tatsuki's eyes as she bent her knees and shot toward Oraheim and Yami far faster than she ever did. Meanwhile, Oraheim saw Yami's attack approaching her in slow motion as well, but no matter how she looked at it, she wouldn't be able to dodge or block it. Just when she was about to give up hope, Tatsuki appeared in front of her with her arms crossed in front of her chest and her whole body except for her head covered in an armor entirely made out of lava. Yami's hand collided with Tatsuki's crossed arms, and surprisingly, Tatsuki didn't budge a single centimeter, surprising not only her but everyone else present. Feeling barely any pressure from Yami's attack, Tatsuki couldn't help but smile ferociously as she raised her head and looked Yami in the eyes, revealing that one of her irises had turned yellowish golden. We are just getting started, Tilda. Meanwhile, seeing Tatsuki's transformation and ferocious expression, a shudder went through Naruto's body. Holy shit, that's so hot. I'm really close to busting in there, going full power, and beating these two jerkers up, followed by me throwing Tatsuki over my shoulder and hastily entering the closest hotel. No kink shaming. Didn't say anything. But I could feel your judgment-filled gaze. Yeah, that one won't be going away anytime soon. The fight between Tatsuki and Yami continued, while Ichigo could only stand at the sight and watch everything in utter bewilderment. Frankly, he knew that Tatsuki was pretty strong, but what the hell was happening right now? While he got beaten up due to his inner hollow messing with him, Tatsuki stepped forward and started fighting head after her ability somehow evolved even further. Oh hi Tilda, that sure isn't what I was expecting to see after I came here, Tilda. Suddenly, a playful voice entered Ichigo's ears, making him flinch due to the closeness of the speaker. He turned around and immediately saw Urahara Kasuke looking at Tatsuki in fascination while Yoruichi stood next to him with a similar expression. Just like Ichigo, the duo was pretty sure that they had a good grasp on how strong everyone around Ichigo was, but after seeing Tatsuki fight like this, those thoughts were quickly crossed out. How did she get so strong so fast? Clearly, her ability evolved, but how could that happen so quickly? The Hogyoku isn't even here anymore, so such a quick evolution should be impossible. As Kasuke was pondering the situation, Tatsuki took a nasty hit to her stomach that sent her flying backward, but mid-flight, she managed to right herself and land on her feet, followed by her dodging some kind of energy projectile that was too weak to be a Sero. Ha ha ha, that was a bala. It might not be as fast as a Zero, but it's 20 times faster, cockroach. As soon as Yami stopped speaking, he started continuously punching the air, shooting dozens of red projectiles at Tatsuki, who only shook her head as she ran toward Yami again. Even if the projectiles themselves were fast, the rate at which Yami could punch was very limited, so weaving through his attacks was easy. So what if they are fast? Shot by someone as slow as you, they are still easy to dodge. Although it took her a few seconds, she still managed to approach Yami and smashed her fist into his stomach yet again, sending him hurling through the air. Phew, I'm getting more and more used to this. Meanwhile, Kasuke squinted his eyes when he saw how skillfully Tatsuki weaved through Yami's attacks. Considering her age and where she grew up, it should be almost impossible for her to move that skillfully, but as these thoughts passed through his mind, a certain group of 3 individuals popped up in his mind. These 3 are all freaks, so maybe they did something. Can they help other people become as monstrous as them? Since the other 2 aren't here, is Naruto the one who helped her? Did he somehow find out in what direction Tatsuki's ability would evolve and train with her to develop it? However, could he have possibly found out about that? Somehow, the more I get to know those 3, the less I feel I know about them. Yami got up from the ground yet again, ignoring the pain from his stomach getting burned, and roared in anger. However, before he could resume attacking, Ulquiorra appeared in front of him and stopped him. That's enough, Yami. Huh? Ulquiorra. Seeing the confusion in Yami's eyes, Ulquiorra couldn't help but frown as he jerked his head toward Kasuke and Yoruichi. Those 2 are Shihoin Yoruichi and Urahara Kasuke. It's impossible for you to defeat them, so we are leaving. As Ulquiorra finished speaking, he touched the air behind him, resulting in a black portal opening up, allowing him and Yami to return to Hueco Mundo. As they were leaving, Tatsuki couldn't help but be a little dissatisfied. After all, she wasn't done fighting yet. However, she also realized that this was probably not a fight she could win yet, so she was relieved that her opponents were leaving as well. Shortly after Yami had left the world of the living, Ulquiorra turned around for a few parting words. We managed to fulfill our objective. I'll tell Aizen-sama that the Shinigami he had his eyes on is trash. However, even if I say that, Kurosaki Ichigo is certainly an unusual case. His spiritual power fluctuates from that of an average human to a level even beyond me. That young woman who fought Yami is also a rather interesting case. I wonder how much further her power can evolve. Additionally, the woman with brown hair is weak but has an interesting power as well. And finally, Ulquiorra briefly glanced into the distance, where he saw a man with blonde hair happily waving his hand at him, causing Ulquiorra to frown. There is Naruto Uzumaki, whose power ceiling is still unknown. No matter how much I observe him, I can't get a feeling of how powerful he is. Of all the people present, he might actually be the greatest danger to Aizen-sama's plans. Ulquiorra pondered about Naruto's presence and potential power a while longer before leaving the world of the living as well to deliver his report about what exactly has happened here. Meanwhile, Tatsuki deactivated her power, causing the lava that was covering everything but her head to dissipate, and as soon as she did so, she started staggering backward. However, before she could fall, she felt someone appearing behind her, followed by her getting picked up in a princess carry. Yo, that was a great fight, Tatsuki tilde. At first, she wanted to struggle away from whoever had just picked her up, but after realizing that it was Naruto, she relaxed a little before a frown appeared on her face. You are late, Naruto. Nope tilde, I watched the whole fight tilde. Tatsuki's eyes widened when Naruto admitted to having watched the whole fight, meaning he was here from the beginning. She was just about to protest but didn't get the chance to do so as Naruto quickly continued speaking. Seeing you fighting like that was truly beautiful tilde. Before Tatsuki could react, Naruto raised her up further while lowering his head, resulting in a deep kiss. Initially, Tatsuki was lightly trying to push Naruto away, but not even a second later, her hand snaked around Naruto's neck to fully enjoy the kiss. Oh hi tilde, is it just me, or is it getting hotter? As those words left Kasuke's mouth, a smirk appeared on his face as he started fanning himself. Hearing his words, Tatsuki flushed crimson due to finally realizing that there were quite a few people around her. Realizing that steam was about to come out of Tatsuki's ears as she tried to struggle away from him, Naruto broke the kiss and grinned at her broadly, causing her to blush even harder somehow. Idiot. Hearing Tatsuki call him an idiot with a crimson face and a barely audible voice, Naruto chuckled in amusement before shrugging his shoulders. "Ma, as I said, I might be an idiot, but I'm your idiot. Anyway, you should rest for now. You have pushed yourself beyond your limit, and fatigue will probably set in pretty soon. Or rather, it will probably hit you like a truck." Tatsuki simply nodded her head, mostly agreeing with Naruto. She could already feel her body getting slack while her mind was drifting away. She was pretty certain that she would fall asleep soon. "Just sleep, for now. Don't worry, I'll make sure no one sees you as I carry you to your home." Tatsuki couldn't help but sigh in relief when Naruto said that he would make sure no one saw how he brought her home. After all, the whole situation is already embarrassing enough, and being seen in a princess carry while sleeping would make things even worse. As for the people present here who already saw her getting carried, well, there was nothing she could do about that. She was rather close to falling asleep, but before doing so, there was one last thing she needed to know. "You really liked seeing me fighting like that? You don't think I'm some kind of savage woman now, right?" Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement after Tatsuki asked that question. Frankly, he wanted to tease her for being a tomboy, but he knew that that wasn't the right place to do so. "As I've said, seeing you fighting like that was beautiful. You should have realized by now that I'm a weirdo who likes unusual stuff, so there is no need to worry." Tatsuki held eye contact for a brief moment, and after seeing to even a smidgen of doubt in Naruto's words, she couldn't help but chuckle a little. "Right, that was a stupid question. A weirdo like you, who brings a girl to a fighting ring for their first date, obviously can't have normal preferences." As those words left Tatsuki's mouth, a smile appeared on her face while her eyes slowly closed due to her falling asleep. So Naruto nodded his head with a smile as well and started walking away as well. However, only after a few steps he paused and resumed speaking. "By the way, Kasuke." Due to Naruto and Tatsuki flirting with each other, seemingly forgetting the world around them, no one else said a word during the duo's interaction. Now that Naruto had directly addressed him, Kasuke couldn't help but be curious about what he wanted. "Yes? How can I help you, Tilda? Don't interrupt me while kissing my girlfriend again." Splat. Before Kasuke could do anything against it, he hit him in the face, utterly dumbfounding him and everyone present. Where the hell did that come from? What is even going on? Although Kasuke had a lot of questions, the only person present who might be able to answer them had already left, so he could only shake his head as he wiped the pie out of his face. Seriously, what's wrong with these twins and their bizarre abilities? Meanwhile, back in Hueco Mundo, Aizen had yet again gathered all of his Espada and couldn't help but wonder how some of the Espada's views on Yuna had yet again changed. Initially, Noitra was clearly hostile toward Yuna, but now he seemed to feel outright hatred for her. Additionally, Haribo's view seemed to have changed as well, as she initially didn't seem to care about Yuna's presence, but now she was looking at her with respect. What is that woman doing while I'm preparing my plans? I can still understand my Espada being hostile to her, but where does the respect come from? In the end, Aizen decided not to care about any of this. All the Espada and Yuna had seen is Shikai, so they were under his control. Additionally, even if they hadn't seen it, Aizen was confident of defeating all of them. After all, he will soon have the Hogyoku on his side, bringing him significantly closer to becoming a god. In the end, creating Arrancar and forming the Ten Espada was only something he did for his own amusement, to see how far they could grow without fusing with the Hogyoku. Moments later, a portal opened, revealing Ulquiorra and a beat-up Yami, causing some eyebrows to rise. While Yami kneeled in front of Aizen after he got closer, Ulquiorra continued standing upright. "We are back, Aizen-sama." "Ah, Ulquiorra, Yami, welcome back. So, tell your brothers and sister what you have experienced in the world of the living." "Yes, Aizen-sama." Without any hesitation, Ulquiorra removed one of his eyes from his sockets and crushed it with his hand. Surprisingly, the eye shattered like it was made of crystal, and moments later, a projection of what Ulquiorra had witnessed in the world of the living was displayed to everyone. It took a few minutes to watch the whole thing, and after the display was finished, Aizen nodded his head in understanding. "Ah, I see. So you judged that Kurosaki Ichigo was not worth killing?" "Yes, the order was to kill anyone who is an obstacle to us, so." "You are too soft, Ulquiorra." If it were me, I would have killed them with the first strike. Before Ulquiorra could finish speaking, a man with blue hair, a hollow hole in his stomach, and a hollow mask covering the right side of his mouth chimed in, resulting in someone chuckling in amusement, immediately drawing the man's attention. "You have anything to say, human?" Obviously, the person who sneaked in amusement was Yuna, who couldn't help but laugh at the blue-haired man's words. Sorry, Gramjoy. Hearing your laughable claim, I couldn't help but laugh at you. Would you have killed them with the first strike? Ichigo, who was basically defeating himself aside, didn't you see my little brother watching? Do you have some kind of humiliation fetish to claim you can kill him in a single strike? Who the hell is Gramjoy? My name is Grinjo. So what if he is your little brother? In the end, he is just a mere human. Just a speck of dust that can easily be crushed. Hearing Grinjo's answer, Yuna could only shake her head at the arrogance he was exuding. Didn't you see Tatsuki fighting Yumi on equal footing? She's just a mere human as well and doesn't even have Shinigami powers. If you were to fight Naruto, he would fold you up like a wet newspaper, Grumboy. Who the hell is Yumi? Who the hell is Grumboy? Feeling two anger-filled glares looking at her, Yuna could only shrug her shoulders in indifference. No need to get angry. I'm just not good with names. Especially not if they are from two people that have no significance in the grand scheme of things and have no connection to me. Male names. The name men have, to be precise. Hearing Yuna utterly disregarding them, Grinjo and Yami both snapped as their spiritual pressure crashed into Yuna, who only disinterestedly yawned as if she couldn't even feel the two spade pressuring her. That's it. Since the duo assumed that Yuna was still mocking them, both of them snapped and attacked her under the curious gaze of Aizen, who only watched the whole spectacle with interest. Let's see how capable she is. Considering she dared to come here to Hueco Mundo, she should at least have some skill, but I'm curious what she can do. Within Seirede, her Shikai was of a rather chaotic nature, but at the same time, her pranks were centered around a combination of ice and cakes, so I really wonder what her real ability is. Considering what I have seen of her so far, I think it is fair to assume that she somehow got her Bankai in record time. Otherwise, I don't think she would be able to terrorize Seirede the way she did. So, this is the perfect chance to bait out her Bankai and analyze it. Unless she is about to die, I'll not intervene in this fight. While Aizen was calmly analyzing the situation, Yuna saw the two people attacking her and could only shake her head. Just a bunch of ants. Gramboy or Yumi? Yumi, whose real name is actually Yami. Sure, whatever. While some people were wondering who Yuna was talking to and were wondering even more who was answering her, a scream of pain echoed through the meeting room, drawing everyone's attention. Currently, Yami was kneeling on the ground, his last remaining arm spinning in the air like a pinwheel, while the tip of a sword was resting just about his throat, threatening to pierce through it at any moment. Obviously, the person who was holding the sword was Hinata, who had stayed hidden up until now. Although Grinjo noticed Yami being defeated within an instant, he was far too angered to make a rational decision and continued charging at Yuna, who was still looking at him with disinterest. Grinjo shot forward, attempting to pierce Yuna's stomach with his hands, but before he could reach her, she casually raised her left arm and slapped Grinjo's attack away before attacking him with her right hand, slamming her fist into his stomach. Blood splattered to the ground out of Grinjo's stomach as he was sent hurling away and crashed into a wall, instantly silencing the whole room due to the display of overwhelming power. While silence reigned the room, a mocking smirk appeared on Yuna's face as she looked at Grinjo, who was currently struggling to stand up. He told her you would have killed them with the first strike, huh? Although I'm a little stronger than Naruto against a small fry like you, he probably doesn't even have to use his Shikai. Obviously, Grinjo became even more furious due to Yuna mocking him, but currently, he couldn't get up. Despite being defeated within an instant, his desire to fight was still burning brightly, causing Yuna to shake her head in indifference. Just a struggling ant. Let's go, Hinata. MHH. Hearing Hinata hum in acknowledgement, the duo left the room, leaving a rather awkward silence behind. While the hollow ranking below Grinjo were utterly dumbfounded due to what just happened, the ones above his rank still held their head high, thinking that they could easily deal with Grinjo in the same way. Well, obviously, Taiyuya was thinking the same while simultaneously being aware that even if that was the case, fighting Yuna would always be a mistake, which she wouldn't make. Aizen, on the other hand, couldn't help but be dumbfounded due to what he had just witnessed. To think she was that powerful. I admit that I underestimated her, but in the end, things are still fine. I firmly have her under the influence of my Kyoka Swajutsu. Additionally, the Hogyoku will soon be fully fused with me, making me invincible with endless potential for evolution. In the end, everything is going according to plan. A groan escaped Tatsuki's mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. Although her body felt sluggish, she was rather comfortable right now as her head rested on something warm while something was occasionally combing through her hair, making her even more comfortable. However, after she had fully opened her eyes and noticed a pair of clear blue eyes looking at her with warmth, she realized that her head was currently resting on Naruto's lap while he combed his hand through her hair, immediately causing her face to flush crimson. "Yo, how are you feeling, Tatsuki?" "NN Naruto." What are you doing?" As soon as she realized the position she was in, she tried to get up, but Naruto softly held her in place by resting his hand on her forehead, making her even more flustered. "Geez, calm down, Tatsuki. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and relax." Initially, Tatsuki wanted to struggle harder, but after hearing Naruto's words, she decided to follow his advice. "Alright, what am I even getting so flustered for? We have already K-kissed, so why would I get flustered over resting my head on his lap?" Despite those thoughts, Tatsuki couldn't help but squirm a little every time Naruto's hand passed through her hair, and only after around a minute did she manage to calm down a little and just enjoy the sensation. Although her cheeks were still colored a little pink, she still managed to calm down a lot and reopened her eyes. "Where are we?" "I fell asleep while you were carrying me." "MHH. Oh, we are at my house. I thought you would rather not have your parents see me carrying you home, so I went here instead." Why you're home?" Since Yuna and Hinata aren't here, doesn't that mean it's just us two in here?" "MHH. Yeah, we are currently the only people in this house." As soon as those words left Naruto's mouth, Tatsuki's crimson blush returned as all kinds of thoughts entered her mind. No way. It's just us two in here. Isn't this bad? Does Naruto want to do it? No way, I am not ready yet. Well, I kind of feel that I'll never truly be ready and that Naruto would take the initiative, so No. What are you thinking about, Tatsuki? Seeing Tatsuki's facial color change as it became redder and redder, Naruto had to suppress a chuckle as he leaned down with a concerned expression on her face, bringing his face significantly closer to Tatsuki. "What's wrong, Tatsuki? Do you have a fever due to exhausting yourself too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, his hand landed on Tatsuki's forehead to see whether it was hot or not. Frankly, Naruto wanted to put his forehead on hers to make her even more flustered, but considering that she was currently resting her head on his lap, that was rather impossible. No, I'm fine, Naruto." Is that so, Hearing the teasing undertone in Naruto's voice, Tatsuki immediately threw a vicious glare at him as her cheeks remained crimson. "Seems like you want to say something else, Naruto." Feeling Tatsuki's vicious glare on him, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he held eye contact with her. Nothing much. It's just a little surprising how my cute little Tatsuki has perverted thoughts like that, As soon as Naruto finished speaking, Tatsuki somehow managed to blush even harder as she threw a vicious glare at Naruto while simultaneously trying her hardest to prevent steam from coming out of her ears. Who are you calling a pervert?" I am not a pervert. You are the pervert." Seeing Tatsuki getting more and more flustered, Naruto couldn't help himself but chuckle in amusement as he lightly grabbed Tatsuki's chin, forcing her to look at his face, resulting in her seeing Naruto's predatory smile. "That's right. I'm definitely a pervert, and frankly, I'm rather close to pouncing on you, Seeing Naruto's expression and hearing his words, Tatsuki couldn't help but freeze up as she had no idea how to react to what Naruto had just said. On the one hand, she was undoubtedly happy that Naruto was attracted to her, but on the other hand, she felt like things were moving too quickly. As Tatsuki was totally frozen due to Naruto's words, she noticed one of Naruto's hands approaching one of her more intimate places, resulting in her closing her eyes with a mix of anticipation and fear. However, instead of Naruto gently touching her, she felt him flicking her forehead, resulting in Tatsuki exclaiming in surprise. "What?" Naruto almost laughed out loud as he savored the look of utter bewilderment on Tatsuki's face. Hee, I wonder what you expected me to do. Or rather, I wonder what you wanted me to do, Tilda. Hearing Naruto's words, Tatsuki threw him a vicious glare before she resumed talking with a pout on her face. Stop bullying me. I don't think I will, Tilda. As Tatsuki continued glaring at him, a serious expression appeared on Naruto's face as he helped Tatsuki get up from his lap, surprising her greatly. As far as she knew, Naruto was pretty much never serious and was always messing around, so she became serious as well. Anyway, jokes aside, there is actually something really important I need to talk about with you. Frankly, before I talked to you about this, I was not willing to advance our relationship any further, and after I told you, you might actually want to break up with me. As soon as Naruto stopped talking and Tatsuki had fully digested his words, she couldn't help but look at him in astonishment. Initially, Tatsuki couldn't care less about dating someone, but after getting closer to Naruto, she realized just how much she enjoyed spending time with him, so she doubted she would straight up break up with him. Well, you have undoubtedly noticed a certain strangeness in Nasan, Hinata, and me, right? Tatsuki simply nodded her head and motioned Naruto to continue. Although she knew that there was something weird about the trio while being certain that Naruto would tell her about it if she asked, she didn't do so yet, because she was afraid of what Naruto might tell her. Although that was still the case, since Naruto decided to take the initiative, she chose to listen. Well, might as well start where everything began. So, a little girl was born in an unassuming city and lived in the slums as an orphan. Then young master killed him, a father came for revenge, killed him, a grandfather came for revenge, killed him, a great-grandfather came for revenge, killed him, bought a slave, betrayal, genocide of a clan, genocide of a city, genocide of a country, genocide of a continent, genocide. As Naruto continued narrating a story that seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with him that seemed to get more and more outrageous, Tatsuki's eyebrows started twitching in irritation as she wondered where Naruto was going with this. Bought 2 slaves, slept with them, decided to make a harem, added another woman, added another 2 women, added another woman, added another 3 women, added another woman, added enough. Okay, can you leave out the parts where she adds more women to her harem? What? That's more than half of the story. Oh, well, guess it doesn't matter much. Seeing Tatsuki's eyebrows twitching harder and harder, he decided to comply with her demands and cut a few parts out of the story and continued narrating. Anyway, then, after becoming the strongest being, she founded an invincible sect and ruled the realm for a very long time as she continued getting stronger. Finally, her life ran out, and she used her most powerful move to annihilate another opponent while burning her life in the process. What with that sudden ending? Well, you asked me to cut off the parts that involve her harem. Tatsuki could only sigh, again and again, not really understanding why Naruto told her such an absurd story. Obviously, she realized that the main character of that story was probably Yuna, but she couldn't really see how any of that was relevant yet. Fine, I'll leave the abrupt ending and all the other absurdities aside, so can you tell me why you told me that story? That was only the first part. Now that you understand the background, it's time for the main story. However, before that, what do you think about the things I have just told you? The story was utterly ridiculous, and if it were to be turned into a movie, the film would end up categorized as pornography. Hearing Tatsuki's words, Naruto nodded in approval before opening his mouth to continue speaking. So, turns out the woman didn't actually die and was reincarnated into another world, where reborn as a twin, a masked man, a giant fox, hidden plots, a cake. Please leave out the parts involving cake as well. Hearing Tatsuki's words, Naruto looked at her like she was an alien before shrugging his shoulders and continuing his narration. Well, since she only wants around half the story, I might as well deliver. Anyway, emo boy seeks revenge, gets beaten up, emo boy seeks revenge, gets beaten up, emo boy seeks revenge, gets beaten up, pie. Leave the pies out as well. Naruto briefly looked at Tatsuki like she had just betrayed him before sadly nodding his head and continuing the story. Fine, dude with God complex appears, he gets beaten, dude with God complex appears, he gets beaten, dude with God complex appears, he gets beaten, a woman with God complex appears, she joins the harem. Oops, I was supposed to leave out those details, sorry about that. As Naruto continued narrating, Tatsuki grew more and more bewildered as everything became more and more ridiculous. Obviously, she had realized that Yuna's twin in her second life was Naruto, but she had no idea how she was supposed to handle that information. A few minutes later, Naruto finally ended his story with how he and the rest of his little group got here, resulting in an awkward silence between Naruto and Tatsuki. Only after digesting everything she had just heard for another 10 minutes did Tatsuki finally open her mouth and continue speaking. So, what you are telling me is that you are some kind of immortal shinobi god that got trained by his older sister, who is some kind of cultivation shinobi god thing. Additionally, you and your sister possess an extensive harem of a frankly ridiculous size somewhere in another world. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So, do you believe the story I have just told you? Tatsuki couldn't help but smile wryly when Naruto asked whether she believed his story to be true or not. After all, everything she had just heard was beyond ridiculous, with one abnormal plot twist and incident after another. However, despite all of her doubts, she could feel like she should believe what Naruto had just told her. No matter how she looked at it, she didn't think there was any advantage for Naruto to tell her such an elaborate lie. Let's pretend like I believe everything you just told me. Why would you even tell me about it? Because there is a very high chance I'll reconnect to my already existing harem at some point in time, and I don't want you to have any regrets about dating me. I want you to know that if you choose to stay with me, the chance of other women becoming part of my life is pretty much 100%. Tatsuki kept quiet after Naruto finished speaking. There was a lot to digest, and she honestly wasn't entirely sure how she was supposed to handle the current situation. Obviously, she liked Naruto and had a lot of fun hanging out with him, but this was something she had no clue how to handle. However, as she pondered her reaction for a while, she remembered Ranjiku's words, which basically painted a picture of an enjoyable life with multiple partners. Obviously, Tatsuki wouldn't accept everything so easily, especially since Ranjiku's situation was pretty different from her own, but remembering the conversation with her at least broke a few barriers Tatsuki had about this whole situation. So, after around 10 minutes of utter silence in which Naruto patiently waited for Tatsuki to sort out her thoughts, she finally resumed speaking. I assume you aren't willing to let go of all those women and stay with me alone. Naruto only briefly shook his head before he answered Tatsuki's question. I'm sorry, but that won't happen. I love all of them and even have children and grandchildren with quite a few of them. No matter what, I won't abandon them. Can you really love that many women, Naruto? I don't know about others, but I can. I'm stubborn, Tatsuki. Very stubborn. I'm probably one of the most stubborn people in the world. If I fall in love with someone, I'll never let go. Feeling Naruto's blue eyes shining with determination while seemingly piercing through her very existence, Tatsuki couldn't help but shiver as she continued asking questions. What if I reject you because of your past? What will you do? Isn't that obvious? I'll continue pursuing you no matter the circumstances. Yet again, Tatsuki couldn't help but shiver due to Naruto's intense gaze as she continued evaluating what she had just heard. Obviously, I don't want to share my man. Internally calling Naruto her man already caused her to blush, but she continued thinking nonetheless. However, things are a little different. I cannot help but believe Naruto's story about his past life simply to how much it would explain and the ridiculousness of it all. In that case, if everything he said was true, it's not a case of me dating him and allowing him to make a harem, it's me joining an already existing harem. This decision might be easier to make if I knew any people Naruto is acquainted with, but I do know not a single person. Shit, why am I even thinking about this? My boyfriend has a harem, and even if it is in another world, shouldn't I immediately dump him? I don't want to. No matter how I look at it, I have a lot of fun spending time with Naruto, so I don't want to lose him. But that harem situation, I really did. As Tatsuki was sinking deeper and deeper into her own thoughts, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder, startling her and pulling her out of her thoughts. She looked around in confusion, and moments later, she noticed Naruto looking at her with a gentle gaze, causing her heartbeat to speed up. Calm down, Tatsuki. I'm not asking you to make a decision right now. Take your time. Think about the whole situation and calmly make your decision. There is no time limit. Think about what you want, your desires, and your goals for the future. I'll wait for your answer, and if you have any more questions, then ask them, and I'll answer them as truthfully as possible. Although there are some things that I can't tell you for your own safety, as long as it's about our relationship, I should be able to answer you 100% truthfully. Although Tatsuki wasn't happy that Naruto was still withholding some information from her, considering the last part of his little speech, she couldn't help but be satisfied. Frankly, she was happy that Naruto wasn't pushing this matter because if he did, there was a high chance that she would simply accept due to not wanting to lose Naruto. Like this, she had plenty of time to think about everything she had just heard and experienced and could come to a proper conclusion about how her relationship with Naruto would or wouldn't continue. Thank you, Naruto, for telling me all of that. I don't know how to handle what I have heard just now yet, but I'm still happy you told me about it instead of tossing me in the cold water. Sorry, I'll be going home for now. I have a lot of stuff to think about. Naruto simply nodded his head due to having already predicted that kind of reaction. Obviously, a woman from a modern era wouldn't just shrug her shoulders and accept being part of a harem, so Tatsuki's reaction was pretty much how he expected it to be. That's fine, Tatsuki. Take your time and think about everything you have just heard. Additionally, never forget that I love you, Tilda. Yet again, Tatsuki's face flushed crimson as she heard Naruto proclaiming his love for her with a cheeky grin, seriously igniting the desire to punch him in the face while desiring to copy what Naruto had just done as well. HMPH, idiot. Hearing Tatsuki's sundry remark, Naruto laughed out loud as she answered her. Ha ha ha, you're idiot and I still love you, Tilda. Just like that, another day passed and Naruto and Tatsuki were back at school. While Naruto couldn't help being annoyed due to Ichigo looking like a beaten dog because he lost the fight against Yami, Tatsuki's face was constantly changing color from white to pink to red and back to pink. While most of her classmates had no idea what was going through her head, Naruto had no doubt that she was thinking about everything he had told her yesterday, causing him to smile lightly. Seems like she is seriously thinking about it. That's good, Tilda. Just like that, the degeneracy continues spreading. Naruto was about to start arguing with Kurama when he picked up a few rather familiar presences walking through the hallways of the school, and moments later, everyone in the classroom could hear a few people talking with each other. So, which classroom is it? No clue, Tilda. What? Didn't you write it down? Yep, but I lost the paper, hee Tilda. You lost it. Relax, all we have to do is search for his spiritual power and we'll be fine. Oh? It's this one, right? Suddenly, the door to the classroom was opened, revealing 5 people: Ranjiku, whose breasts threatened to plop out of the school uniform she was wearing, Renji and Ikaku, who became friends with Ichigo after fighting him in Seirei, Yumichika Ayasugawa, who could probably be considered Ikaku's sidekick, and finally Toshiro, who previously was bullied. Defeated by Yuna. Yo, it's been a while, Ichigo. The moment Ichigo heard the familiar voice, his gaze moved toward the door, causing his eyes to widen before approaching the just-arrived group. Oh. What are you guys doing here? As soon as Ichigo got closer to the group, Renji resumed speaking silently, so no other person in the room could hear him. We are here to help you with your against the Arrancar. Huh? What's an Arrancar? Hearing Ichigo's question, Renji couldn't help but facepalm, but before he could answer Ichigo, another person answered his question. It's those guys that kicked your ass previously. Ichigo's eyes widened as his gaze wandered toward one of the windows, where a petite young woman could be seen climbing into the room. Rukia. Seeing more and more people pop up, the rest of the classroom naturally sank into confusion due to so many unique characters suddenly appearing. Who are these people? Dan, look at that blonde bombshell. What's with the bald guy? Why is he carrying a sword? Dan, is that Baldy a delinquent? Ichigo, do you know these people? Okay, the 2 people who just called me bald, step forward. While the newly arrived group mostly ignored the murmuring of the peanut gallery, Ikaku snapped due to being called bald multiple times, instantly intimidating the onlookers. While that was happening, Ichigo and Rukia held eye contact for a bit longer before Rukia shot forward and kicked Ichigo in the face, sending him flying backward, where Renji was already waiting to restrain him. Hey! What's the meaning of this? Ichigo tried to look Renji in the eyes to see his intention, but he only averted his gaze. Suddenly, Rukia appeared in front of Ichigo and slapped him multiple times before putting on a glove and pulling Ichigo's Shinigami form out of his body, resulting in his physical body sagging down. Hey, where are we going? Shut up and come with me. Seeing Rukia casually abducting Ichigo, Ikaku couldn't help but scoff in disdain. Pa. Did you see the look in his eyes? He needs a serious trashing. HMPH, what a clown. Obviously, due to Ichigo seemingly getting knocked out by Rukia, the Peanut Gallery's discussion escalated even further, but this time none of the new arrivals bothered reacting to them. Meanwhile, Keigo, who froze the moment he saw Rangiku, finally managed to get out of his daze and jumped toward her. Hello, my beautiful goddess. Rangiku, whose gaze briefly wandered over the room, quickly spotted Naruto, causing a happy smile to appear on her face. She quickly walked toward him and, while doing so, casually smashed her fist into Keigo's face, sending him to the ground. Naruto. It's been a while, Tilda. Oh, Tilda, good to see you again, Rangiku. Instantly, all eyes in the room landed on Naruto, who apparently knew the big busted foreigner that had just entered the classroom. While the boys were looking at him in envy, the girls' gazes quickly landed on Tatsuki, who they expected to be angry. However, oh, you are here as well, Tatsuki. How have you been? Rangiku suddenly greeted Tatsuki as well, meaning that they at least knew each other, dumbfounding the others. They really wondered whether Naruto and Tatsuki duo could have met Rengoku. After chatting for a short moment to catch up with each other, Rangiku asked a question that instantly froze the whole room. By the way, Naruto, I'll be staying here for a while. Can I sleep at your place? Instantly, all eyes snapped toward Tatsuki, who everyone was expecting to get angry, but to everyone's surprise, she barely reacted at all. Tatsuki, why don't you say anything? Isn't Naruto your boyfriend? Why are you so relaxed despite another woman wanting to sleep at his place? Hearing that question from one of her classmates, Tatsuki simply shrugged her shoulders and answered the question. Well, I'm not really worried. After all, Rangiku is together with Yuna, so I see no problem. What? Obviously, everyone was surprised by that revelation since, as far as they could tell, Yuna was getting along really well with Hinata. So, where did this new woman come from? What about Hinata? MHH. She's together with Yuna as well. Huh? Is Yuna cheating on her? Isn't that too brazen? However, before anyone else could make any assumptions, Rangiku decided to clear the misunderstanding. Not at all, Tilda, actually. Hinata and I are getting along rather well, Tilda. Yet again, the room was silenced, while Toshiro couldn't help but sigh. He knew that there was something going on between Rangiku and Yuna, but he was not expecting it to be this kind of situation. However, in the end, he didn't comment on what his lieutenant did in her free time since it wasn't his job to worry about that. It took a while, but after a few moments of stunned silence, Keigo, who was previously knocked to the ground by Rangiku, managed to regain his bearing to ask another question. Are you telling me that Yuna is dating two women at once? Actually, it's 4 Tilda. Hearing Rangiku's answer, Keigo staggered back a few steps before his gaze landed on Chizuru, who had recently started calling Yuna Yuna-sama while somehow starting to date two girls at the same time. Again and again, his gaze wandered from Chizuru to Rangiku, to Chizuru, to Rangiku, to Rangiku's breasts, before he finally fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, he gave a deep kowtow to the seat where Yuna usually sat, before raising his upper body, eyes gleaming with worship. Yuna-sama, please grant this unworthy one a smidgen of your wisdom. Seeing that, Naruto could only shake his head as he resumed talking to Rangiku. Another one, huh? The degeneracy is spreading faster and faster. Meanwhile, back in Hueco Mundo, Yuna tilted her head in confusion. Is something wrong, Yuna? Hearing Hayata's question, she briefly paused before her gaze scanned her surroundings. Moments later, she opened her mouth and started speaking with a hint of uncertainty in her voice. I'm not sure, but I feel like someone is asking for my help. For your help? With what? Seducing women and making a harem. Sigh, so it's the usual. Yep, Tilda, someone must have realized how amazing I am, Tilda, as expected of me, Tilda. Anyway, considering the current situation, shouldn't you address me with Sama? Get back to work already, Tilda. Hee, as you wish, Yuna-sama, Tilda. As soon as Hinata finished speaking, she lowered her head and returned to the activity she was previously doing, causing Yuna to moan in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Haribel was roaming the corridors of Las Noches with a conflicted expression on her face. After Yuna allowed her to meet her Zanpakuto spirit, some doubts about Aizen started surfacing in her mind. Since she had sworn her allegiance towards Aizen, she wouldn't break that vow so easily, but considering Aizen was the one who literally sealed away a part of her, even if it was done without his knowledge, she couldn't help but have some doubt about him. Just ditch that loser and follow Yuna instead. Sigh, it's not that easy, Tiburon. After I decide where my loyalty lies, I won't back down so easily. I have my own set of morals that I won't betray so easily. TSK so annoying. I really hope that Yuna is right and Aizen does something that's considered a betrayal so that you can leave his side with a clear consciousness. Over the course of the last few days, Haribel has managed to befriend her Zanpakuto spirit to a high enough degree to learn its name, Gran Tiburon Blanco or Tiburon for short. Unlike Aizen, who was the one responsible for sealing her away and preventing Haribel from learning her name, she was much more in favor of Yuna, who helped Haribel learn of her Zanpakuto spirit. Obviously, Tiburon would prefer Haribel to be independent and serve nobody, but since that option was already gone, she would rather have Haribel follow Yuna instead of Aizen. Obviously, as Haribel's Zanpakuto spirit, Tiburon was fully aware of what kind of character Haribel had and that she wouldn't break her vow of servitude so easily, but despite that, she brought it up any chance she got. As Haribel was walking the corridors of Las Noches, she noticed three familiar figures approaching her from the end of the corridor, causing her to ponder what she should do with them. He should probably talk with them about this matter. After all, just like me, they should desire more strength. The three people approaching her were her three followers, Emilu Apache, France Carmilla Rose, and Cyan Sung-sun. Emilu Apache was a tomboy Sharinka with heterochromia, with her right eye being blue and her left eye being amber. She had black, jaw-length hair, and her masked fragment was on the top of her head with a horn in the middle. France Carmilla Rose was an Amazonian-looking woman with brown skin, green eyes, and long brown hair. She had a big overall frame, and the clothes she was wearing were barely covering her body, while her Holwa mask covered parts of her head and her neck. Finally, there was Cyan Sung-sun, who was a slender female Arrancar with long, flowing, olive-green hair, long eyelashes, and lavender eyes with three pink dots just below her right eye. Her mask remnants created three hair clip-like extensions on the right side of her bands. She wore a long white dress with sleeves extending far beyond her hands. Greetings, Haribel-sama. Although all three of them had vastly different personalities, with Emilu being a tomboy, Francesca trying to act like a stoic warrior while constantly losing her composure, and Cyan being the quiet type that loves riling up her two comrades, all three of them were fiercely loyal to Haribel. Although Haribel was aware that all three of them considered her to be the superior, she couldn't help but treat those three as comrades rather than subordinates, resulting in quite a few Arrancar mocking her behind her back for being too soft. Obviously, she couldn't care less about that, as due to being one of the highest-ranked Espada, she couldn't give a shit what others said about her. As for those who openly mocked her, wouldn't she just have to beat them up? Anyway, seeing her three followers coincidentally crossing her path, Haribel quickly made a decision on how to proceed. You three, follow me to my room. Something important came up. After she finished speaking, Emilu's face flushed red as she nodded her head in understanding, while Franska and Cyan did the same with a hint of excitement on their faces. However, despite the trio's clear change in facial expression, Haribel was deep in thought as she affirmed the next step she would take. No matter how I look at it, I need to help these three communicate with their Zanpakuto spirits as well. Anything else would betray the loyalty they felt towards me and our comradeship. Hopefully, one of them can talk sense into you, so you finally ditch that loser. Hearing her Zanpakuto spirit calling Aizen a loser yet again, Haribel couldn't help but frown, but in the end, she decided not to start this discussion again. Moments later, Haribel and her three followers reached Haribel's room, and after sitting down on a comfortable couch, Haribel couldn't help but sigh deeply due to what she was going to talk about with her followers. Frankly, she had no idea how they would react to what she was about to tell them. She was just about to start speaking when she looked at the trio, causing her head to tilt in confusion. What are you three doing? As soon as Haribel's words left her mouth, Emilu, Franska, and Cyan, who were in different states of undress, froze up, looking at Haribel in confusion. Didn't you call us here for, some service? As soon as that question was asked by Emilu, she started blushing even harder as the other two looked at Haribo in confusion, causing her to sigh deeply. Frankly, Haribo herself didn't even know what was going on. While the group of four was still normal hollow, neither of them had any sexual desires, but the closer they got to becoming a Shinigami, the more those desires bloomed. It wasn't even just their sexual desires that became stronger, but other emotions grew as well while other urges receded. For example, hollow tend to be incredibly greedy and gluttonous, desires which all four of them felt weakening the more they leaned towards becoming Shinigami. So, having their urges increased and constantly seeing Yuna flirting with Hinata finally broke the straw at one point, resulting in the trio approaching Haribo with their desires to serve her on a more personal basis, which Haribo agreed to, surprising not only herself but the trio serving her too. Anyway, after an awkward silence that the trio used to embarrassedly put their clothes back on, Haribo was seated on a couch while her subordinates were seated across from her. Anyway, the reason I called you here is due to me stumbling over a rather interesting way to grow stronger. So far, only 2 people other than me know about it, and Aizen Sama isn't one of them. So, if you want me to tell you about it, you have to swear not to tell him anything about it. As soon as Haribo stopped talking, the trio's eyes widened in surprise, and not even a second later, all 3 of them got up from the couch they were sitting on and kneeled in front of Haribo. We'll never tell anyone anything about it. Good, at least your 3 followers have a good brain between their ears. Is it just my imagination, or are you getting ruder? Definitely just your imagination. Anyway, unlike Haribo, who had some doubt about who she should follow, Emilu, Franska, and Cyan had not a speck of doubt in their body. They were Haribo's loyal subordinates, and if she asked them to do something, they would do so even if it cost them their life. Seeing the 3 people in front of her, worship glowing in their eyes, Haribo couldn't help but smile warmly before slowly unsheathing her Zanpakuto, drawing the trio's attention. This is the new discovery I was talking about. Flood, Gran Tiburon Blanco. As soon as Haribo stopped speaking, her 3 followers could only look at her dumbfounded, while her Zanpakuto transformed, as Haribo stayed completely unchanged. After all, that was not how a hollow's release should work. After releasing their swords, they were supposed to regain their original hollow powers. Meanwhile, Haribo's sword became somewhat thicker as the whole thing turned ocean blue, somewhat resembling an elongated shark fin. What was that? What did you do, Haribo-sama? In no way. Shikai. While Emilu and Franska were stunned due to what they had just witnessed, Cyan was much calmer, and after analyzing what had changed for a brief moment, she instantly came up with a theory, attracting the attention of the other 2. Shikai. What are you talking about? There is no way Haribo-sama could use Shikai. That's a Shinigami's power. Before the trio could discuss the matter any further, Haribo decided to step in and solve the riddle for them. Yes, that was a Shikai release, and I feel like I'll be able to use Bankai as well at some point. Additionally, I think it's possible to do so on top of using Resurrection. Naturally, the trio's eyes bulged as soon as Haribo finished her explanation. All 3 of them realized that it would be an incredible jump in power to be able to use not only an Arrancar's trump card but a Shinigami's as well. How is that possible, Haribo-sama? How can you use a Shinigami technique, despite being a hollow? Am I a hollow, Cyan? No, I've become an Arrancar. It would be weirder if I couldn't use Shinigami techniques while being half Shinigami. After thinking about it for a short moment, all 3 of Haribo's followers started eagerly nodding their heads. It was clear that all 3 of them wanted to use whatever method Haribo used to get stronger themselves. Unfortunately, I'm not the one who found out about this, nor am I capable of helping you unlock this power. If you want to gain the same powers I got, then you would need to entrust yourself to an outsider, which would end up in you owning them a favor. Are you willing? Haribo-sama, who exactly are we talking about? Is it that feminine-looking crazy scientist Arrancar? Hearing Cyan's question, Haribo simply shrugged her shoulders before answering her question. No, it isn't. In fact, the one who helped gain this power isn't even a hollow. The one who found out about this and helped me realize this power is Yuna Uzumaki. Although the trio wasn't entirely sure, all 3 of them felt a shiver go down their spines as soon as Haribo said that name. Obviously, they knew about the human that decided to follow Aizen for some reason, but neither of them had ever interacted with her due to not having any interest in her. But now, after hearing her name, all three of them felt like they were about to walk into the belly of a beast. Meanwhile, back in Yuna's room that was currently filled with a woman's moans, Yuna's head was currently placed between a pair of thighs as a weird feeling passed through her body. Weird, I feel like someone is about to deliver some snacks to me soon. Saya had some hopes that after Serete didn't collapse after you being there for a while, but it seems Hueco Mundo won't be able to endure you. Moan, forget about the snacks and continue what you are doing, please. Damn, she straight up read my mind. Hinata's Yuna sense is getting rather strong. MHH tilde, I should probably come up with a good name for that tilde. Please spare us. Moments later, Haribel and her three followers walked towards a particular room in Las Noches, and while Haribel wore a neutral expression, the other three couldn't help but look uncertain about the current situation. After a few minutes, the little group reached their destination, and Haribel knocked on the door, followed by a female voice behind the door, giving permission to enter. Haribel and her three followers entered, but as soon as they did get a whiff of the smell in the room, they paused their steps. This smell. Did they? Haribel briefly allowed her gaze to wander over Yuna and Hinata, who were sitting next to each other on a couch, and she immediately noticed their somewhat disheveled hair and clothes, making her come to a conclusion rather quickly. Well, did it disturb you? I don't mind coming back later. While Yuna chuckled in amusement due to Haribel's question, Hinata couldn't help but blush as she averted her gaze. Nah, it's fine. We were just taking a break anyway, and we are going to continue later. While Haribel simply nodded her head and approached Yuna, a pout appeared on Hinata's face as her blush intensified while pinching Yuna's waist. However, Yuna showed no reaction and motioned Haribel and her three followers towards the couch opposite the one Yuna and Hinata were resting on. Please have a seat. Although I can make a good guess why you came here, let's talk. Haribel yet again nodded her head as she sat down in front of Yuna, but Emilu, Franska, and Cyan didn't take her offer and stood behind the seated Haribel instead. Interesting. Although I expected those three to be Haribel's followers, it seems like there is more to that. What makes you say that? I can feel that Haribel wouldn't have minded the trio sitting down next to her. MHH, my bullshit sensor is telling me that there is something else. Fine, my pervert sensor was ringing. Those four definitely have something going. Despite that making less sense, I believe you. Gahaha tilde harem merging. You are getting smarter and smarter, Chaos. I'm really proud of you. It just cannot stop growing, can it? Gahaha tilde. While the three people were talking within Yuna's mindscape, Haribel nodded her head due to Yuna's words and started introducing the three people behind her. These are Emilu, Franska, and Cyan. They have been following me loyally for a long time now, and I want you to unlock their Zanpakuto just like he did for me. Just like me, they'll follow you in case Aizen, the Sama, betrays me. As soon as Emilu, Franska, and Cyan heard Haribel's over, they had ugly expressions on their faces. Obviously, they talked about the offer with Haribel first, and this seemed to be the best they could come up with for now, but that still didn't mean they liked it. The one they wanted to follow was Haribel and not Yuna. Although Haribel would be present as well, things certainly would be different. However, Yuna's next words surprised the trio. Rejected. Naturally, Haribel was surprised that Yuna actually rejected the offer. It was pretty much the same deal she had offered her, but for some reason, Yuna didn't accept it this time. Why did you reject the offer this time? Isn't it the same that we made? Yuna could only shake her head after Haribel answered her question. After all, the situation was completely different. Not at all. I made that offer to you because I want you to follow me. Obviously, I wouldn't mind more followers, but why would I bother making a deal for three people I'll get anyway? The moment Aizen betrays you, you'll come to be, and these three will obviously follow you. Why would I bother investing more resources into them when I'm going to get them anyway? While Haribel was dumbfounded due to Yuna's words, Emilu, Franska, and Cyan couldn't help but be happy. After all, if that were to happen, it would pretty much be the same constellation as it was now. Neither of them gave a shit about Aizen, and they were only here because Haribel was. Whether Haribel followed Aizen or Yuna didn't matter at all to them. In fact, they even preferred Yuna, as she at least wasn't talking down to Haribel and was facing her equally. The difference might even be something as simple as the height of their seats being different, but that alone was already a big deal for those truly loyal to an individual. That. Well, I can see your point. In that case, what do you want? Hearing Haribel's question, a predatory smile appeared on Yuna's face as her gaze wandered over Emilu, Franska, and Cyan, causing all three of them to straighten their back for some reason they didn't even know themselves. Spend a night with me, Haribel tilde. As soon as those words left Yuna's mouth, Haribel's eyebrows raised as the trio behind her did their best to suppress their anger. Instead of getting angry, Haribel decided to ask further questions. Aren't you together with the one besides you? What's that all about? Hearing a question directed at her, Hinata's gaze landed on Haribel as her eyes wandered from Haribel's toes all the way to her head. Awkward silence reigned the room for a few seconds before Hinata nodded her head in approval as she gave Haribel a thumbs up. All right, I'll join in as well. While Haribel had to suppress face-palming due to Hinata answering in an unexpected way, her followers finally had enough and started glamming. Who do you think you are? You can't have Haribel saying, no matter what. That's right, stay away from Haribel-sama. As if Haribel-sama would sell her body like that. Since the situation was getting loud, Yuna raised her hand as she lightly flared her spiritual pressure, silencing the trio instantly as their eyes widened in shock due to the intensity. Now, let's not get loud. First of all, I won't force Haribel to do anything, and if she forces herself to do it, I won't. I don't like it if I have to force the other party. You forced Karen a lot of times. Well, yeah, but she is into that. While neither of the people in front of Yuna could comprehend how someone would like to get forced to do something, Yuna's words at least managed to calm Haribel's followers down to some degree. Using the moment of silence she had just brought to the room, Yuna opened her mouth and continued talking. Besides that, you are free to join in as well tilde. It's been a while since I did it with that many people tilde. If I can bring the rest of my girls here, we would already have quite the decently sized group. Seeing a smile filled with nothing but degeneracy on Yuna's face, the four Aaron-ka in front of her couldn't help but shiver a little before quickly averting their gazes. Neither of them had ever seen anything like that, so they couldn't help but recoil. Moments later, Haribel sighed deeply as Yuna's offer coursed through her mind. She pondered it for a few seconds longer and finally shook her head. I can't decide something like that so quickly. I need more time to think. Haribel-sama. Naturally, her three followers were shocked by that answer. After all, they expected Haribel to outright reject Yuna's offer. However, before they could say anything else, Haribel resumed talking. Calm down for now. These desires are very new to all of us, so I can't even tell what I'm okay with and with what I am not. I need to sort my thoughts and all the things that happened in the last few weeks to get to a proper answer that will satisfy me, and I advise that you three should do the same. All three nodded after Haribel finished speaking before they tilted their heads in confusion, not knowing why Haribel wanted them to think about the situation as well. However, they quickly realized that she was talking about Yuna's offer to let the trio participate as well, causing them to flush a little. Seeing the current mood, Yuna nodded her head in approval as she stood up and motioned toward the door. You heard my offer, and it seems you'll need some time to think it through. Before you force yourself to do it, I'd like to let you know that I can probably come up with an alternative deal, but for now, think about it. I guarantee you a good time tilde. Haribel couldn't help but blush a little when she saw Yuna winking at her as she got up from her seat and walked toward the exit of the room. Very well, I'll need some time, but I'll give you my answer soon. She was just about to exit the room when Yuna stopped her, causing question marks to pop up above Haribel's head. Here, I have a little something to sway this in my favor tilde. Obviously, Haribel was confused by Yuna's words, but as soon as she turned around, she noticed something flying at her, which she caught easily. She looked down at the object she had just caught and instantly noticed that it appeared to be a book. What is this? It's porn tilde. Hearing the unfamiliar words, not only Haribel but Emilu, Franska, and Cyan all tilted their heads in confusion, causing Yuna's eyes to sparkle with a hint of mischief. I knew it. There is no porn industry in Hueco Mundo. Time to conquer this market tilde. Poor Aizen. The loyalty of his troops will be corroded by porn. PFF ha ha ha. Gahaha. Porn. Yep, porn tilde, just open it up and take a look. Oh, and I also would like you to realize that humanity has been creating stuff like that for well over 1,000 years, and that I have done stuff you can't even imagine, so you can look forward to having some fun in case you agree to my offer tilde. At first, Hannibal wasn't certain what Yuna was talking about, so she casually opened the book and took a look at a random page within the book. Snap. The moment she realized exactly what kind of picture she had just looked at, she snapped the book shut so fast it almost caused a small shockwave. She wasn't entirely certain why, but she didn't want her followers to see her looking at stuff like this. Obviously, Emilu, Franska, and Cyan couldn't help but be curious due to how weirdly their mistress reacted to the book. Although Hannibal saw the curious gazes of her followers, she stowed away the book at lightning speed and walked away, clearly not intending to show them the contents of the book she had just gotten. To think humans would produce stuff like that. I really underestimated them. Shit, what are you even thinking about, Hannibal? It's just a picture of 3 women. Anyway, there is nothing special about it. Just in case, I should probably look through the whole thing. You know, just in case there are any hidden messages. If you ditch Aizen, I'm sure Yuna can get you more stuff like that tilde. Ah, really? In that case, I show. No. You can't tempt me with something like that. I'm not that easily manipulated. TSK. Did you just click your tongue? Must have been your imagination. Seriously, are Zanpakuto spirits supposed to be this sassy? I have no idea what you are talking about. A few days later, Aizen initiated yet another meeting with his espada, and frankly, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Since he had come to reside in Hueco Mundo permanently, things have gotten weird. More and more of the Arrancar he had created grew more and more jittery and paranoid the more time passed. They would frequently look around as if someone was stalking them and would never turn a corner without checking first. They would silently discuss something, and as soon as one of them noticed Aizen getting closer, they would hastily stow away something they were showing to each other before dispersing. Although Aizen wasn't entirely sure what they were showing each other, but from what he could tell, it was a book. As far as he knew, Hueco Mundo had no books, so he couldn't help but get a little curious about what all of this was about. He half suspected that some kind of weird religion was starting within Las Noches. So, one day, he used his Zanpakuto's ability to control the 5 senses of one of his Arrancar to take a look at the book, just to be utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is algebra, and what do these signs mean? Unfortunately for him, he had used his Zanpakuto on Yuna, so it was possible for her to figure out how to create illusions that would only affect Aizen himself. Basically, it was reverse engineering of the method his Zanpakuto used to prevent Aizen himself from seeing the illusions he had created. So, while everyone was reading naughty books, Aizen had no idea what was going on at all, which undoubtedly would bother him greatly. Anyway, back to the meeting. Yet again, Aizen could only frown again and again as he felt his espada acting weirdly. This time, Yuna wasn't even present, but he could feel a few of his espada actually being sad that she wasn't here. What in the world has she done since she came here? All of this is just a game for me, but I really would like to know how she managed to sway a few espada here to see her favorably. Not only did she clearly manage to sway them, she even did so without me getting any reports about it. How truly fascinating. Guess I should initiate a one-on-one meeting with her to fish for more information about all the things she has been doing since she came here. After all, no matter how I look at it, she is the one responsible for all the weird changes, even if I have no proof of that being the case. Satisfied with what he had thought of, Aizen allowed his gaze to wander the room, immediately causing him to frown. Something is off. The feeling I get from them is of fear. It was not like Aizen could perfectly read the emotions of everyone present, but no matter how he looked at it, a few of the gathered espade were currently looking at something with clear fear in their eyes. So, Aizen decided to follow their gazes, and as soon as he realized what everyone was looking at, he became utterly dumbfounded. Why is there a cake just sitting on the table? Where did that even come from? Obviously, there was no cake within Hueco Mundo, so the only people who could have brought it here were Yuna and Hinata. However, those 3 weren't even present at this meeting, and Aizen was certain that that cake wasn't there when he entered the room. What is even going on? Who brought it here? When did it appear here? Who placed it in the middle of the table? Aizen's fierce glare landed on the cake, but no matter how much he glared at it, the cake wouldn't tell him any secrets, so he could only sigh deeply while calming himself down. Okay, calm down. Everything is still going according to plan. Whether someone beamed a cake in here or not doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Everything is going according to plan. That's right, a single cake isn't going to change anything. Everything is going according to plan. Fuck. How is this going according to plan? I don't know how she did it, but this is unacceptable. I need to find out how she does stuff like that. Otherwise, it will be impossible to come up with countermeasures. As soon as I have fully fused with the Hogyoku, I should be invincible, but this worries me. I neither fear Zanjutsu, nor Hakuda, nor Hoho, nor Kido, but whatever Yuna is doing appears to be something else. I can't feel any spiritual power in the tricks she had used in last notches, so there must be something else to her abilities. Something outside the scope of spiritual power. I need to find out about this. Otherwise, I can't be certain that she doesn't have some kind of method that allows her to seal me away even after fusing with the Hogyoku. An unknown power that is not based on spiritual power. No matter how I look at it, as a researcher, I can't help but look forward to finding out more about it. Gringer Jagajax was not happy. Not happy at all. Not only has he been effortlessly defeated by Yuna, causing the other Arrancar to mock him, but Aizen insists on paying attention to a weak human for some reason. In fact, the one thing he was the most annoyed about was that he was forced to mingle in an organization where he wasn't at the top. This is unacceptable, but there is little I can do. I doubt I can defeat Yuna even with my resurrection, since she won against me barehanded, and neither can I defeat Aizen. As those thoughts passed through Gringer's mind, he briefly paused as a vicious grin appeared on his face. In that case, there is only one target I can vent on. The world of the living, her. It's been a long time since I've last been there. Just like that, Gringer set his plan in motion while not noticing a pair of purple eyes watching him as 2 rows of white teeth twisted into a wide grin. Someone is about to do something naughty tilde. A while later, a black portal opened within the world of the living, followed by Gringer stepping out of it with a smirk on his face. I waited for a few minutes, and as he was waiting, more and more Arrancar arrived. Only after all his followers, his fraction, had arrived did Gringer start speaking. I assume nobody noticed you, Sholong. Of course not, Gringer-sama. Yep, sneaked out there easy peasy tilde. Good or what? Why are you here? Initially, Gringer was satisfied that no one was followed, but hearing the second, rather sing-song replay that fit none of his followers, Gringer looked at the source of the voice and immediately exclaimed in surprise after he saw the owner of the voice. Ma, what are you so shocked about? Aren't we friends? Rather, shouldn't I be the shocked one due to my good friend sneaking out without informing me first? Obviously, the person talking was Yuna, and as soon as Gringer heard her calling him a friend, he almost coughed out some blood in anger. How the hell are we, friends? Well, isn't that one of those cliches or whatever? After a hard-fought battle, 2 bitter rivals ultimately become friends. Such a nice story, tilde. That wasn't a hard foo. Cough, I mean, that's not how it works. Just now, Gringer almost admitted that his brief encounter with Yuna wasn't hard-fought. Although he was naturally aware that that was the case, he would never admit to that in the open. Anyway, realizing that if a fight started, he would undoubtedly lose, he could only grit his teeth and prepare himself for the worst anyway. Well, no need to get all antsy. I'll just have some fun and return later. CYA tilde. Surprisingly, before Gringer could do anything else, Yuna casually excused herself and went away, leaving a dumbfounded Gringer behind. Huh? She just left. Wasn't she here to stop me from wreaking havoc in the human world? I can't read her intentions at all. Gringer continued pondering his next action for a few seconds longer before he simply shrugged his shoulders as his gaze landed on his 5 fraction. Whatever. Seems like she has no interest in this invasion, so let's rampage as much as we want. Remember, kill everyone who has even a mode of spiritual power. Yes, Gringer-sama. Realizing that they were dismissed, all of Grinjo's fractions split up and flew in different directions while Grinjo leisurely allowed his senses to wash over Karakura town as a vicious grin appeared on his face. Well then, where should I go first? Meanwhile, in the middle of Karakura town, inside a small shop, two people were sitting opposite each other, drinking tea. However, as soon as Grinjo and his fraction appeared near Karakura town, both of them started frowning. It seems like Aizen has sent yet another probe, Yoruichi. Sigh, so annoying. Can't he just leave us alone, Kasuke? Hearing Yoruichi's annoyed voice, Kasuke couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he stood up to intercept Aizen's Arrancar in case he needed to. However, before he could even take a single step, an ominous feeling overcame him as a shiver went down Yoruichi's spine, giving her goosebumps. What in the world is going on? I feel like a predator is stalking me. I'm not sure either, Yoruichi, but the shop's interior has a lot of safety measures, so there is no need to worry. As if to mock Kasuke's words, the door to the living room the duo was currently sitting in started slowly opening with an uncomfortable noise, raising the duo's guard. However, as soon as the door was fully opened, Yoruichi and Kasuke sighed in relief as there was no one in the door. How weird, but I'm sure someone just forgot to close the door. Boom. It's Yuna time. Before either Yoruichi or Kasuke could react, someone crashed through the wall and appeared next to Yoruichi in a blue and red blur. The person picked her up, threw her over her shoulder, and crashed through another wall with another loud boom, leaving a dumbfounded Kasuke and two human-sized holes in the walls behind. What the fuck was that? Splat. Meanwhile, in another part of Karakura town, a blonde man and woman were sitting next to each other on a couch, and while the man wore a leisurely smile, the woman was frowning deeply as her eyes were fixed on a monitor and her fingers were furiously moving around a controller. Shit. What are you doing? Dodge. I told you to dodge. Bullshit. I dodged that. Shit, you already? No. Why are you drinking too? The woman continued rambling on for another minute before she slumped over as the words "you died" appeared on the screen in bold letters, almost causing the man to laugh out loud. However, realizing the unhealthy cracking sounds were currently echoing through the room, he quickly reacted and snatched the controller out of the woman's hands. Ma, calm down, Ranjiku. Please go easy on the hardware tilde. Give that back, Naruto. I'm a member of the Gote 13, and I need to show that bastard just how much warrior blood I have in my veins. You know, you could just do something else and come back when you are stronger, right? However, seeing the glare Rankigu was giving him, Naruto could only smile wryly as he gave the controller back to Ranjiku. Or you could repeatedly smash your head against this wall until it breaks. Considering I did the same, I can't really admonish you for it. Regaining the grip on the controller, Ranjiku steeled her resolve and prepared herself for another round when a deep frown suddenly appeared on her face as she looked skyward. Huh, tilde, so annoying, tilde, Naruto, how about you take this one out so I can continue playing? As Ranjiku made that request, she lowered her upper body, revealing her cleavage to Naruto, who only rolled his eyes at her before allowing his sense to spread over his surroundings. After a few seconds of doing so, he sighed deeply before shaking his head. Personally, I wouldn't mind taking the one approaching us out, but there is a rather strong one approaching Ichigo, and I doubt he can deal with that one, so I'll be going there. Although Ranjiku briefly pouted when she heard Naruto's answer, in the end, she only shrugged her shoulders as she got ready for battle. She briefly wondered if she should request for her spiritual limiter to get removed, but in the end, she decided against it. Considering the spiritual pressure I feel from the one approaching me, I should be able to deal with the situation by myself. Pondering the situation a few seconds longer, Ranjiku shrugged her shoulders as she vanished from her place before reappearing, floating above the roof, waiting for her enemy to approach. Moments later, a male fat Arrancar with half his face covered by a hollow mask appeared in front of Ranjiku. He had a massive frame, easily towering above Ranjiku, brown eyes, black hair, and wore the standard white Arrancar uniform. Good, you are here. Let's get this over with, I've got a boss to beat. Growl, Hinako. As soon as those words left Ranjiku's mouth, the sword she was holding turned into a cloud of ash that immediately started floating around her. Hearing Ranjiku's words, Nakin Grindina, the Arrancar standing in front of her, frowned deeply, as she clearly wasn't taking him seriously. Although he wasn't sure what Boss Ranjiku was talking about in the end, he couldn't care less and instantly used Sonido, the Arrancar's movement technique, to appear behind Ranjiku. He slashed at the ash, not really understanding its purpose, but as soon as his weapon had sunk into it a few centimeters, it stopped in its tracks as if it was blocked by another sword, causing him to frown. The ash quickly engulfed one of his arms, and before he could react, he got the feeling as if a sword had just slashed at his arm, leaving a small gash behind. He quickly moved out of the ash, just in time to see Ranjiku swinging her sword hilt, resulting in another small wound on his arm. However, realizing how Ranguiku's Shikai works, a smirk appeared on Nakin's face. I see. Everything the ash touches is within your range, allowing you to cut it. However, you won't be able to defeat me with just that. As soon as Nakin finished speaking, he showed off his previously cut arm, revealing that the wounds had already healed, causing Ranjiku to frown. I see. I've heard that Arrancar have really hard skin, but this is ridiculous. It's a little unfortunate, but my Shikai doesn't really increase my cutting power. Should I wait for the limiter to be released, or should I? Ranjiku briefly glanced at the house beneath her, where she could already feel the game controller waiting for her, so moments later, she made a decision. I really hope nobody sees me do this, as I really don't want any more responsibilities. As soon as Ranjiku stopped speaking, her sword reformed, causing Nakin to frown. After all, since Ranjiku couldn't seriously wound him using her Shikai, she obviously couldn't do so using her sealed blade. However, what happened next surprised him quite a bit as Ranjiku raised her sword with both of her hands and held it above her head. Bankai. Boon. Ash erupted out of Ranjiku's sword as if a volcano had just erupted, covering everything in her surroundings with a dense cloud of ash and causing Nakin to frown even more. Kazanbai. Seeing ash covering everything, Nakin couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he pumped more spiritual power through his body to make him grow bigger while simultaneously strengthening the defensive power of his skin. What is that supposed to do? So what if your sword has even more range now? Just increasing the number of places you can cut won't do anything as long as you can't cut me in the first place. However, Ranjiku couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as she leisurely raised her sword with a single hand. Oh? Is that what you assume my Bankai's ability to be? Sorry, but mine isn't like Captain Kuchiki's. It isn't used to increase the area my ash can cover, but... Ranjiku slashed down her still bladeless Zanpakuto, but instead of a small cut appearing on Nakin's body, his body is sliced vertically in two halves, killing him instantly. Increases the strength of my attacks in relation to how much of my opponent's body is covered in ash tilde. Seeing her opponent fall to the ground, Ranjiku waited a while longer to make sure there weren't any tricks in play before she nodded her head in satisfaction. She quickly reformed her sword and sheathed it away, followed by a quick Ushwampa that instantly allowed her to return to the couch inside Naruto's house. All right, this time, I'll get him tilde. However, she was just about to continue playing when a chill went down her spine, forcing her to quickly scan the room. Unfortunately, no matter where she looked, she couldn't find anything, causing her to frown deeply. Guess that was just my imagination. Boom. It's Yuna time. Before she could react, a red and blue blur passed through the living room door, picked up Ranjiku, and vanished through another door leading to the upper floors where the bedrooms were situated. Following that, loud, wet slapping sounds and moaning of multiple women started echoing through the house as a certain NPC was waiting to mock a certain player character that wouldn't arrive in his arena anytime soon. Meanwhile, Grinjo arrived in another part of Karakura town just to witness one of his followers getting frozen inside an ice pillar, pretty much reaping his life instantly. So Dioroi died, huh? I wasn't expecting much from him from the beginning, but this is pathetic. Grinjo never really cared much about his followers from the beginning, but Dioroi was definitely the one he cared about the least. Rather than one of his followers, he could, at best, be considered an errand boy. Despite that, he still decided to avenge his death. After all, he was his possession, and Grinjo won't allow anyone to take anything from him. He briefly glanced at the small Shinigami with the pure white Zanpakuto and the orange-haired one with the big Zanpakuto, who was his target from the beginning, and sneered in disdain as he allowed his spiritual pressure to run rampant. Naturally, these two Shinigami were Ichigo and Rukia, whose attention was immediately drawn towards the powerful spiritual pressure radiating out of Gringer, dumbfounding them both. What? Before Ichigo could even get out a word, Gringer vanished from his position and appeared in front of Rukia far faster than the duo could react. Seeing Gringer's nails getting closer and closer to Rukia's stomach, Ichigo could already see her blood splatter to the ground as Gringer's hand pierced into her body. However, just when his attack was about to hit, a hand appeared out of nowhere and caught Gringer's attack. Geez, instantly going for the kill. How ruthless, Tilda. While Ichigo couldn't help but sigh in relief that Naruto had appeared in time to save Rukia, Gringer scowled, while Naruto had to suppress a chuckle due to his own words. After all, instantly going for the kill was exactly what Rukia previously did. Gringer growled in anger as he tried to overpower Naruto and pierce his nails into Rukia anyway, but he quickly realized that he couldn't overpower Naruto, so he threw another attack at him, forcing him to let go of Gringer's hand and allowing him to retreat a few steps. Phew, made it just in time, Naruto. Thanks for saving Rukia. Hearing Ichigo's heartfelt thanks, Naruto could only smile wryly. He pretty much arrived at the same time Ichigo did, but unlike Ichigo, he decided to stay hidden for now and spectate what was happening. Frankly, he really didn't know what he was supposed to think about Ichigo and his little group. When he arrived here, Naruto witnessed Yairoi, who clearly was a weakling, almost killing Sado with a single attack, utterly dumbfounding him. And now, seeing Ichigo not being capable of blocking Gringer's attack, Naruto felt even more disappointed. For some reason, neither Ichigo nor Sado had grown any stronger since they left Seirei. In fact, Ichigo has gotten significantly weaker. Anyway, Naruto could still excuse Ichigo's situation, as he was clearly struggling with his hollow, but he really wondered why Sado didn't bother to train any further after making it back to the world of the living. Clearly, he should have realized how outclassed he had been within Seirei, right? In the end, Naruto could only shake his head while he discarded those idle thoughts as his focus landed on Gringer. Oh well, since I'm already here, I might as well deal with this guy. However, Naruto was just about to begin fighting when Ichigo's hand landed on his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Please let me fight him, Naruto. Yet again, Naruto paused as his gaze met Ichigo's, and seeing Ichigo's eyes, Naruto could only sigh deeply. Fear, uncertainty, doubt. What a pathetic expression. However, I can at least see the flames of determination burning in his eyes, so I guess he wants to redeem himself for his previous failure. Naruto pondered the situation for a few moments longer before he simply shrugged his shoulders. Very well, you were here first anyway, so do as you wish. While Ichigo was happy due to Naruto's words, Gringer scowled in anger due to the people happily chatting in front of him while ignoring his presence. So, without further delays, he charged Ichigo, who pretty much was the reason for him coming here in the first place. Don't ignore me. Unlike what Gringer had expected, Ichigo actually managed to draw his Zanpakuto just in time to block Gringer's attack. Ichigo's sword and Gringer's claws clashed for a few seconds before both of them skidded backward a few steps due to their collision, causing Ichigo to smirk and Gringer to frown. Yes, I can do this. As long as that damn hollow doesn't bother me, I can defeat this Arrancar guy. I'm just getting started, Arrancar. Ban Kai. I'm just getting started, Arrancar. Ban Kai. Feeling Ichigo's spiritual power grow as he used his Bankai, Naruto couldn't help but frown due to how it felt to him. The moment he used his Bankai, his spiritual power became seriously unstable. Considering how unreliable that makes his attack strength, he might as well have stayed in Shikai. Well, he is stronger now. Well, he is as long as spiritual pressure isn't fluctuating too crazy. Yeah, but it occasionally does fluctuate that crazy, so what the point? I would rather not roll a die every time before I make a move to figure out whether it will work or not. Isn't that straight up what Yuna's Zanpakuto does? She's a pervert, so it's fine. Right, I'll just pretend that makes sense. Unaware of the conversation between Naruto and Kurama, Ichigo attacked Gringer. However, feeling Ichigo's current strength, Gringer could help and sneer in disdain as he leisurely raised his arm to block Ichigo's attack with his bare hands. As Ichigo's eyes widened due to how easily Gringer stopped his sword, Gringer closed his hand around Ichigo's blade, totally ignoring the sharp edge that apparently couldn't even cut into his skin, and tossed Ichigo away with ease. That's it, Shinigami. I don't get it. Why is Aizen so interested in you? What's the point? You are just weak trash not worthy of our time. Hearing Grinjo's insults, Ichigo gritted his teeth as he vanished from his position and appeared in front of Grinjo and slashed his Zanpakuto at him. However, Grinjo yet again blocked the strike with one hand and tried to backhand Ichigo. This time, Ichigo managed to move far faster than before and appeared behind Grinjo, surprising him a little. Unfortunately, Grinjo still managed to turn around in time to block another one of Ichigo's attacks before smashing his foot into Ichigo's stomach, sending him hurling through the air. Just when Ichigo was about to slow down, Grinjo appeared above him and stomped Ichigo's stomach, sending him crashing to the ground and producing a massive dust cloud. That's all you have? Is that really a Bankai? All it does is make you a little faster. How pathetic. Suddenly, the dust cloud was blown away, revealing Ichigo with his Zanpakuto coated in massive amounts of black spiritual power, causing Grinjo's eyes to widen. Although he had only fought Ichigo for a short moment, the amount of spiritual power he currently displayed was far beyond everything he had shown so far. Ichigo's strength continued growing further as he raised his sword above his head and held it there for a few moments before slashing it down. Getsuga Tenshu. Grinjo's eyes widened as a powerful slash filled with highly concentrated spiritual power was launched his way by Ichigo, forcing him to cross his hand in front of his body to block the attack. Boom. A loud explosion occurred as Ichigo's attack collided with Grinjo, and as soon as the dust settled, Grinjo was revealed with a gash going diagonally through his torso and arms. Despite being wounded, a predatory smile appeared on Grinjo's face as his eyes landed on Ichigo. Will you look at this? This move wasn't in Ulquiorra's report, Shinigami. Are you still disappointed, Arrancar? Although Ichigo was acting thought, Naruto, on the sideline, could only shake his head when he saw Ichigo's current condition. His spiritual power was fluctuating even stronger, and he could clearly see Ichigo slowly losing control of his own body. At worst, he is about as much spiritual power as a normal human, while at the peak of the fluctuations, he is even more than me. What a mess. Doesn't that mean that if he had proper control over himself, he would have more than you permanently? Hearing Kurama's question, Naruto briefly pondered the situation before shrugging his shoulders. Probably. It's really hard to judge as I'm not certain what exactly is going on in Ichigo's body. Considering Aizen is so obsessed with him, I assume Ichigo has more things going for him than I'm aware of, so who knows how far he can reach. At the end of the day, he won't be reaching any significant heights anytime soon if he doesn't realize that his hollow equals bad mentality is holding him back. Even if you think that, it has been a while since you let this young master have some fun. How about you accept your hollow side some more and let me out for a night or two? This young master desires to slap some faces. Ugh, let's talk about that when this mess is over, hollow me. This young master accepts your terms. While Naruto was ignoring Kurama's snickering due to the conversation, Naruto just headed with his own inner hollow. Ichigo realized that he was in trouble as he did his best to suppress his own hollow while breathing heavily. Shit, that cut was too shallow despite using my full power. On top of that, using the Black Getsuga makes it easier for him to take over because it was originally his move. Shit, I can, at best, use it another 2 times. What should I do now? As Ichigo was deep in thought, pondering how to win this battle, Grinjo couldn't help but smirk as he felt his blood dripping out of his fresh wound. Ha ha ha, much better, Shinigami. Now you are at least worth killing. A ferocious grin appeared on Grinjo's face as his hand reached for his Zanpakuto and slowly started unsheathing it. Now it's my turn. However, just when he was about to fully draw his blade, another person appeared next to him and stopped Grinjo. Sheath your sword, Grinjo. Seeing the newly arrived person, Grinjo couldn't help but frown as he growled in anger due to being disturbed during his hunt. Tozen. Why are you here? Why you us? I think that's pretty obvious. Not only did you invade the world of the living without permission, but you even brought 5 Arrancar and lost all 5 of them. Although neither Ichigo nor Grinjo noticed anything while they were fighting, a few more battles happened within Karakura town during their duel. Toshiro, Renji, and Ikaku were all 3 fighting 1 Arrancar each, and while Ikaku managed to win after using his Bankai, he didn't want anyone to know about. Toshiro and Renji had to have their spiritual limiter removed before they managed to defeat their opponents. Aizen-sama is not happy about this, and your punishment will be decided as soon as we are back in Hueco Mundo. Hearing To's words, Gringer clicked his tongue as his gaze landed on Ichigo before shrugging his shoulder in indifference. Whatever, let's go. However, just as Gringer was about to leave the world of the living through another black gate, he heard Ichigo yelling at him. Where do you think you are going? Do you think you can just come here, attack us, and then leave whenever you want? This isn't over yet. Hearing Ichigo's angered yells, Gringer sneered in disdain as he left a final comment before leaving behind Tozen. Not finished. What a jerk. Tozen just saved your life, Shinigami. I can tell that move takes a toll on you. Just how many times can you use it before you collapse? 2, maybe 3 times. What a jerk. Even if you could use it another 100 times, you still couldn't defeat me in my released form. Released form? Naturally, Ichigo was dumbfounded by Gringer's words, as he had never heard anything about Arrancar possessing another form. Realizing that Gringer had been holding back all this time, Ichigo could only grit his teeth and glare at his departing figure. Don't forget my name and pray that you will never see me again, Shinigami. I am Gringer Jagajax, and the next time we meet, I'll kill you. Moments later, the black portal closed, causing Ichigo's shoulders to slump as a defeated expression appeared on his face. Moments later, Renji appeared from around a corner, and he clearly wasn't in a much better condition than Ichigo, as his clothes were soaked in blood. The Arrancar left and returned to Hueco Mundo. Why do you make an expression like that, Ichigo? You repelled him, meaning you won the fight. Whoa, he sure kicked your ass, didn't he, Ichigo? While Renji tried to pacify Ichigo, hoping to bring up his mood, Naruto burst into the conversation and immediately crushed whatever attempts Renji was trying to make. Damn, did you see how your strongest attack only left a shallow wound? Those bastards sure are tough, huh? Oi, Naruto. What the hell are you doing? Obviously, Renji was flustered when Naruto suddenly started talking down on Ichigo. However, before Renji could say anything else, Ichigo raised his hand, motioning Renji to stop talking as he sighed deeply. Sai Naruto is right, Renji. No matter how I look at it, I didn't protect anyone, nor could I defeat the enemy. This fight, I lost. Seeing Ichigo's depressed mood, Naruto snorted in disdain as he slapped the back of Ichigo's head. What are you getting all depressed about, Ichigo? I didn't expect you to be a whiny little bitch like this. Obviously, Ichigo got angry due to Naruto hitting and mocking him, but before he could say anything, Naruto resumed speaking. So what if you have lost a fight? Did your loved ones die due to that? Did you lose anyone important to you during the fight? Don't be a little bitch, get stronger and win the next time. Seriously, if I had known that you would turn on the waterworks just because of a single lost fight, I wouldn't have fought by myself and spared myself from this pathetic display. Who was turning on the waterworks? As Naruto continued relentlessly mocking Ichigo, he became angrier and angrier before he finally snapped and yelled at Naruto, causing the latter to smirk. See? That angry scowl fits your delinquent-like face much better than that whiny expression tilde. By now, Ichigo had realized that Naruto was trying to cheer him on, but as soon as he mentioned that his face looked like a delinquent, he couldn't help but get angry yet again. How is that my fault? Do you think I want my face to look like this? True, I guess it can't be helped, and you are stuck with that kind of face for the rest of your life. Such a pity, ha ha ha. While Naruto was mocking Ichigo and Ichigo was yelling at him, Renji couldn't help but be slightly dumbfounded by the interaction happening in front of him. Obviously, he came here to get Ichigo out of his slump by making it look like a lost the fight but won the war kind of situation, but it seems like Naruto's approach of relentless mockery was more effective than his. I really wonder how Ichigo's head works sometimes, but this is fine as well. As long as his mood has improved, everything is fine. Guess next time he is in that kind of down mood, I'll just throw a bunch of insults at him as well. It seems to work pretty well and should be much more fun tilde. Meanwhile, back in Hueco Mundo, Gringer and Tozen were standing in front of Aizen, sitting on what could only be described as a huge throne. Well, aren't you going to apologize to Aizen-sama? Hearing Tozen's question, Gringer scoffed in disdain before shaking his head. No. You. It's okay, Kaname. He doesn't have to apologize, as I'm sure his action was just an overzealous display of loyalty. Am I wrong, Gringer? No, Aizen-sama. Even an idiot could tell that there wasn't even an ounce of truth in Gringer's words, but Aizen apparently was fine with that as he was about to dismiss this matter. However, Tozen wasn't done with the situation yet. Aizen-sama, please allow me to execute him for his insolence. Seeing Tozen's behavior, Gringer couldn't help but sneer in disdain. What a pathetic display. You simply don't like me, Tozen. Is that how the commander of an army should act? I simply believe that anyone who disturbs the peace should pay for it. Hearing Tozen's answer, Gringer's sneer widened even further as he continued speaking. Peace? Whose peace? Obviously, it's Aizen-sama's peace. Heh, so you decide to continue to hide your own actions under the umbrella of following Aizen-sama's cause, huh? Contrary to Gringer's expectations, Tozen accepted his words with a nod of agreement. That's right, it's all about the cause. Your raid on the world of the living lacked such cause. Killing without purpose is only murder, while killing with purpose. Tozen unsheathed his blade and, far faster than Gringer could react, slashed at his left arm, cutting it off at the shoulder. Is justice? A scream of pain left Gringer's mouth as he collapsed on the floor, holding his bleeding shoulder while throwing a vicious glare at Tozen, who only sheathed his sword in indifference. He was about to yell and even attack Tozen when something else interrupted him. Ha ha ha. Loud, boisterous laughter echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention to the source of the laughter, quickly making everyone notice the blue and red-haired young woman rolling around the floor while holding her stomach and laughing like crazy. Ha ha ha, killing with purpose is justice. I wasn't aware you hired a comedian, Aizen, ha ha ha. Obviously, that woman was Yuna, and naturally, everyone was dumbfounded by the sight in front of them. First of all, no one knew how and when she even managed to get here, while Gringer was even more dumbfounded because he knew that she had followed him to the world of the living. He had totally forgotten about her and really wondered how in the world she managed to get back here. Tozen, on the other hand, couldn't help but frown due to Yuna mocking his words. He had made a lot of decisions based on this kind of mindset, so he couldn't help but frown when Yuna laughed about his mindset this much. What is so funny about my words? Those are the words I live by, and I won't allow anyone to make fun of them. Although she had some trouble calming herself down, after around another minute of suppressed laughing, Yuna managed to get up from the ground and dusted off her clothes before she resumed speaking. Phew, that was a good laugh, he coughed. Anyway, the reason why I was laughing is pretty obvious. Purpose is objective. An act having a purpose or not differs from individual to individual. While two people might give a beggar some money, one might do so with the purpose of helping them, while another might just do so on a whim, without any real purpose. As such, someone who bases their sense of justice on whether they deem their actions to have a purpose or not might as well say that whatever they think is justice is justice. In conclusion, you are a selfish little wimp that acts however he wants to under the guise of being just while taking no responsibility for your actions because you just half-assedly declare your actions as appropriate solely on your own twisted sense of what you consider justice. Pathetic. The more Yuna spoke, the angrier Tozen became as she continued indirectly and mercilessly mocking pretty much every decision he had made in the last century under Aizen's lead. Enough. Yet again, Tozen drew his blade, this time intending to go for the neck instead of the arm, but instead of cutting Yuna's neck, he simply slashed empty air. She dodged. Tozen didn't expect Yuna to dodge his attack, but despite that, he continued attacking. Sword swing after sword swing was directed at Yuna, who, from Tozen's perspective, was dodging every attack by moving her upper body out of the way. However, from the perspective of those who weren't blind, things were a little different. Tozen was currently standing around 2 meters away from Yuna, furiously attacking something he apparently perceived to be in front of him, occasionally even using a Shuanpa to move behind an enemy only he could perceive. Seeing Tozen's pathetic display, Aizen almost felt his cheeks warm up a little due to second-hand embarrassment before he decided not to pay any attention to Tozen and put his focus on Yuna instead. What incredible control over her spiritual power. She is basically sealed off the spiritual power her own body is radiating while simultaneously controlling some of it outside of her body to fool Tozen into attacking something that isn't actually there. Meanwhile, Yuna couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as she watched Tozen randomly slashing the air all around him. Well, that is why I always tell Naruto to train in more than one detection ability. This happens when all you rely on is your spiritual power sense. So we have finally reached another low where we start bullying the blind, huh? Oi, I might be bullying a blind man right now, but no matter how I look at it, he tried to kill me. After you relentlessly mocked his ideology. Well, if he didn't want me to make fun of his shitty ideology, he should have chosen one that isn't so stupid. That it isn't entirely wrong. Meaning that some parts are right, which means that I'm right except for the few nuances in which I'm not, but I'm sure those are just statistical errors. Sure. Gahaha tilde chaos like statistical error. Kaname, that's enough. But Aizen say. I said it's enough. Why yes. Seeing that Kaname Tozen was hellbent on humiliating himself further, Aizen decided to stop him from attacking Yuna any further. You are dismissed, Kaname, I'll handle this situation myself. The same applies to you, Gringer. Obviously, Gringer was far from satisfied being dismissed after his arm was cut off, but considering Aizen had put his foot down on this matter, he knew that there was nothing he could do about it. So, as he was leaving the room, the only thing he could do was throw a seething glare at Tozen while internally proclaiming that he would get his revenge one day. As soon as only Yuna and Aizen were left, Aizen directed his gaze at Yuna and resumed speaking. So, apparently, you left together with Gringer. What did you have to do in the world of the living that was so important that you had to sneak out of Hueco Mundo without informing anybody? Hearing Aizen's question, Yuna simply shrugged her shoulder as she answered Aizen with seemingly no care in the world. Nothing too important. Just a little courtesy visit to a few members of my harem. Initially, Aizen really wanted to ask what kind of nonsense Yuna was talking about, but after giving her a closer look, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in doubt. Her clothes clearly are still disheveled, despite clearly not being involved in any fights. Additionally, the smell. Did she seriously sneak out just for that? Obviously, Aizen had heard through multiple reports about Yuna's hobbies, but he didn't expect her to act this rampant just to meet a few women she was courting. After all, Yuna, strictly speaking, followed him here to Hueco Mundo, so leaving this place without telling anyone to do what she pleased could be considered a crime worthy of the death penalty. And what made you think you could just do as you wish and leave this place without my permission? MHH. Isn't that pretty obvious? I didn't ask you for permission because I don't give a shit about it. Whether you allow me to go or not, I'll do whatever I want anyway. Naturally, Aizen wasn't happy with that answer, resulting in him flaring his spiritual pressure, which washed over Yuna like a gentle breeze, not bothering her in the slightest. Despite Yuna clearly not being affected, Aizen continued talking with a more serious voice. Do you really think I'll allow you to continue to do whatever you want? Do you think there is no limit to how rampant I'll allow you to act? Do you really think that if you continue to annoy and disrespect me, I wouldn't just cut you down? As soon as Aizen stopped speaking, he disappeared from his position and reaped in front of Yuna, his blade already touching her neck. What stops me from cutting off your head right here, right now? Feeling Aizen's Zanpakuto touch her neck, Yuna couldn't help but smirk as she noticed Aizen still sitting where he previously sat, while the Aizen in front of her was just an illusion. That Zanpakuto's ability sure is broken, isn't it? Despite being aware of the illusion, my senses are still telling me that someone is actually standing in front of me. How fascinating. Unaware of Yuna's thoughts, Aizen couldn't help but frown, as Yuna seemed to be completely indifferent to the blade touch her neck. Obviously, he tried to intimidate her to prevent her from acting even more rampant, but he could clearly tell that this method didn't work. He was just about to continue his act when Yuna's smirk widened as she moved even closer to Aizen's blade, almost causing it to cut into her neck. What stops you from cutting off my head? That's an easy question, Aizen. If you were to kill me right here right now, you would admit that you lost. As soon as those words left Yuna's mouth, Aizen's hand briefly twitched in surprise, causing Yuna to smirk, while Aizen could only look at her in utter bewilderment. Just how much of a grasp has this woman on my personality? How can she deduce my thoughts and intentions so easily? Seeing a sliver of surprise briefly flash across Aizen's face, Yuna's smirk widened as she casually flicked away the blade resting on her neck while she continued talking. That's right. If you were to kill me, you would admit defeat. I'm messing around in Hueco Mundo, and you don't know how I do it. I'm doing something, but you don't know how, which hurts your pride. You could easily admit that I'm using an unknown method unique to me to mess around like that and be done with this matter, but that is not who Aizen Susuk is. Your pride does not allow you to accept a mere human doing something you cannot comprehend. Your pride does not allow you to kill someone you haven't completely figured out. Your pride does not allow you to ask me how I'm doing what I'm doing. And your pride is... Before Yuna finished speaking, she simply turned around and walked toward the room's exit, clearly not bothered by the blade that initially rested right next to her neck. Just as she was about to exit the room, she turned around and looked at Aizen with a twisted smile while her eyes seemed to glow with unmeasurable wisdom. What will ultimately cause your doom? Having said what she wanted to say, Yuna left the room, leaving a frowning Aizen behind. While he was glaring at the exit Yuna had just used, he subconsciously swiped his hand over his forehead, causing his frown to deepen even further. Wet? Why is my forehead wet? Is this a sweat? Why am I sweating? Was I afraid? Looking at his slightly wet hand, Aizen gritted his teeth in anger as his gaze lingered on where Yuna had just left, with fury burning in his eyes. Nonsense. How could I possibly fear an insignificant human brat? As soon as these thoughts passed his mind, a disdain-filled snort left his mouth as he turned around and left the room as well, not even noticing Jin, who was leisurely leaning against a nearby wall while hiding his presence. Seems like Aizen has met his match. I'm not certain about all the circumstances, but she is clearly getting into his head. MHH. Should I talk to her about my plans? However, after thinking about his thoughts briefly, Jin simply shook his head and discarded his idea with a wry smile on his face. There's no way I can do that. I've been planning, preparing, and gathering information for over a century now. Asking Yuna for help might seem tempting, but the more people know about my plans, the riskier everything becomes. Additionally, I have seriously no idea how to judge her personality, so I'm not even sure that the first thing she would do after I tell her about what I have planned for Aizen is to rattle me out. Finishing his thoughts, Jin smiled wryly as he left the room leisurely while gently shaking his head. In the end, the only one I can trust is myself. Meanwhile, far away from the battles in Karakura town, Tatsuki was sitting cross-legged on her bed while thinking about her current situation. She had noticed a bunch of foreign people with different spiritual pressure reaching the world of the living, but after feeling multiple people with similar levels of power blocking their path, Tatsuki decided not to participate in this fight. Obviously, the thing she was thinking about was her relationship with Naruto. Or rather, it was how she was supposed to handle the information Naruto unveiled to her a few days ago. A harem, huh? No matter how I look at it, from the standpoint of a modern woman, I should ditch him immediately. It's been a few days since Naruto told Tatsuki about his other women that, despite being far away, undoubtedly were Naruto's lovers. Worst of all, not only were there women in a distant universe that had a relationship with Naruto, Tatsuki did not doubt that Naruto had plans to increase that number further. She had been interacting with Yuna and Naruto for a while now, and while she initially thought that their utterly ridiculous claims of creating a harem were mere jokes, now that she knew the full story about who the twins really were, she no longer was under such a delusion. No matter how I look at it, both of them not only have a harem, but they want to expand it further as well. While those thoughts passed through her, Ranjiku's face briefly appeared in her mind, causing her to frown as she remembered how casually she looked at Yuna, expanding her harem. There is no way I can just accept things like Ranjiku did. Besides that, our situation is different as well. While Ranjiku is attracted to women, so it's probably a smaller hurdle to accept other people, unlike how it is for me, who likes men and would have to accept other women. I'm not into women, I think. So far, Tatsuki had never felt attracted to another woman. However, before she met Naruto, she had never been attracted to another man either, causing her quite a bit of confusion. Have I just never met a woman I felt attracted to? Maybe if I just met the right person, I would be interested. No, that's beside the point. Whether I can feel attracted to other women isn't the problem right now. The problem is that if I were to stay with Naruto, I would, at one point in time, inevitably, meet a group of women that not only loved Naruto but were aware that he was sleeping with other women. Hell, from the way Naruto narrated his past, I'm pretty sure that most of those women not only were aware of Naruto sleeping with other women but were actually present when it happened. While a mild blush appeared on Tatsuki's face as all kinds of unhealthy thoughts crossed her mind, she sighed deeply and fell back on her bed with her eyes closed. Psi cultivation, immortals, gods, sects, dimension travel, and much more. I've heard so many outrageous things, I somehow feel like the harem situation isn't even close to being my biggest problem. Tatsuki spent some time rolling around her bed as she continued thinking about the situation, resulting in another big sigh. Sigh in the end, I can't help it. I love Naruto and I want to stay together with him. Frankly, if it were the Tatsuki of a year ago, she would have simply kicked Naruto in the nuts and left before he could even finish his story, but her visit to another world, Soul Society, had somewhat changed the way she thought. After realizing that the world was much larger than she initially thought, she became significantly more tolerant of accepting new ideas, even if it was something absurd as a harem existing in modern times. I guess I'll just give it a try. Worst case scenario, I'll just break up with Naruto. However, before anything else, I need to talk with Naruto and set up some rules. If I'm subjected to such a strange situation, I at least want to set up some boundaries first. After Tatsuki finished with her contemplations, she nodded in approval at the conclusion she had reached and sat up from her bed. Although I was not expecting that I would reach this kind of conclusion when Naruto told me about the situation, in the end, I think I have a good feeling about this. Weird, but good. She lazily stretched her back as her gaze wandered through her room, finally landing on the dusty computer screen that hadn't been used for months. I wonder if the internet has any information about my current situation. Oh well, might as well take a look. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, Naruto had to suppress a sneeze as he was currently following behind the sulking figure of Ichigo. Phew, I almost gave my position away by sneezing. I wonder who is thinking about me. Considering how handsome I am, I'm surprised I'm not constantly sneezing. Well, my first thought about you sneezing was that you might have caught a cold, but then I remembered that idiots don't get colds, so I changed my mind. Oi, you wanna fight, shitty fox? Come at me, brat. While Naruto and Kurama were arguing, Ichigo reached his destination, a seemingly abandoned warehouse. However, as soon as he entered the building, it became rather clear that it wasn't abandoned, as a group of 8 people was already waiting for his arrival. Although they seemed to be a rather diverse group, all 8 of them shared a single similarity: all of them were carrying Zanpakuto. As soon as Ichigo entered the warehouse, a man with smooth blonde hair stepped forward with a wide grin on his face. It seems like you finally made the decision to join us, visored Ichigo. Frankly, I'm surprised to manage to find this place, considering how shit you are at detecting spiritual power, but since we constantly focused our spiritual power on you, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Anyway, since you are here, you must be ready to join us. Shinji Hirako, the visored that previously made contact with Ichigo and Naruto, was the first to greet Ichigo while implying that the other 7 people in the room were the same as him. All of them were visored Shinigami that attained hollow powers. However, to Shinji's surprise, Ichigo didn't give the answer he expected him to give. No way. Huh? What? Seeing Shinji's confused expression, Ichigo smirked as he pointed his sword at him. That's right. I'm not here to join you. I'm here to use you. I won't join your group, but you'll tell me how I can control the hollow inside me. Hearing Ichigo's words, Shinji scoffed in disdain as he shook his head in denial. We'll tell you. I don't think so. We'll tell you nothing. That doesn't matter. I'll get it out of you. Who and how do you think you'll do that? Isn't that obvious? I'll use force. As soon as Ichigo finished speaking, he charged at Shinji, who could only scoff in disdain as he easily blocked Ichigo's initial attack. What a joke. Oh well, come at me. As Shinji finished speaking, he counterattacked, forcing Ichigo to block his strike and sending him skidding backward before he gritted his teeth and resumed attacking. While the duo was fighting back and forth, the other 7 Vizord merely spectated the fight while casually talking about what they saw. The kid's not bad. He's holding himself against Shinji. What are you talking about? Shinji isn't even trying. The first comment was made by a tall man with fluffy blonde hair wearing a black suit, while the next one was from a young woman with black hair wearing a schoolgirl outfit. It doesn't seem like Ichigo is trying hard either. No matter how I look at it, he's afraid. Following those two, a huge, almost round man commented on the fight, followed by a man with an afro. After those two, a young girl with smooth blonde hair made a comment, followed by a grey-haired man with multiple piercings. Afraid? What is he afraid of? He's afraid of his inner hollow. Honestly, are we really considering letting that kid join us? As the other Visored continued arguing, the last of them, who hadn't said anything yet, sighed deeply while watching Ichigo and Shinji fight. She was a small woman with chaotic-looking blonde hair wearing a jumpsuit, and as she continued watching the confrontation, the last vestiges of her patient finally snapped, resulting in her approaching the fighting duo. As soon as she had gotten reasonably close to Shinji, she raised her leg, causing her flip-flop to fly off her foot, allowing her to catch it with practiced ease, followed by her nonchalantly smacking it into Shinji's face, sending him flying away. You have got it all wrong, Ichigo. This isn't a matter of you wanting to join us or learn from us or whatever. It is you that needs to learn from us. We'll test you, and when you are up to our standards, we'll teach you how to control your hollow. Whether you can learn that or not is entirely up to us. If you are not up to our standard, your hollow will consume you and you will die, which none of us would give a shit about. As soon as she finished speaking, the spiritual pressure around her increased, forcing Ichigo to prepare himself for battle. So, stop pissing about and hollowfy already. Let me see if you have reached the appropriate level. Although Ichigo briefly wondered what she meant by hollowfy, considering the current situation, he didn't need to be a genius to figure that out. No, I won't, hollowfy. Realizing what she meant, Ichigo immediately rejected her due to not wanting his hollow to take over. However, hearing Ichigo's answer, the young woman grew even angrier as she raised her hand up to her face in a claw motion. Seems like you still don't get it. You have no choice in this matter. As soon as she finished speaking, a hollow mask appeared on the young woman's face, immediately causing her spiritual pressure to skyrocket. Munch, things sure are getting hectic in here, aren't they? Suddenly, the sound of someone eating something crispy echoed through the room, attracting everyone's attention. Right there, around 5 meters away from the gathered Visored, a single individual with spiky blonde hair and blue eyes was leisurely lying down on a sun lounger, happily eating crisps while spectating Ichigo's fight. Where the hell did you come from? Hearing everyone in the room asking the same question simultaneously, the blonde-haired man simply shrugged his shoulders. What are you talking about? I've been here the whole time. Currently, Naruto was raising his hands in surrender with a wry smile on his face as a total of 6 people were pointing their swords at him. Geez, why are you people so on edge? Who are you? Naruto couldn't help but frown due to his question being ignored before frowning even deeper due to hearing a question he didn't expect to hear. Who am I? Shouldn't you know that? While the people around Naruto started frowning, Naruto's gaze landed on Shinji, who currently had his upper body stuck in a wall with his legs twitching. Oi, Shinji. Why didn't you tell your friends about me? As soon as Naruto called Shinji's name, he felt some of the tension leaving the little group surrounding him. However, that didn't mean they would become completely off guard, so they were still pointing their swords at Naruto while waiting for Shinji to dig himself out of the wall and explain the situation. Another 30 seconds later, Shinji managed to free himself and immediately glared at Naruto, who looked back at him with innocence sparkling in his eyes, causing Shinji to scoff in disdain. I didn't tell them about you because you are annoying. Ouch, that really hurts, Shinji told to think a friend would look at me that harshly. Since when were we friends? Isn't that obvious? Since we both were inside the same woman, isn't it obvious for us to be friends? Huh? What are you talking about? Or rather, who are you talking about? Your mother. You bastard, I'll kill you. As soon as Shinji stopped yelling at Naruto, he charged Naruto like a wild beast, his Zanpakuto already drawn. Unlike Shinji, the other Visored sheathed their sword after they witnessed Naruto and Shinji's back and forth. Neither of them were entirely sure what kind of relationship these two had exactly, but it became at least clear that Naruto wasn't an enemy. Well, at least he wasn't an enemy of the Visored. As for being Shinji's enemy, they decided that that would work itself out somehow. While everyone decided to ignore the fight between Naruto and Shinji, everyone's gaze returned to Ichigo and his small-statured opponent, Hiyori Tsurugaki, a small woman with spiky blonde hair and brown eyes. Realizing that there was no point in paying any more attention to Naruto, Hiyori's gaze returned to Ichigo as a vicious smirk appeared on her face. Anyway, as you can see, we, the Visored, have masks just like Hollow. Although you might be too afraid to holofy, Ichigo, but I have no such reservations. So you better prepare yourself because I'm not as nice as Shinji. As soon as Hiyori stopped speaking, she fully pulled down her hollow mask, causing her spiritual power to skyrocket, while Ichigo's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, Hiyori vanished from her position and slammed her palm into Ichigo's stomach, sending him hurling into a nearby wall, and before he could even realize what was going on, Hiyori was already in front of him, grabbed him and tossed him at the ground, resulting in a loud boom accompanied by a storm of dust. What's wrong, Ichigo? Is that all you have? If you keep this up, you will die. Just like that, Hiyori continued using Ichigo as a stress relief dummy, sending him flying all over the building and crashing him into wall after wall. Frankly, the building would have probably collapsed by now if one of the Visored, the big round one, didn't continuously create barriers around the fighting duo. While that was happening, the other Visored started relaxing, while one of them even took out a book and started reading. Moments later, Naruto returned from his quarrel with Shinji, causing a few eyebrows to rise as Shinji was nowhere to be seen. What happened to Shinji? Hearing the question, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders and pointed out of one of the windows, where Shinji could be seen sprawled on the ground with some kind of jelly-like substance on his face. Served him the specialty of the house, one of my special pies. Hearing the word pie immediately drew the attention of the female Visored with straight blonde hair, causing her eyes to sparkle. Special pie? What's so special about it? Maybe some kind of secret ingredients? Naruto nodded his head in acknowledgement before a mischievous smirk appeared on his face. Yep, Tilda, there is indeed a secret ingredient in there. Wanna know what it is? Seeing the young woman eagerly nod her head, Naruto's smirk widened as he resumed speaking. It's poison, Tilda. What? As soon as the word poison left Naruto's mouth, multiple gazes landed on him as he raised his hands defensively. Ma, no need to get all agitated. Despite being poisoned, the taste is still excellent. That's not the problem here. Haha, calm down. It's just a knockout poison, Tilda, no big deal, Tilda. Well, a knockout poison and a few other fun things, but I'm sure that isn't important enough for them to be interested in Tilda. Diarrhea, a constantly itchy nose, or farts as loud as a car horn. Yes. You know me so well, Kurama Tilda. Sigh, oftentimes, I wish I didn't. While most of the Visored gave him suspicious-filled looks, none of them thought that Naruto had actually poisoned Shinji with something dangerous, so after confirming that Shinji was indeed just knocked out, they lost interest in this matter. While most of them returned to watching how Hiyori was bullying. Fighting Ichigo, Naruto's gaze landed on the only Visored who wasn't watching, a young woman with long black hair who was currently reading a rather familiar-looking book. As Naruto was approaching her, she briefly glanced at him before completely ignoring him, causing him to chuckle in amusement. Interesting book you are reading there. The young woman, Lisa Yadomaru, gave Naruto another glance before she resumed reading a book that should definitely not be read in public. If you are trying to hit on me, then forget it. Hearing Lisa's words, Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders as he sat down a healthy distance away from Lisa. Considering the kind of book you are reading, I assumed that I didn't have much of a chance, but that isn't why I came over here. I wonder, do you know the author of what you are currently reading? As soon as that question left Naruto's mouth, Lisa looked at him like he was an idiot as she showed him the back of the book, where the author's name was clearly visible, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement. Red Rose. No, I'm not talking about the author's pen name, I'm talking about their real name. Yet again, Lisa could only scoff in disdain as she resumed reading while barely acknowledging Naruto's words. The real name of the author. No one knows that. Hell, it's not even known how the author looks, as they never appear in any event. If you are trying to bait me into a conversation with your nonsense, then please stop. Hearing Lisa's feisty tone, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he helplessly raised his hands in defeat. Too bad, she seems to genuinely have no interest in men. Oh well, Nasen likes the feisty ones anyway, so I guess it can't be helped, Tilda. Oh? Giving up so easily? Yeah, there is no point in trying. Considering she is reading porn in public, Naysan's degeneracy must have already taken hold of her, making all efforts from my side pointless. Yet you are still chatting her up. Ma, just a little bit of matchmaking. I'm a good brother, you know, Tilda. In other words, you really want to be assassinated by Hinata, right? Hearing Hinata's name, a shudder briefly went through Naruto's spine as cold sweat started flowing down his back. I am sure that will be fine. As she has significantly mellowed out over the years. Sure, keep telling that to yourself. Despite some doubts popping up in Naruto's mind, he still continued talking to Lisa while slowly turning around and walking away. I see, that's a pity. I just wanted to tell you the author's real name, but since you aren't interested, I guess it can't be helped, Tilda. As Naruto turned around and left, he noticed Lisa briefly twitching when he mentioned the author's real name, causing his smile to widen, and just when he was about to make his fifth step, Lisa resumed talking. Please wait a moment. Do you really know the author's real name? No, since you claim that, do you possibly even know the author? As the thought of Naruto possibly knowing the author of her favorite porn love story, Lisa couldn't help but become a little excited as she continued talking with a flush of excitement on her cheeks. That's right. Not only do I know who the author is, I even know them personally. Realizing that Lisa was hooked, Naruto's smile widened as he pulled out his next card with a flick of his wrist, causing a book to appear in Naruto's hand. Seeing the book, Lisa was initially confused, but moments later, she started breathing heavily. In no way. A signed copy. There are no signed copies. There aren't. Guess they aren't any for people that aren't close to the author, huh? Such a pity, Tilda. Obviously, Lisa wasn't entirely convinced yet. Every book had the author's signature in it, but those were merely printed into the book, making them worthless. However, Naruto's had the signature on the cover, and it looked exactly like the real one printed into the book. Obviously, Lisa wasn't naive enough to assume that it might not be a well-made fake, but her instincts as a pervert woman told her that it was the real deal. Please tell me their name and, if possible, I would like to get an autograph. No, if possible, I want to meet them. Seeing the previously fierce-acting Lisa suddenly getting all meek, Naruto chuckled in amusement as he approached her and raised her chin with a smirk on his face. And what will I get in return? As those words left his mouth, Naruto licked his lips in anticipation, while Lisa couldn't help but shudder after seeing the predatory look in Naruto's eyes. That, well. Seeing Lisa stammering in utter confusion as her head turned redder and redder in a mix of anger, confusion, and embarrassment, Naruto didn't hold it in any longer and started laughing out loud, greatly confusing Lisa. I'm just messing with you. There is no need for you to do anything. Since we are allies in this conflict against Aizen, I'll just consider this as a little present between allies. The author is Yuna Uzumaki, my sister. Just like in her second life, Yuna had yet again decided to release a book or two into this world, as it gave her a lot of good bribery material in her second life. Unlike the world of Shinobu she was previously reborn into, this world's porn industry was significantly more developed. However, just who was Yuna Uzumaki? She was a degenerate of the highest order with more sexual experience than the combined population of most cities. How could her work possibly not top anything on the market that is written by a bunch of infants whose age hasn't even reached the third digit? Considering that there was much more competition than in her second life, one might reasonably argue that the number of fans her books had would grow slower than in the shinobi world. However, there was something in this world that made the number of fans increase exponentially, the internet. While in the first few days, her book barely reached a few dozen readers, that number skyrocketed after reaching a certain level of acclaim as even media platforms started reporting on it. Obviously, none of these platforms advertised it as porn, but that was beside the point. Since the book had an adults-only rating, people could think about it whatever they wanted. Anyway, as soon as Lisa realized that Naruto was just messing with her, she glared at Naruto. However, that glare quickly changed into a frown of disbelief when Naruto mentioned that the author was actually his sister. Are you messing with me? There is no way that's true. However, Naruto only shrugged his shoulders as he flicked his wrist yet again, causing the book he was holding to disappear, causing Lisa to briefly wonder how he was doing that. Unfortunately, I currently have no way to prove my claim since Nasan is currently in Hueco Mundo to Bull. Spy on Aizen and his Car. How about you visit us after this mess is over so she can show you her drafts of her next book? I'm sure those will convince you. Hearing that there was a chance to look through the drafts of her favorite author's next work, Lisa started breathing heavily while simultaneously scolding herself to calm down. Why are you reacting like that, you idiot? All he has shown you so far is a copy of the book with a possibly faked signature. There is no reason to get all excited due to something this uncertain. Calm down. While Lisa tried and failed to calm herself down, Naruto chuckled in amusement as his gaze returned to the fighting Ichigo and Hiyori. As the fight between the two continued, Ichigo continued struggling more and more as he refused to use his Bankai in fear that he would lose control while simultaneously trying to figure out how Hiyori could just put her hollow mask on without losing control, which was pretty much impossible. As Hiyori continued ragdolling Ichigo through the rune, the atmosphere suddenly changed as a hollow-like roar echoed through the rune, while Ichigo's spiritual pressure erupted far beyond anything Hiyori had managed to put out so far, stunning her greatly. Seeing this, Naruto's eyes widened as he realized that Ichigo had lost control of his inner hollow and was about to go on a rampage. Or, to be more precise, he was going to attack Hiyori with far more power than she could handle, so Naruto decided to act. Activating Bankai would be a little slow, and although I doubt Ichigo would kill Hiyori with one hit, I would rather not risk it. So, holification it is. Considering this place is protected by multiple barriers and Shinji already knows about my holification, I doubt there would be any problems after showing off a little. Those thoughts passed through Naruto's mind instantly as a fox-like hollow mask appeared on his face, covering his eyes and nose. Before anyone else in the room could react, he disappeared from his position and reappeared next to Hiyori, just in time to catch Ichigo's hand that was about to grab her neck. I don't think so. Before the hollowified Ichigo could understand what had just happened, a fist smashed into his face, shattering his mask and pulling him out of his mindless state, and leaving him in a daze. Geez, you people sure are reckless, aren't you? Ha ha ha. While Naruto was laughing loudly, everyone else in the room looked at him, astonished. As soon as Ichigo's inner hollow went on a rampage, everyone activated their hollow masks, but before the gathered visor could react and restrain Ichigo, Naruto had already shattered his mask, leaving all of them dumbfounded. Why do you know how to hollowify? MHH. Well, I just do tilde no big deal tilde. How is that not a big deal? MHH. Well. He tilde. Meanwhile, a few moments earlier, within Hueco Mundo, Hinata was currently resting on Yuna's lap while Yuna was stroking her head. If Hinata were a cat, there was no doubt that she would be purring as her eyes squinted in pleasure. However, just as Yuna's hands started to wander towards other areas, Hinata explosively sat up while surveying her surrounding. How is this possible? This can't be. Seeing Hinata looking around with a frown on her face, Yuna tilted her head in confusion. Is something wrong, Hinata? Hearing Yuna's question, Hinata's frown deepened as her glare landed on Yuna, who was only looking at her with innocence shining in her eyes. Damn it, how did this happen? I can feel it. There is another one. But how? I've kept my eyes on Yuna all this time, but yet, a new one appeared despite Yuna hanging around me the whole time. What's up, Hinata? Is something bothering you? Hearing Yuna's question, Hinata's frown deepened even further as she pondered for a brief moment before she continued speaking. Yuna, how in the world does your harem grow without you present? MHH. My harem grows without me being present. Isn't that obvious? It's because I'm that awesome. Hinata sighed deeply while deciding to ignore Yuna's words. She placed her head back on Yuna's lap, who immediately resumed stroking her hair with one hand while the other continued wandering lower and lower, which Hinata ignored for now. Damn it, what am I even supposed to do? I came here to observe Yuna and block a few possible candidates, but what am I even supposed to do when possible candidates pop up without Yuna being present? Damn it, I don't know who is responsible for this, but no matter who it is, I'll make them pay. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as those words passed through her mind, yet another shiver went through Naruto's spine. Oh yeah, I'm totally fucked. It has been nice knowing you, Kurama. Rest in peace, Naruto. See, could someone explain to me what is going on? Yet again, Naruto found himself surrounded by a bunch of Vizard, but this time, Ichigo was one of the people glaring at him as well. Oh well, it seems like knocking out Shinji before he could explain the situation properly wasn't a great idea, huh? Hey, can one of you go over to Shinji and give him a few crisps max to wake him up? Okay, Mashiro's on it, As soon as Naruto asked if someone could wake up Shinji, Mashiro, Vizard with smooth blonde hair wearing goggles on her head, ran over to Shinji and started slapping him. What the hell, Naruto? Since when could you control your hollow, and why haven't you told anyone about it? Hearing Ichigo's questions, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and answered him leisurely. Isn't it obvious why I didn't tell you? You didn't ask Tilda. Ichigo's face fell while the remaining Vizard face palmed, causing Naruto to chuckle in amusement. Hee, jokes aside, there is actually another reason why I didn't tell you about it up until now, which simultaneously answered your question about controlling my hollow. As soon as Naruto resumed speaking, everyone's attention was back on him. While Ichigo was interested in both the reason why Naruto didn't tell him and how he controlled his hollow, the Vizard didn't really care about the first but really wanted to know about the second. After all, it took them years of arduous trial and error to finally get a somewhat reliable method to deal with their inner hollow. Well, the reason why I didn't tell you is that if I were to do that, you would want to know the method, which I knew you wouldn't be happy with. Now that another option exists, it doesn't really matter anymore. Please wait a moment. How do you know about our method? While Naruto was talking, Shinji managed to wake up and walked over with 2 red handprints on his cheeks while scratching his nose with a frown on his face. Damn, why is my nose so itchy? Anyway, as he was walking over, he heard Naruto talking about how they controlled their hollow, so he couldn't help but ask him how he knew about that. However, as soon as Naruto heard his question, he looked at Shinji like he was an idiot. What's with all these obvious questions today? I already saw you and that little girl putting your masks on. Seeing that makes the method pretty obvious. Who are you calling a little girl? While Naruto tilted his head to the side, allowing the sandal that was just thrown at him to harmlessly pass by his head just to smack into Shinji's face, everyone else could only stare at Naruto, utterly dumbfounded. However, before anyone could issue any doubt, Naruto simply continued talking. That's right. While you are suppressing it and controlling it with your will, I did something different. Oh. As Naruto continued talking, the smirk on his face widened while the white of his left eye became black and his irises turned yellow, and, as he continued speaking, his voice became higher and more distorted. Decided to accept him and even became friends with him, What? Naturally, everyone was outraged when they heard Naruto's claim of being friends with his hollow, but before anyone could comment on it, Naruto's demeanor shifted as he arrogantly raised his head and looked down on anyone around him. This young master isn't your friend. As quickly as the weird change happened, it disappeared again, returning Naruto to his more laid-back presence. While everyone was looking at him in utter confusion, Naruto simply rolled his. Geez, so feisty. After hearing Naruto's dismissive words, Shinji quickly approached him, grabbed Naruto's shoulders, and started shaking him. Are you insane? Friends? That's nonsense. Didn't he himself deny it? He's just at Sundari, don't worry about it. Sundari? This young master is going to kick your ass. Yes, Tilda. Teed Sundari. J-OK. Grumble. As Shinji was shaking Naruto like a madman, a loud grumbling sound suddenly came from Shinji's stomach, causing him to pause. What in the woe? Grumble. Oh shit. Yet again, a similar sound came from Shinji's stomach, but this time it was much louder, causing his eyes to widen while he held his stomach. Shit shit. While Shinji suddenly started cursing while holding his stomach, he turned around from Naruto and ran away, vanishing in one of the rooms in the back of the building. Silence reigned the room for a few seconds, and before anyone could ask what in the world happened to Shinji, a roaring fart echoed through the building and almost shook the walls, dumbfounding everyone except for Naruto, who did his best not to start laughing out loud. Fart pranks they truly are never not funny. An ancient man in the body of a 17-year-old with the humor of a 5-year-old. Pretty sure 17-year-old people still laugh about fart jokes. That doesn't make your situation much better, does it? As another mind-numbingly loud fart ripped through the building, all eyes landed on Naruto, who only looked back with an innocent expression on his face. Seeing Naruto's expression, everyone in the room shared the same thought. Suspicious. A few minutes later, Ichigo was preparing to gain control over his hollow as the matter with Naruto's hollow was temporarily dropped. Well, it's not like anyone could change anything about how things were, so it didn't even matter anyway. While Ichigo was walking on some kind of training device that apparently had something to do with controlling his hollow, Naruto had something else to do, so he temporarily returned home to fetch something. Currently, he was standing in one of the country, or maybe even the world's most dangerous rooms, while taking deep calming breaths. That room was Yuna's room. Naruto took a few more deep breaths before he steeled his expression and strode forward with confidence in his steps, knowing that Yuna would do the same for him if the situation arose. This is stupid. Shut up, I need to concentrate. So, without further delay, he grabbed the door handle and pushed some of his spiritual pressure into it. If Yuna were present, the door would simply open at this point, but since she wasn't, it, unfortunately, wasn't that easy as a small terminal appeared next to the door that had a small screen on it that read, "Access denied." Knowing that multiple prank mechanisms were about to get activated, Naruto quickly made his next move and took a small microphone that was part of the terminal and spoke into it as clearly as possible. Emergency protocol, Hareen. With a small ding, the words on the screen changed, and when Naruto saw that, it now displayed the words error. Protocol not found. Naruto sighed deeply as he yet again spoke into the microphone. So why are you doing this to me, Nei-san? Supreme Emergency Protocol, Sisters Heavenly Unlimited Expanding Harem Accident Code. Now reading the words access granted, as he felt most of the prank mechanism deactivating, Naruto rolled his eyes so hard he himself almost got dizzy from it. Seriously, why does it have to be like this? Do I really need to answer that? Nah, that question was rhetoric. After Naruto finished his brief conversation with Kurama, he started typing away at the terminal in front of him while occasionally issuing a spoken command or two, and after another 2 minutes of work, he had what he wanted, a few early versions from Yuna's book, and a few sample parts of her potential next one. Well, that should be more than enough to convince her Tilda. Why even bother doing this? Well, because Nei-san obviously would do the same for me. Doesn't she just gobble up every woman she lays her eyes on? Well, that's not entirely wrong, but let's not forget that she has not once made an attempt on any of the women I fancy. Clearly, going after your siblings' women is a big no-no. Additionally, let's not forget that she had actively helped me as well, so why not do her a little favor? Fine, do whatever you want. Meanwhile, within last notches, Haribel was inside the room assigned to her and was currently lying down on a small bed, holding a book a short distance away from her face while occasionally rubbing her thighs together. No way. Is something like that really possible? She rolled around the bed, finally resting on her belly as she continued reading with an excited expression on her face. No way, is that really a thing? I really want to try that out, however. She continued moving around, ending with her lower body lying on the bed while the upper half was dangling upside down on the bed, with her head almost touching the ground. No matter how I look at it, I would need at least 5 people to try out this kind of thing. As those thoughts passed through her mind, Yuna's perverted smile briefly passed through her mind, causing her to blush furiously. In no way did she expect this. There is no way right. As all kinds of thoughts passed through Haribel's mind, she couldn't help but smile wryly as she realized that this might have been a trap set by Yuna from the very beginning, but at the same time, she also realized that Yuna clearly showed all of her cards from the beginning. So what's even the point of getting angry about this when she made her desires clear from the start while hiding nothing from me? Can I really consider getting gifted a book that interests me as being tricked? Finalizing her thoughts, Haribel chuckled in amusement due to all the things she thought about while turning the page to find out what happened next. Damn it, if this continues getting better, I might actually jump one of my girls before I'm done reading. As Haribel's thoughts sunk further into depravity, someone knocked at her door, resulting in her closing the book she was holding so fast that it almost resulted in a sonic book before quickly hiding it underneath her mattress. Haribel-sama, it's me, Apache. Hearing Apache's voice on the other side of the door, Haribel took a few calming breaths while simultaneously trying to suppress the blush that was currently coating her cheeks, and after around 5 seconds, she allowed Apache to enter her room just after she got into a more presentable position. "Apache, what's wrong?" The moment Apache entered the room, she felt like something was off, as Haribel was currently looking like a little schoolgirl that was caught with her fingers in the cookie jar, but due to Apache's high loyalty to her, she decided not to question the situation any further and tell Haribel the reason she was here instead. Aizen-sama ordered for all the Espada to gather. Apparently, there will be another raid on the world of the living. I'm not entirely sure what is going on, but apparently, there is a human individual he desires to bring to Hueco Mundo. Hearing Apache's report, Haribel nodded in acknowledgement as she got up from her bed and approached Apache. "When exactly does Aizen-sama want the meeting to take place?" "It's scheduled to happen in 2 hours. Hearing Apache's answer, Haribel nodded in agreement as she got closer and closer to Apache, licking her lips in anticipation. "I see, in that case, stay with me for a while. There are a few things I would like to try." Initially, Apache had no idea what Haribel was talking about, but after seeing the hungry expression on her face, Apache's cheeks flushed crimson as she meekly nodded her head, causing Haribel's smile to widen. "Oh yeah, there are a lot of fun things to try, Tilda." Meanwhile, back in the world of the living, Naruto yet again reached the base of the Vizard, just in time to see Ichigo snap due to whatever boring exercise he was doing, resulting in him tossing the equipment he was using away, which unfortunately ended with Shinji getting hit by it, due to Hiyori pulling him into its flight path. Following that, Ichigo, Hiyori, and Shinji kept arguing with each other, and while Ichigo was claiming that he understood that this exercise was supposed to test how much spiritual power he had and that he could easily keep going for days, Shinji only sneered at him with disdain, claiming that he had no idea what was actually going on with Aizen and the Arrancar, shocking him greatly. Meanwhile, Naruto was approaching Lisa, who, unlike the first time he did so, was actually paying attention to him as he got closer. "What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" Despite her dismissive words, Lisa put away the book she was reading as soon as Naruto got closer to her while simultaneously looking at him with sparkling eyes. Obviously, she had guessed by now why Naruto decided to leave this place, significantly increasing her expectation of what was about to happen. "He Tilda, so you are busy. Guess you won't have time to read through the initial drafts of my sister's book." The moment Naruto stopped speaking, Lisa's face was already flushed red with excitement as she looked at the package Naruto was carrying with greed shining in her eyes. "I guess I could spare some time to." While Lisa was trying to make Naruto hand over what he was carrying while simultaneously keeping her own pride, Naruto continued speaking with a huge grin on his face. "Nor, through a bunch of snippets, she has written about her next work, Tilda." The moment those words left Naruto's mouth and Lisa realized that Naruto not only had initial drafts, which she assumed to be not as good as the finished product, but previews of what was to come next, she couldn't help but start breathing heavily as drool started slowly flowing down the corner of her mouth. Her pride, which initially prevented her from being too thirsty for what Naruto wanted to give her, was shattered into a million pieces as she realized what Naruto had actually brought here, resulting in her bowing her head without a moment of hesitation. "I'm sorry for acting all arrogant, please grant me permission to read what Rose-sensei." "No, what Yuna-sama has written." Seeing the crystallized excitement in Lisa's eyes, Naruto nodded in approval as she handed over the pieces of paper he got from Yuna's room with a smile on his face, resulting in Lisa snatching them out of his hands like a starved man getting the chance to drink some water for the first time in weeks. Nasan better be grateful for this, Tilda. Does it even matter? Considering Hinata is going to assassinate you soon, I really get the point of doing this. Geez, there is no way she will actually do that. Kurama, probably and maybe, surely, I am sure it will work out somehow. Since Ichigo insisted on speeding his holification training up, Shinji decided to comply with his demands, promptly knocking Ichigo out. So you just knock him out, stimulate his inner hollow and let them duke it out. That's not very sophisticated, is it? Hearing Naruto's words, Shinji rolled his eyes while picking up Ichigo and carrying him into the basement. We have a special environment down here to give Ichigo the edge during his fight. Unfortunately, that is all the help we can provide. Everything else depends on Ichigo himself. Naruto simply nodded his head as he and the other Vizord entered the basement, with Lisa, who was stumbling the whole time because she continued reading the book Naruto had given her, being the last to enter. Following that, Shinji ordered the almost round-visored, who is apparently called Hachigan Yushoda, to bind Ichigo with a seal, which manifested in 5 metal pillars crashing onto Ichigo's body, followed by a round dome surrounding them, which was there to limit the damage. So, a few seconds later, a shrieking hollow cry echoed through the building, putting everyone on guard. Suddenly, half of Ichigo's face got covered by a hollow mask as the pillars pinning him to the ground started slowly grumbling. "Lisa, you're the first on duty." Following Shinji's words, absolutely nothing happened, drawing everyone's gazes towards Lisa, who was quietly mumbling to herself. "Gahigi tilde, as expected of Yuna-sama, this is another masterpiece tilde." Seeing Lisa's current state of mind being in a weird place, Shinji's eyebrows twitched in irritation, and he was just about to take the book out of Lisa's hands when he suddenly got the impression that a Grim Reaper was holding a scythe to his neck, causing him goosebumps. Before Shinji could do anything he would probably regret, Naruto patted his shoulder before walking towards the still-sealed Ichigo. Now, Shinji. You never get between a pervert and their pawn, so leave her alone for now and let me handle this. I assume I just have to go in there and hold Ichigo back, right? Shinji, who still had cold sweat flowing down his back, quickly pulled back the arm that was about to snatch Lisa's book, heard Naruto's words, and nodded his head. Yep, you only need to contain him either until he fails his transformation or succeeds. It's unfortunate, but if he fails, we'll have no other choice but to kill him. Naruto simply nodded his head and continued walking toward Ichigo, and he was just about to pass through the spherical barrier when Shinji added a few more words. You think you can endure it, Naruto? I don't want you to come crying to me after you got beat up by Ichigo's hollow tilde. As soon as those words left Shinji's mouth, Naruto's demeanor changed as he flicked his wrist, causing a folding fan to appear out of nowhere while simultaneously scoffing in disdain. Who do you think this young master is? I'll show you the immensity of heaven and earth, youngster. Shinji looked at Naruto's back, utterly dumbfounded, before quickly glancing at his fellow visored, who had equally confused expressions on their face. What is that idiot talking about? Mashiro thinks he has gone crazy tilde. Was that his hollow? Why does his hollow talk like that? Immensity of heaven and earth. Was I just called a youngster? Gahigi tilde, this is the best tilde. Following Naruto's words, the visored had all kinds of reactions, with a few immediately realizing that Naruto's hollow was probably the one who just spoke. Meanwhile, Naruto entered the barrier and stood now in front of the still-sealed Ichigo, waiting for him to break out of the seal. He didn't have to wait long, as not even a minute later, Ichigo roared loudly while finally breaking through the seal, allowing him to stand. This young master is looking forward to this. Ugh, seeing my body speak like this is giving me goosebumps. Still better than enduring your degeneracy. Degeneracy? What are you talking about, Kurama? I'm as pure as they come. Pa, maybe in this life, and we both know how hard you are working on changing that. Oh I, if that was really so important to me, I would just hire a prost. Can you keep it down? This young master finally got a chance to control the body, and I don't need any background noise while doing so. Fine, whatever. While the two Narutos and Kurama were internally chatting, Ichigo roared yet again before pouncing on Naruto, who easily dodged his attack before smacking his folding fan into Ichigo's face. Geez, lunging at me like a beast. Really? So you are courting death? Suddenly, the atmosphere around Ichigo changed as a hollow hole opened in his chest while parts of his body got covered with a white substance, resulting in his spiritual power increasing significantly. Nice, seems like he's not simple. While Naruto was talking, he drew his Zanpakuto that was not associated and pointed it at Ichigo with a grin on his face. Since I got out for a while, might as well take you for a spin, isn't that right? I'm looking forward to my first real fight. The air around Naruto started stirring as his spiritual pressure exploded out of him, easily contesting Ichigo's. Naruto raised both his arms until they were parallel to the ground, with his palms pointing skyward and his Zanpakuto resting on them. Bello Boreas. And changed the name of Naruto's Zanpakuto from Borum to Boreas. I wanted it to be named after a god of wind, and after searching for a few names, I decided on Borum, only to later find out that there is basically no info about that god, and with its name only existing on a random list on Wikipedia. So, here we are tilde. The moment Naruto said his Zanpakuto's name, it melted into a yellow liquid that wrapped itself around Naruto's body, forming a yellow cloak with black trims on its scene. Simultaneously, the air around Naruto started moving, forming a sphere with blowing wind around him. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Shinji couldn't help but frown when he saw Naruto's Shikai release. Kisuke told me Naruto's Shikai turns his Zanpakuto into a pair of gloves, so what is the meaning of this? Since he was carrying two Zanpakuto, I assumed each would turn into one glove, but it seems that assumption was incorrect. Are Kisuke's information wrong, or does Naruto possess two Zanpakuto? I have never heard of a Shinigami carrying around two Zanpakuto with two completely different Shikai. Maybe this has something to do with his inner hollow. If I had to make a guess, I think that would be what I would choose as the most likely cause for this phenomenon. 10 minutes are up. It's my turn. While Shinji was deep in thought, a small alarm clock started ringing, indicating that Naruto's turn to fight Ichigo was over. However, before the next person could enter the barrier, a smirk appeared on Shinji's face. For now, let Naruto continue fighting. We have never told him about the 10-minute timer, and I'm rather curious about what he is capable of as well. A frown appeared on the faces of a few of his fellow Vizard, but in the end, no one bothered arguing with Shinji, especially since quite a few of them were rather curious about Naruto's strength as well. And just like that, Naruto continued fighting Ichigo, but this time, he was fighting barehanded due to his sword turning into a cloak, which suited him perfectly since he had always been fighting barehanded. So, his hollow naturally had the same preference and even inherited his skills from Naruto. Although one might argue that fighting barehanded against a sword was quite a disadvantage, Naruto had no trouble at all, as every time his hands collided with Ichigo's Zanpakuto, they were covered by a layer of wind that not only blocked Ichigo's blade but made Naruto's punches much more dangerous as well. Slow. As that word left Naruto's mouth, he casually leaned back a little, causing Ichigo's incoming strike to miss. Weak. Ichigo attacked yet again, and Naruto smashed his fist into Ichigo's blade, knocking it back. Sloppy. Ichigo lunged at Naruto, but Naruto only sidestepped him, and while doing so, he tripped Ichigo. This young master is not impressed. Ichigo's hollow form stood up with an anger-filled roar as the white substance covering his body continued engulfing more and more of Ichigo's body, slowly turning him into a full-fledged hollow, as by now, both his hands had hollowified as well. Seeing Ichigo's power constantly increasing and Naruto easily keeping up with him, Shinji frowned deeply, wondering just how powerful Naruto really was. How long has he been fighting now? Almost an hour. After his question was answered, Shinji's frown deepened even further as he wondered just how much stamina Naruto had. Currently, Ichigo's power was constantly increasing, while his stamina was pretty much endless. The only way to defeat the current Ichigo in his half-hollowified form would be to cut off his head, which Naruto obviously wouldn't do. However, not only was Ichigo constantly getting more powerful, the strength in his hollowified form was already terrifying to begin with. As a Shinigami, Ichigo had enough talent and power to reach Bankai after a very short time, and such talent was naturally inherited by his hollow, making it an absolute monster. Just where did this monster come from? While Shinji was deep in thought, Hollow Ichigo let loose another hollow-like scream as he pointed his index and middle finger at Naruto before forming an orb of red spiritual power in front of his two fingers. Seeing Ichigo's action, Naruto sneered in disdain as he copied Ichigo's movement while simultaneously, a hollow-looking fox mask covered the top half of his face. A mere mutt like you wants to use a Sero on this venerable one. Presumptuous. Moments later, two red beams of concentrated spiritual power were unleashed, and not even half a second later, they collided with a loud booming noise. The two beams briefly fought for dominance before Naruto's overwhelmed Ichigo's, sending him flying and crashing him into the barrier surrounding the fighting duo. Is that all? Not enough to reach the apex. Despite taking heavy damage, Ichigo's blood-stained figure easily stood up, and moments later, the multiple cuts and bruises he had gotten from Naruto's Sero already started healing, causing Naruto to frown. Damn, he's like a cockroach. Should I go with Bankai? However, before Naruto could make a decision, Ichigo's figure suddenly paused before his spiritual power went out of control, causing his eyes to widen. Naruto? Get out of there! Although Naruto wasn't entirely sure what was going on, he decided to follow Shinji's outcry and quickly left the barrier through a hole that opened up just before he reached it. Moments later, Naruto realized that he made the right decision as a powerful explosion ripped through the barrier, causing his eyebrow to rise before simply shrugging his shoulders. Oh well, guess that's it. This young master will go back to sleep. As soon as Naruto finished speaking, his hollow mask crumbled and his cloak turned back into his zanpakuto, which he quickly sheathed away. The moment that was done, he instantly threw a vicious glare at Shinji, who reeled back, wondering what he had done wrong. If you tell anyone about the way I talked, I'll introduce you to a layer of hell even you didn't know existed. A chill went down Shinji's spine as he subconsciously retreated a step before eagerly nodding his head, agreeing to do as Naruto wanted. Seeing that Shinji agreed, his gaze landed on the other Vizard, who nodded their heads as well, making it clear that they understood. Well, everyone nodded, expected for Lisa, who Naruto was pretty sure had no idea what was happening around her as she was still deeply immersed in her new book. A few more seconds passed and the smoke cloud from the previous explosion slowly settled, revealing Ichigo wearing a hollow mask while the rest of the hollowified parts had fallen to the ground. The barrier was lifted, and just when Shinji wanted to talk to Ichigo, Ichigo fell face first onto the ground, causing his mask to detach from his face, making Shinji grin. Well, how are you feeling, Ichigo? Although Ichigo was clearly beyond exhausted, he still managed to grin slightly while answering Shinji. Not bad. At the same time, deep within the walls of Las Noches, Aizen was holding up a shining crystal while admiring it with fascination. Soon, the Hogyoku will be completely unsealed, and then it's finally time to start the next step of my plan. He tilted, this one looks slightly different than the one you got from Rukia. Did you do something with it? To Aizen's credit, he only briefly twitched due to someone talking to him from behind his back. Yuna Uzumaki. What are you doing here? Seeing Aizen's seemingly calm reaction, Yuna nodded in approval and decided not to tease Aizen about getting jump-scared by her. Well, she had it recorded so that she could do so at a more appropriate occasion. What am I doing here? Well, I just walked in. It's not like the door was locked. It wasn't locked because I am in here. Yeah, I know. That's why I came here while you were in here. Since I'm your guest, I don't want to lockpick too many doors. That would be just rude. Too many. So you did lockpick some? No. Seeing Yuna's utterly shameless attitude, Aizen could only sigh and sigh again. Every day he had a conversation with Yuna brought him closer to straight-up killing her, which undoubtedly would hurt his pride since he would basically admit that he couldn't figure out how she was messing around in Las Noches. However, no matter how hard Yuna pushed his nerves, she never went past the point of no return and actually pushed him to attack her. Initially, he assumed that Yuna was just lucky, but by now, he half believed that Yuna could actually read him with an uncanny amount of precision, which terrified him a little. Sigh, fine, whatever. Get lost already. Yeah, sure. Anyway, give me the Hogyoku, I want to take a look. As soon as she stopped speaking, she stretched out her right hand with her palm pointing skyward, apparently expecting Aizen to hand over the Hogyoku without question. She is as brazen as always. Should I just show the Hogyoku to her or not? Frankly, the Hogyoku is still mostly sealed, so it's not like she can do anything with it. Additionally, even I, with my vast spiritual power and deep knowledge of Kido, can't do anything to tinker with the Hogyoku, so even if I were to give it to her briefly, it wouldn't matter. So, a few seconds later, Yuna held the Hogyoku in her hand and observed it with fascination. However, not even 5 seconds later, a frown appeared on her face as her gaze landed on Aizen. You are aware that this thing is at least partially sentient, right? Although Aizen was surprised that Yuna had managed to figure that out so quickly, he simply nodded his head without showing any of the surprise he internally felt on his face. Yes, I'm aware of that. While nodding her head, Yuna continued inspecting the Hogyoku, looking at it from every possible angle while occasionally glancing at Aizen. Well, you can obviously do whatever you want, but are you sure fusing your body with this is a good idea? Yet again, Aizen was surprised that Yuna saw through his intentions, but yet again, Aizen managed to keep his expression in check. What makes you think I want to fuse with it? Yuna nodded in approval due to Aizen not giving a stupid answer like, how did you know about that, which would give her an easy approach to mess with him before she resumed speaking. Because that's the kind of person you are. Just having the Hogyoku help you break through the barrier between Hollow and Shinigami isn't enough for you. You want more. You don't want to become just another Arrancar. You want to transcend it all. You want to become a being superior to anything else and proclaim yourself the greatest. As soon as Yuna finished speaking, silence reigned in the room as a tense atmosphere descended between Yuna and Aizen. However, the tense atmosphere quickly vanished. A smile filled with nothing but the feeling of superiority appeared on Aizen's face while his spiritual pressure engulfed Yuna. That's right. As the days pass, I get closer and closer to my goal, and soon I will stand supreme. I'll surpass everyone and firmly place myself on the seat of God. Feeling the pressure on her body, a face-splitting grin appeared on her face as her own spiritual pressure exploded out of her body, contesting with Aizen's while causing the room to tremble. We'll see about that. There can only be one person to surpass them all, and that person has been and will always be me, Aizen Tilda. Finished saying what she wanted to say, Yuna turned around and left the room, casually tossing the Hogyoku over her shoulder and towards Aizen while doing so. Just when she was about to leave the room, she turned her head and gave Aizen another insanity-filled grin. Let's have lots of fun in the coming days, Aizen Tilda. Looking at Yuna's departing figure, Aizen could feel some sweat trickle down his temple. However, after giving the Hogyoku a squeeze, confirming that its unsealing was only a matter of time, Aizen managed to calm down. She actually is a threat to the current me. I did not expect that. However, in the end, I'm still superior to her and even have her under my Zanpakuto's control. And then, after fusing with the Hogyoku, I'll demonstrate to her what true despair is as I show her my unrivaled power. A few more hours passed, and while Ichigo insisted on staying with the visor to get better control over his holification, Naruto decided to go home. He was just about to reach his destination when an old lady, who Naruto recognized as his neighbor, spoke to him. Excuse me, some weird muffled noise is coming from your backyard. Could you please do something to stop them? Although Naruto tilted his head in confusion, not really knowing what was going on, but in the end, he nodded his head in agreement. Not sure what is happening, but I'll take a look. Satisfied with Naruto's answer, the old lady left while Naruto made his way to the backyard. A child. And of some strange thing. As soon as he reached the backyard, Naruto immediately saw what appeared to be a child with spiky white hair rolling around the garden with their arms and legs tied up, and some pie remains in their face. Additionally, a strange device was discarded in the middle of the garden, which Naruto assumed the captured person carried in here. Wait a moment, if this was really a normal child, our defense system wouldn't have attacked so viciously, so there must be more to this than meets the eyes. MHH. Wait a moment. White spiky hair and a small body. That seems rather familiar. Naruto approached the struggling figure and quickly realized that his assumption was correct. Oh. If it isn't Toshiro Tilda, how have you been? Realizing that someone had finally appeared, Toshiro turned his head, and when he saw Naruto, fury filled his eyes, and he would have probably started cursing at Naruto if it wasn't for the ball gag in his mouth. If it was the usual Toshiro, he could have easily torn through the restraints, as Naruto's house wasn't exactly designed to keep away captain-level enemies, but unfortunately, Toshiro was currently inside a Gagai, which made him only a little stronger than an average human. Geez, why are you glaring at me like that? It's not like I asked you to break into my backyard without permission. Hearing Naruto's words, Toshiro at least stopped struggling, resulting in Naruto nodding his head in approval before untying him. However, as soon as Toshiro's hands were freed, a fist flew at Naruto, who easily dodged it. Oops, seems like I have to reactive the defense mechanism Tilda. The moment those words entered Toshiro's ears, he froze in place just when he was about to throw a second punch. Realizing the situation he was in, he coughed awkwardly before fixing his disarrayed clothes. Cough anyway, I was ordered to set up a communication device at your place since it seems like the Captain Commander has acquired important information that is relevant to the world of the living as well. That being said, we want you to participate in the meeting and, if possible, relay the information to Ichigo, whose current whereabouts we don't know. Although Naruto found it a little shameless how the people in Soul Society just assumed they could install a communication device at his place, no questions asked, but in the end, he decided to agree, as he was rather curious about what was found out. So, around half an hour later, a huge TV screen with a seriously grotesque-looking frame was placed in an unused room as Naruto, Ranjaku, and Toshiro waited for the other side to make contact. On a side note, Toshiro couldn't help but glare at Rangiku as he was fully aware she should be present at Naruto's house but didn't help him after getting tied up, to which she simply retorted that she had no way of knowing that Toshiro was captured, ending the conversation rather quickly. Anyway, a few minutes of waiting later, the Captain Commander's face appeared on the large screen, ready to tell the trio what he had found out about Aizen's plans. Apparently, Aizen plans to get his hands on the Oken, which is a key allowing him to enter Seireide's royal palace and meet the king of Seireide, the Spirit King. Yamamoto continued his explanation, telling Naruto and the others that it was very likely that it was Aizen's goal to kill the Spirit King. Obviously, everyone wanted to know where the so-called Oken was, but Yamamoto quickly revealed that it wasn't so easy to find it but that it would need to be created. Obviously, the next question was whether Aizen had already created it or was in the process of doing so, but Yamamoto quickly denied that notion as he had already found out how to create it. Apparently, to create the Oken, 100,000 human souls need to be sacrificed within a certain area, within a special place, while these souls need to possess a certain density. Long story short, Aizen plans to sacrifice a large part of Karakuru town, which coincidentally perfectly matches all the requirements needed to create the Oken. The moment Yamamoto revealed what Aizen wanted to do, vicious spiritual pressure flooded the room, almost causing Rangiku and Toshiro to choke, while Yamamoto's eyes widened in surprise due to seeing the effect the spiritual pressure had on its surroundings and feeling some of it through the monitor device. He tilted so Aizen plans to sacrifice that many people for his own desires, huh? Good, very good tilde. Although Naruto spoke in a slow and measured manner, there was not a single person present who couldn't feel the utter viciousness in his words as his pair of blue eyes reflected incredibly concentrated killing intent. While Rangiku and Toshiro were simply dumbfounded by the intense pressure radiating out of Naruto, Yamamoto had slightly different thoughts. How is this possible? That brat isn't even in his 20s, and yet his eyes tell a completely different story. Ancient beyond ancient, having seen everything from times of ultimate peace to wars filled with nothing but destruction. Who is he really? Unaware of Yamamoto's thoughts, Naruto realized that his spiritual pressure was being influenced by his emotions, so he closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, allowing him to calm down significantly. I apologize. When innocent people get involved, I always get a little angry. Although everyone wanted to comment on the little part of that statement, they collectively decided not to do so, as Yamamoto resumed talking about Aizen while still contemplating how he was supposed to handle Naruto in the back of his mind. Anyway, Yamamoto continued his story, telling everyone that there was no need to immediately take action due to the Hogyoku still being in a sealed state. Additionally, he said that it would take at least a month for it to be unsealed, giving Seireide a lot of time to make preparations. However, as Yamamoto was about to continue his story, Naruto interrupted him. Sorry about that, but could we confirm this whole "we have a while" month matter? I feel like we somewhat lack a proper source of information, and we're merely working on assumptions. Hearing Naruto's words, Yamamoto could only shake his head, as there was nothing to do about that. Unfortunately, that is all we have. We can only base our assumptions on the data we received from Urahara Kasuke and the estimation made by Moyue Kurosuche. Hearing Yamato's words, Naruto nodded in understanding before he took something out that looked like a kunai ancient shinobi might have used, but instead of a normal hilt, it had multiple protrusions, making it look like a snowflake. Sorry, but give me a minute. Although no one was entirely sure what Naruto was doing, they still waited patiently for Naruto to finish to do whatever he was doing as he was continuously putting spiritual power into different spots of the device he was holding. He did so for about half a minute when surprisingly, a voice came out of the device he was holding. Oh, it's been a while, Naruto. How is it going? Have you finally fucked Tatsuki? Moan please, more, Yuna-san Matilda. I'm good, Nei-san. Nah, not yet, but I'm working on it. Anyway, I'm currently communicating with Old Man Yamamoto, and he wants to know what's going on in Mueko Mundo. Do you have a minute? Sure. Moan harder, Yuna-san Matilda. Everyone could only look at Naruto dumbfounded as he was communicating with the assumed to be his sister, while there was clearly someone else moaning in the background. They didn't need to be a genius to know what Yuna was currently doing, and while Toshiro and Yamamoto could only be dumbfounded due to Yuna's shamelessness, Rangiku had a pout on her face. Damn it, Hinata is having the time of her life, and I'm stranded in the world of the living. I should have followed Yuna to Hueco Mundo. Anyway, tell me what's going on in Hueco Mundo, Nasan. Well, first of all, you will have a few more sisters-in-law soon. The number isn't set in place yet, but it's probably going to be at least 4. Nasan, that isn't important right now. I was talking about Aizen. Yuna-sama, please. Slap. Keeping swinging those hips, Hinata. Aizen. Meh, making him part of my harem won't be easy, but we'll see what I can do. Moan. Yes, Yuna-sama. I'm not talking about that either, Nasan. I want information about the war between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, especially what is currently going on with the Hogyoku. War? What W? Oh, right. The war. Naturally, I was fully aware of that and didn't forget about it in the least. Anyway, Aizen can use the Hogyoku even before it is completely unsealed by channeling a massive amount of spiritual power into it. I haven't witnessed whether he can actually do it with the amount of spiritual power he possesses, but I managed to briefly get my hands on the Hogyoku so I could confirm how its seal works. That being said, his Arrancar army is already more or less ready to be deployed, and the only thing Aizen is waiting for is the unsealing of the Hogyoku. As I previously mentioned, I managed to get my hands on it, so I have a pretty good grasp on how long that will take. You have 27 days until it is fully unsealed. Additionally, I don't know how relevant that information is, but Aizen plans to fuse himself with the Hogyoku, which would make him pretty hard to kill, so maybe preparing a seal would be a good idea. Hinata, you are slowing down. Do I need to punish you? No, Yuna-sama. Moan, I'll try harder. Yet again, ignoring the moaning in the background, Naruto briefly pondered what he had just heard before nodding his head in understanding. Thanks for the info, Nasan. Sure, no big deal. Oh, and Hinata is onto you, so good luck and thanks. Moan. Hearing Yuna's send-off, a shiver went through Naruto's spine as he realized that Hinata was onto him for giving Yuna's books to Lisa, potentially introducing a new harem member. Damn, I'm in danger. You reap what you sow. Fuck you, Kurama. We are in this together. I don't think so. Gnashing his teeth due to Kurama's words, Naruto didn't even notice how everyone was looking at him, utterly dumbfounded due to what had just happened. The first to regain their bearing was Captain Yamamoto, who could only utter a few words. Did you just communicate with your sister in Hueco Mundo? MHH. Yeah, no big deal. Due to being twins, we already have a deep connection anyway, so that, compared with a reasonable understanding of space, time, and dimensional travel, setting up a device that allows us to communicate is decently manageable. Space, time, and dimensional travel. Obviously, hearing Naruto casually about such abstruse subjects, Yamamoto could only be dumbfounded even more. Shinigami had a little grasp of dimensional travel, as they usually traveled from Soul Society to the world of the living and back, but despite doing so, none of them really got how that even worked. They knew how to use the system already in place, with their Zanpakuto opening the pathway, but few had even the slightest clue about the details of traveling toward another dimension. As for the concepts of time and space, Yamamoto had not the slightest clue. He had easily lived for over 1,000 years, and despite that, he had barely any clue what Naruto was talking about, so he couldn't help but wonder how exactly Naruto knew so much about such complex themes. Toshiro, on the other hand, wasn't even thinking about how Naruto managed to contact someone who was currently within Hueco Mundo and had a different problem to deal with, as his face was flushed crimson while slightly bending his body forward. What the hell was that? Am I the only one who heard that moaning in the background? No matter how I look at it, that certainly was the sound of a woman. Thinking about the sounds he had just heard, Toshiro managed to blush even harder as steam was about to come out of his ears. That damn pervert. What the hell is going on in her mind for her to do that kind of thing while giving a report? As Toshiro's thoughts were going haywire, a rather unhealthy image of Yuna doing his stuff flashed through his mind, causing a trickle of blood to flow out of his nose as a slightly perverted smile appeared on his face, which he quickly suppressed. No. I'm a captain of the Gote 13, and I will not be corrupted by that kind of degenerate behavior. My mind is pure, and there is no degeneracy inside of it. While his thoughts finally managed to calm down, as his body heat was slowly cooling down as well, 2 soft mountains pressed into his back, almost causing him to shoot a geyser of blood out of his nose. Captain Tilda, I wanna go to Hueco Mundo. Tilda, is there a way for me to go there? Usually, Toshiro had no trouble ignoring Ranjiku's less than appropriate approaches concerning the distance between two people he was comfortable with, but after hearing whatever Yuna was doing, he couldn't help but be conscious of it. Despite that, he still somehow managed to answer Ranjiku without revealing his plight. Why in the world would you want to go to Hueco Mundo? Isn't that obvious? Hearing Toshiro's question, Ranjiku couldn't help but retort with a question of her own as the pout on her face intensified. Didn't you hear how much fun Hinata was having? I want to participate as well. Ranjiku was almost purring those words into Toshiro's ear, seriously dealing some damage to his psyche as Ranjiku continued speaking, seemingly not aware of his plight. It's been a while since I had some fun, so I really want to meet Yuna and Hinata again. Geez, I really feel like bullying Hinata right now, but I wouldn't mind getting bullied by her either. Tilda. As more and more unhealthy images started flooding Toshiro's mind, the blood flowing out of his nose grew in volume, accumulating in his body, swaying around due to blood loss, and finally collapsing on the ground. Seeing her captain collapsing, Ranjiku's eyes widened in surprise as her gaze landed on Yamamoto, who was still talking with Naruto about how he managed to set up communication with Hueco Mundo. Captain Commander, my captain just collapsed. I think something is wrong with him. While Yamamoto immediately got alerted, Naruto, who had paid attention to the interaction between Ranjiku and Toshiro, could only shake his head with a wry smile. She's either a complete airhead, who had no idea what is happening around her, or a master manipulator that loves messing with people. Thinking about it, I feel like she is a mix of both. She should be fully aware of what kind of killer body she has while simultaneously occasionally forgetting about it when she is dealing with people she knows. I somewhat doubt she could act this innocently in front of Toshiro if she had been aware of what kind of effect her body has on a healthy human man. You seem to be rather fine with her thought. Well, she already is part of Neisan's harem, so she is off limits. Oh? That alone is enough for you to stop pursuing a good-looking woman. Kurama, please think before you speak. I consider myself to be rather gutsy, but do you really think I have the guts to go after a woman Neisan has already got a liking to? What if she went after the woman I found a liking to? I'd rather not die alone, okay? Although I feel like you are extravagating this matter, no matter how I look at it, I can't deny that you are somewhat correct.